Yeah.
I think we're live.
Yes, we are.
Hey. Welcome to the virtual GigCon Fall 2022. I am with my man Hannibal, my man Steve, Rideshare Rodeo. And today we're going to give you a virtual event like no other. It's going to be fun, informative, entertaining. I hope you guys are having a great Saturday. If you're out working, I hope you're being safe. I hope you're making money. And if you're not working or you're watching on a replay, I hope you're doing well. Now, today's going to be a fun day. This is kind of a new thing that we're doing. So if we run into little hiccups here and there, please forgive us. But we've got a lot to give you, a lot of awesome videos, a lot of great interviews. So I hope you guys are ready for a great Saturday afternoon. So first, let's just let Hannibal and Steve introduce themselves for all the new viewers of my channel. Hannibal, Steve, how you guys doing?
Doing great. Let me jump in real fast as I'm making sure that everything is working over here. So my name is Hannibal. Yes, that's my actual name. I run the channel Hannibal is Hungry, talking about the gig economy, talking about different types of side hustles. Been friends with Pedro for quite some time. Also friends with Steve, and I'm excited because this is something that we've talked about for a while, and I am proud of Pedro and Steve and Sam Jaywalk as well. The amount of effort they put in to put this stuff together, the amount of phone calls, text messages, coordinating, all that type of stuff. It's super awesome, and I'm just happy to be a part of it. And also, me and Steve, we kind of do our own thing as well, talking about other side hustles, other stuff that's beyond the apps and stuff like that. So I'm excited, and I'm ready to go, ready to start.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it from Hannibal there. I don't know why he doesn't give himself credit either, guys. Don't let him fool you. Hannibal's
Exactly.
been just
Thank
the
you for
same,
saying that.
same part that we have. That's just BS. Rideshare Rodeo is my channel, and I'm just here to help play the role where I can in the pieces that we're going to be doing. I think everybody's going to be. Even if you want to catch specific pieces, I think you'd be happy catching any of the pieces. They're all really good. So,
yeah, and a big shout out to our friend Sam from Jaywalk. He did a lot of these videos, did the website. So Sam, I know you're watching. Appreciate it. This was we had 4 of us putting this together, and then help with some other special guests you guys are going to be seeing really, really, really soon. So, without further ado, I'm going to jump right in. So, shout out to the chat. Appreciate you guys. Okay. We will have some times for questions when we have certain guests on, whether it's the interviews with the restaurants or the 1099 talk with Marissa or Sergio from Rideshare Guy coming on talking about some recent topics in the rideshare community. If you do want to have questions answered, please feel free to put them in there. Talk amongst yourselves what you think about these topics. The first thing we're going to get into is going to be for all my new drivers out there or new people that have come to these channels. New people that have started to learn the gig economy and starting to use it full-time or part-time for whatever reason. So we're going to talk a little bit about New Driver Workshop. And then we're going to have Dustin from Buckle coming on to talk about what Buckle can do for rideshare drivers. So the first thing, if you are a new driver, okay.
Pedro,
go ahead.
I'm going to show you something.
Oh, okay. Next up on the Gig Virtual Conference, attention new drivers. We got the inside track on getting up to speed quickly. Join Pedro as he shares some tips and answers your questions live.
There you go, Pedro. Now you can go start.
That's why Hannibal's running. He's running the show. He's producing it. I'm just here. Okay, guys. So, all right. Shout out to my man. All right. A couple quick things. Okay, before we get into the featured guests and other topics. And this is for new people because a lot of you OGs are out there. You're going to know this already, right? We do not work for the apps. We work with the apps. And a lot of new drivers that sign up with the apps, we feel like, okay, I work for Doordash. I work for Instacart. I work for Roadie. I work for Spark, right? You don't. You work independently. You work with them. The apps are an opportunity for you as a new driver to reach your goals, short-term, long-term, whatever that means for you personally, right? So just a reminder to all the new drivers out there, we work with the apps, not for the apps. And what that means is you don't have to take everything unless you want to. You can be selective, you can be adaptive. We have to realize you have some form of control and power on what you can take and how you can move with these apps. It's really important for new drivers to know that, because when I first started, maybe Steve and Hannibal can share as well, I didn't know, like, do I have to take everything? Do I not have to take everything? And And it becomes, until you can get into a particular video or a Reddit group or Facebook post or something like that, you don't really know what you don't know in the beginning. So for all the new drivers out there, you work with the apps, not for the apps. Okay. You also have to learn what app works best for you. I'll give you a quick example. DoorDash and Uber in my area are really good, right? But in Hannibal, he's out in Brooklyn. DoorDash, he can't even get on the app, right? So he
can't get on.
right. He does other apps. Steve does other apps, right? So Steve, tell me about what apps do you use in your market? Because it is market dependent on what apps. And as new drivers, we have to learn what apps are going to be good for me. So Steve, just share with me, like in your market, what apps are good for you.
So first of all, I want to go back just a second and say to what you were saying, that when I started in rideshare, 80% acceptance rate or lower got you deactivated. That was a fact. Even though they're not supposed to be able to, that was a fact. I use personally here, I use Curry. I use Shipped. Ship went downhill, but around the holidays again, I have every app on my phone always. I've used Veho, I like a lot of the last mile stuff, but I've also got DoorDash. I've got Uber Eats. It's not my cup of tea, but I do DoorDash whenever Para needs a beta tester first round or something. I might do a couple because I don't care if it gets deactivated. So, we need a couple that are willing to go out in the front line and get shot. So,
Hannibal, what apps are you kind of doing right now? I know which ones, but share with the audience, what apps have you found that work in your market?
So the apps that work really well for my market is an app called Deliver That. Deliver That, you are delivering catering orders. So it's basically like the large order program for DoorDash, but every order is a catering order. Curry, you're delivering construction materials, stuff like that. And the other apps are still around. Like, I'm in Brooklyn, so a lot of people here. So all the food apps work. It's just if I want to have an advantage over all of the people who are on bikes and scooters and mopeds, having a car delivering more heavier products or materials to people or businesses, those apps where you're carrying a lot of stuff, it's actually beneficial for me. So Deliver That, Curry, those are like the two bangers right there.
Right. So like these gentlemen are saying, and for me, I learned that, I've tried 3 apps, and I know that Uber's kind of number 1 right now, DoorDash, then Instacart if I want to. As a new driver, you have to learn your market. So if you come to YouTube or if you go to some kind of group and they're like, oh, this is good, works for me, that could be in a different market. So as a new driver, you have to be willing to put forth the effort to learn what's going to work for you. Okay. There's going to be some general tips and tricks that might help you along the way, how to find certain things, and, lunch and dinner are going to be your peak times, but you have to find out what consumers are willing to pay you to do, what apps are popular in your market. Once you find that, and it might take you a few weeks, could take you a couple of months, might take you 6 months, right? But as a new driver, you have to find that out for yourself, right? Also, setting daily goals, weekly goals, long-term goals, setting an exit strategy is going to be really important. If you're going out there and you're just turning the apps on and thinking you're going to change your life, it might not happen. You got to have goals, and you got to be willing to adapt to those goals as well. Okay. Also, building relationships with your local merchants is super, super, super important. We're going to hear from some local merchants just in about an hour here or less, give or take, about their perspective, right? So as drivers, as a new driver, especially, you might get frustrated. You're waiting a long time. You're doing this. You're not making money. These stores are closed. The lobby's closed. The drive-through lines are long. We have to understand and build good relationships with the restaurants. That's going to save you a lot of time. It could make you more money, right? So knowing how to deal with the issues that happen and building relationships, being communicative, being understanding, and having empathy. We'll learn a little bit about that as we interview these restaurant employees and managers today. What is it like on their side, right? And if you've ever worked in a restaurant before, maybe that could be a little easier for you to understand. But building relationships, being kind, being courteous, letting them know your name, like instead of just shoving a phone in the face, I'm here to pick up Pedro's order. Like having these communication skills will do you a lot of good long-term, right? And the last little tip here in this workshop before we get to Buckle and Dustin from Buckle, knowing when to stop. Okay, when you work these apps, regardless of what app it is, okay, there's going to be times when it's slow, you have a bad day, you run into issues, maybe the weather's bad and some markets are getting ready to get into the cold season, snow, all that kind of stuff. Knowing when to just turn the app off and saying, you know what, today's not my day. As a new driver, you have to know when to do that. And it's a personal thing, but you got to know when to just stop and say, I'm going to make up my money tomorrow. The money's not out here today, because the more time you spend out in the field, if you're not making money, you're wasting time, right? So that's going to be personal to you. But those are just some things that I've learned in doing this about a little over 2 years, part-time in the beginning, full-time, and then now I'm back to part-time. So before we get to book, I want to see if Hannibal or Steve have any other things that they would, suggestions, tips, ideas, things that they've learned that they could share with new drivers.
I think in terms of when you first start doing it, it's going to be okay to make mistakes. Everything's a learning process, and no matter how many videos you watch, how many stuff you read on Reddit or Facebook, the apps, the way it seems like it's constructed, it's going to be an individual experience where you live, what time you go out and do what you have to do. And it's important to just go out there and experiment. Like with my experience in DoorDash in Brooklyn is going to be different than DoorDash experience with Pedro in St. Louis, or even with Steve in Colorado. So it's important to go out there and try it, and try all different types of apps, different times of the day, because what works for you may not work for someone else, and it's okay. Sometimes I think we kind of, especially, I don't know if it's, well, definitely not new drivers because you're just figuring it out, but veteran drivers, we're trying to optimize everything. I think when you're new, you're first starting out, are you going to make a ton of money? Maybe not. You may actually make money, but in terms of learning the process, it doesn't take long, but you have to give yourself that time to learn and experiment, in your market.
Mm-hmm.
So I would expand just a little bit on what Hannibal was saying by talking about the markets, and specifically what I mean by that is so all of us in the cities Hannibal just named, right? All big cities, people who live in more rural areas or whatever, cost of living is huge. So don't watch a video where Pedro's saying you got to make X amount per hour, and
Great
you
point.
live in an area where your rent is half as much, your groceries, take out the inflation for a minute, but your groceries normally are way less. Just life is a little bit cheaper. So if you're not reaching those numbers that you hear on a lot of videos, don't sweat it, because in the end, you're probably coming out about the same.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, because I think we at least I say, we got to do this, you got to do that. I can make $200 a day, but if somebody's living in a way smaller town, their max might be 100, 150, maybe less, or 200 might not even be their goal, right? So all the new drivers out there, take everything with a grain of salt, right? At the end of the day, it's going to be on you, your hustle, how you learn your market, how you are willing to adapt, and how willing are you to have good communications with your local merchants, your stores, your customers, right? And make it your own, right? Because I do still believe the gig apps are a really good way to make some money, but it's not always going to be a great day, and that's okay. So awesome. So let's go ahead and get into our first guest. This is Dustin, co-founder of Buckle, which is a company that provides insurance for gig workers. So let's go ahead and bring Dustin into the show.
All right. Wait. Oh,
there
I am.
you go.
Hey,
Dustin, how are you, sir?
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. A lot of pressure being the first guest of the day.
Oh, it's okay, man. We're starting off the show in a positive way. So can you just introduce yourself a little bit and what you do over there at Buckle, and what is Buckle, if you can start with that?
Of course. Again, thank you for having me, and excited to tell a little bit about Buckle and see if I can help a bunch of your listeners navigate some of the complications associated with insurance. So once again, my name is Dustin Walsey. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm the president and co-founder of Buckle. And Buckle is, in very simplistic terms, a financial services platform designed for the gig economy, where we focus first on insurance. So very specifically, we provide auto insurance for people who use their cars and participate in the gig economy. It started as a very simple thesis of insurance for Uber drivers, and has now exploded into this, broad offering as the gig economy has just become integrated in all our lives. So what originally was Uber and Lyft is now Doordash, and Grubhub and Instacart and Flex and all the other brands that are out there, as we work to insure the driver and protect the driver and protect their cars.
Awesome. So do I need specific insurance to drive for rideshare or delivery? I think that's a big question a lot of viewers ask. Some people are confused. That's the number one question that I get. Well, how would you answer that?
Well, I'd answer it in a couple different ways, and I might step back to give a little more clarity. One of the biggest challenges with insurance is it's regulated at the state level. So every state has their own rules, their own rates, their own regulations. So what is true for Georgia may or may not be true for California and Texas and the likes. So each state has their own requirements. But generally speaking, when you are driving for the delivery companies, the first thing I would tell everybody is to check with those companies and see what type of coverage they do provide. A lot of them will provide liability coverage. So in the event that the app, you're doing something on the app and create an accident or a loss event, that they'll cover the loss associated to the third party. In very, very rare instances is coverage provided to the driver's vehicle. It's also important to point out, rideshare is very different than delivery, right? And that is important to look at as well. So typically, there's insurance companies where you can get various types of endorsements or coverage that puts in place to cover the driver's car for Uber and Lyft. Some of the delivery companies offer it, like Amazon Flex as well, but it's just a hodgepodge. It tends to be extremely expensive, and it's not comprehensive and a complete solution in which Buckle provides. So it's just such a hard question to answer, but most drivers we find do not have adequate coverage to protect their cars, and for them it's such an important thing. We take for granted that a car gets us around, but for a lot of people it also becomes a source of income, right? So you wreck your car and now you can't get your car fixed. Not only do you lose your means of transportation, but you lose your ability to earn, and it creates this black hole that we really strive to help these drivers protect this car, which is one of the most important assets they own.
Yeah, I think we tend to in this particular space, right? Especially with food delivery, I think a lot of people are either not insured properly, or and when something happens, you hear these stories. Oh, I got in this accident, this happened, now I can't work anymore because I don't have a car, and then I'm not covered. And if it's really bad, somebody might be coming after me, for financial reasons, and we can put ourselves in kind of a bind, So what coverage do companies offer? Uber, DoorDash, Lyft, etc. What do you say to that?
So again, they're all different, and I typically kind of buckle or bundle Uber and Lyft, the rideshare companies, separately than the food delivery companies, because they all have different risks. So moving people around is different than moving food around. I know
that's a lot more risky, I'm assuming, right? Because of
it's
liability.
A lot more risky. There tends to be a different driving behavior. Like a pizza is not going to tell you to slow down or not to run a stop sign, but a passenger would, right? So there's nuances that then go through all the risk profiles that make them differently. So, but coming back to your question, when I look at rideshare, depending on where you are on the app, if you're waiting for a fare or you're in transit to pick someone up, or now you're driving someone, the coverage is changing. Typically, there's liability in place from the rideshare company, Uber and Lyft, in those events, but there is not full coverage or physical damage. Or things like uninsured motorist, that coverage typically is not there. On the food delivery, it's a lot, and package delivery, it's a lot more hodgepodge. Because Uber and Lyft have been around a lot longer, so they have a more mature legislative process as the insurance regulation has kind of formed around rideshare. In package delivery and the delivery models, it's a lot different. Some companies will tell you they don't offer anything. Some will tell you they offer complete coverage. So you have to check. Each one is different, and that's why it's so hard. Excitingly, in a good way, starting next year, you're going to start seeing states adopt legislation that dictates what type of coverage the delivery companies need to provide. So we'll get a consistency across the board. And, obviously 2023 is right around the corner. So it's really a welcome thing, I think, for the general public, that that a standard will be set, because it is really confusing. And I mean, listen, I'm in the middle of it. I can't tell you which company provides this or that, because they're all different. It's all different in all the states.
Yeah. Well, what states are Buckle? What states are Buckle offered in right now currently?
Yeah. So I would refer you exactly to the website for a complete list, but the big ones are Texas. We are in Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, the DC area, Illinois. So there's a bunch of states.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, it's just, since it's regulated in 50 states, it's like working with 50 different countries, and we have to be admitted by the state. So it's a slow process to roll out. You just don't snap your fingers and you're operating in all 50 states in this business.
Yeah. So I kind of have a final question here that a lot of viewers ask. So some people may be tempted to just not disclose their gig driving in the event that they are in an accident. I think that's a big, some people think that's a big risk, right? I don't want to let my current insurance company know or whatever that I do Doordash, that I do Rideshare, right? Because they might drop me or different rates or whatnot. How likely are you to get caught, do you think, based on your experience? And what are the consequences if you do get caught, if you don't disclose that?
Yeah. So again, I'm an insurance guy, so I will tell you, you always should have the proper coverage. Insurance is one of those funny things. It's something we never want to buy. And then when we buy it, we don't use it. And then when we use it, something bad has happened. So I get why people don't want to disclose things, because then what ends up happening is when I disclose this to my insurance company, one of two things is going to happen. Either my rate is going to go up because things never get cheaper, or the insurance company is like, you know what, we don't permit that type of use for this type of policy. I'm actually going to cancel your policy because you're using your car for a commercial aspect, right, to do delivery. So that's why we find people don't tell. Do people get caught? It's hard to say. Typically, people get caught and figure this out when an accident occurs and they go to file a claim and the claim gets denied. And now the scramble occurs because I don't have this coverage. And the insurance companies without the proper coverage do have the right to deny these claims. So the consequences of not having this type of coverage really is you're driving and you're not protecting your cars. There's nothing that says I'm assuming the drivers all have at least, personal insurance. So that's what's required in most states to be legal to drive a vehicle. So the consequences are that car is exposed to all sorts of accidents. And it can be something that's on your fault. It could be a tree just fell on your car, and it can be all different things. And the coverage just isn't there. So I mean, I'm the insurance person. I'm like, insurance agent, that's this for. But that's why Buckle was built. And Buckle was built to understand what this type of driver needs, how they live gig to gig, earnings to earnings. And we understand all these, these models. We work very closely with most of the delivery companies and, Uber and Lyft, Doordash, those guys as well. They help us, with data sharing so we can get better rates for our drivers. They help market it. So they help market our policies because it keeps our costs down. I don't have to be advertising next to Progressive every second. So the rideshare and the delivery network companies are really helping us as well, that then we're able to pass on some of those savings along and help, the drivers get the coverage they need.
Yeah, that's cool. So I think what's the best way to find out more information on Buckle for all the people watching now live and in the replay? If they want some more information, what's the best place to go to find that?
Absolutely. And it looks like Steve's got a question for me, but I'll answer that here too.
Okay.
www.buckleup.com. That's our main area. We have an online app that, can issue, quote, and bind a policy in a matter of minutes. We're on all the typical social media channels. And in starting next year, in the beginning of the first half or the first, in Q1 of 2023, we'll start rolling our product out to independent agents. So agents will actually, be selling our policies to their drivers, because we know a lot of drivers talk to their insurance agents and with questions, and it's just a great forum for us to get the product out there as well.
Cool. Steve, what you got for our man Dustin at Buckle?
So here's my thing. So Dustin, I don't know if you know, but I interviewed your partner Marty.
Oh, he's a gentleman.
Yeah. So we had a really good talk. So I don't know if it's gap or not, but I think this is two important points to hit before letting you get out of here, because one thing that I learned was he was referring to he brought up a situation where a rideshare driver was approaching the end of a ride, ended the ride. The passenger got out, ended his portion, like it was done. He kicked the door, and there was nobody could figure out who was covered or who was going to cover that time because everybody was off. And so he was saying, like, Buckle, you guys cover it. You know, you cover everything, like a situation even like that. There's others too that rideshare drivers could get in, but he was pointing out how it's, you know, you're full-time covered.
So Steve, what, you know, Buckle is what drivers, what we hear, like, I mean, obviously the coverage, but the simplicity associated with it, right? We're designed for gig workers, right? So whether you're driving your car personally, running an errand, going on, you know, a holiday vacation with your kids, or using your car to do gig work. So since we are covering both of those pieces, we're able to provide a nice continuous coverage for these drivers so they don't have to worry about those incidences.
And the follow-up I had was real quick was that I just heard you lived in Georgia. I know that he had pointed out to me too that this shows how well Buckle's coming along, I think, because he had pointed out that Lyft drivers get 5 cents more. Is it per mile?
It's different in each state because, again, like a policy is more expensive in one state than another state. So it's
by carrying Buckle, there are some states where you get
rebates,
a little more pay.
You get more pay, yeah, absolutely. And you know, we think as time moves on and this segment of the population matures, there's going to be more and more options besides Buckle out there, which is excellent, as this group of people is becoming such a huge segment of our population and our workforce. So, you know, we're just, again, in the early days of it, but if we can cover these drivers who, you know, really work hard to make ends meet, you know, we need to protect their cars and make sure they're protected and understand this, because they need to also watch out for themselves.
Absolutely. That was all. I just wanted to point that out because I thought it was important for people to know that you're covered family time, work time. You can just not have to worry about it. It's not double policies. It's not.
But my public service announcements: no speeding tickets. Don't run those stop signs. Points do matter. It's
points. I mean, points definitely matter. Yeah, I think we
carefully take your time. The food can get there in a minute later. The people can get there in a minute later. Be safe out there, because
that's a fantastic point. That's a fantastic point.
It's like I have kids that drive. I'm like, going 85 or 65 ain't going to get you any faster. What are you going to save? A minute, 2 minutes? Everybody needs to slow down, get to where you're going, so we can all get up tomorrow safely and work again.
That's fantastic. Dustin, thank you for taking time out of a busy Saturday, which I'm sure it's busy. And guys, check out Buckle if you're needing that kind of insurance. If you're doing this work, you need to be properly insured. And like Jaywalk said, don't be cheap now, especially if you got a house and you got to take care of protecting yourself and protecting the people around you. So Dustin, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Dustin.
My pleasure. Everybody be safe, drive carefully, and thank you again. Have a nice afternoon.
All right, buddy.
All right, so we're gonna play a music video from Let's Play DoorDash right before we get into the segment with Sergio with the rideshare talk. This is a music video from Let's Play DoorDash. This is kind of like an anthem for us. This is going to be a fun thing for you guys to see. Some of you might have seen it. He premiered it on his channel about a month and a half ago or so, I think. And we want to show you guys this little video here, so I hope you guys enjoy this.
Man, these orders just suck. What am I gonna do? I got an idea. I know what I'm gonna do. Been here, feel neglected. I'm dashing, but it's hectic. Need more money, and I know just what to do. I listen to all my favorite tubers at Grubhub and Uber. Multi-apping makes more money, it's true. Now I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. Accept, decline, that decision's mine, and man, that feels so free. May not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit I'm so much happier working for me. Now nothing quite affects me like the no tips that I can't see. Come on, Pa, I hope you win the fight. 'Cause Doordash is so shady, and I'd like to know that they paid me for all the work that I've done tonight. Still, I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. When times are hard, I just jump the car and make that sweet money. May not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. If you want to understand, just take that phone that's in your hand. Try this app, you'll never be the same. Motivation can be hard to find, but it's out there if you look online. Baby, that's why I play this game. Now I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. Learned a lot, and now I've got a future clear to see. May not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit, I'm so damn happy I bet on me.
Next up on the Gig Virtual Conference, we are joined by the experts from the RideshareGuy.com website for the latest news and information from the world of Uber and Lyft.
First off, that was a great video. Thanks to Joe from Let's Play DoorDash. I mean, that was a song he did. He came up with in live time at the inaugural Gig conference that we had back in July. And then he got with his father and put that video together. If that don't make you laugh and entertain you and put a smile on your face, I don't know what will today. Right, Sergio? That's pretty good, isn't it?
How am I supposed to follow that up? Really?
I set you up.
Seriously?
So welcome
Sergio.
Welcome, Sergio, from the Rideshare Guy. Sergio, give us a little bit of an intro as to who you are, what you do with the Rideshare Guy before we get into the interview about the state of the rideshare and what's going on right now.
Great. First, Pedro, thanks for having me on. You asked me to do this like about a month ago, and I immediately said yes. So I'm Sergio Avidian with the Rideshare Guy. I've been with the Rideshare Guy for about 5 years now. I don't know where the time flew, but it did. I'll give you a little background about my history with the Rideshare Guy. So Harry Campbell, who's the founder of the Rideshare Guy, in those days, strictly was about rideshare, and his contributors would constantly write articles, which I would say maybe they were like half factual, and then they wouldn't be driving and experiencing, what drivers go through on the front lines. When I was a full-time driver at that time, and I would constantly pound the the contributors, and I say, you know what, you guys are full of it. This is not true. This is not true. I would post screenshots, and I guess Harry got tired of it, and one day he said, listen, man, I'm gonna either block you or you have to work together. And I was like, no way, I'm sleeping with the enemy. This is not going to happen. And long story short, he said, I want you to write for me. And I started writing on the blog for 4 years. During the pandemic, obviously things got slow, but here I am now. And about 5-6 months ago, we started doing our live stream called Show Me the Money Club on their YouTube channel, which has gotten tremendous traction, really. We thank all the viewers who are subscribing and watching our videos. And as you know, Pedro is one of our contributors on the Rideshare Guy.
Yeah.
And, his videos are very popular on the channel, as well as they are on his own channel. So the history of the Rideshare guy is they've been around. They're the largest blog in the country. Obviously, they're Harry has been religiously doing a podcast for the last 8 years, every week, literally. We've interviewed the CEOs of Uber and Lyft and Doordash, and Uber specifically 3 times, last one being a couple of months ago. And we interviewed the president, John Zimmer, about a month ago, first time. So, hey, we do quite a bit. We try to inform, educate. Honestly, we don't take too many sides, because I think, to me, as the host of the Show Me the Money Club, it's a pointless endeavor, really, to try to push and pull people one direction or the other, because of number one, the variability of the industry of the gig economy. Food delivery versus grocery delivery versus rideshare. They're all different entities. They really are. And, to me, the most important thing is inform and educate and let people make up their own mind.
Absolutely. Well said. So let's get into a couple of things that have been going on in the rideshare community. So I know some things that you guys have talked about, even as recent as this last week. So how has the new upfront fares that have been in most markets for rideshare drivers changed how drivers can make money? Can you talk about, for all the rideshare people out there and the ones that aren't been thinking about doing rideshare, what's going on with that right now within Uber and Lyft communities?
Yeah. So about 6 months ago, Uber started testing something called upfront fares in about 25 mid-sized cities. So upfront fares, in most cities, rideshare started with calculating what the fare of a passenger is going to be by miles and minutes, as it should be in any transportation industry, right? Like trucking or cabs. They have a meter, and you need to know how far the trip is and how long it's going to take from pickup to drop off. Well, in about 25 cities, Uber came up with this brilliant idea of theirs, saying that, we're not going to confuse the drivers. They call it more transparent. We can get into it if we have time. They said, we're just going to offer you an upfront fare. You take it or leave it, right? And with the upfront fare, though, comes something that absolutely every rideshare driver has been asking for over a decade now, which is seeing the destination of the passenger up front. Meaning, now what kind of job you're about to expect, and exactly to the penny what you're going to get paid. So that almost makes us like a quasi-independent contractors, to be honest with you, because if you compare us to a plumber or an electrician, they know the job, so they can take it or leave it, and they know what they're going to get paid. And that's the model that they're rolling out. So about 3 weeks ago, Uber rolled out in many, many major cities now, from Chicago to Atlanta to LA to San Diego to San Francisco, which is their largest markets, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They rolled all this out. And from all the feedback I get and we get at the Rideshare guy, it's been amazing. It's quite positive. It's just to know where the passenger is going before they get in your car. Now,
Sergio, why do you think that's important? At least for you. I know why it is for me, but why do you think, generally speaking, where a driver's going to go is important?
Well, there's 2 reasons for it. Number one, you may be only working 2 hours that day, right? And then in the blind, they may have thrown you some trip that's going to take you 50, 80, 100 miles away from your base. So at that time, not knowing where the passenger is going, you had 2 choices: pick the person up and take him 100 miles away. And then now you're either going to dead mile or use some destination filter strategies to get back home. And you're late if you had an appointment. I mean, look, most of us are doing this gig. I mean, in this day and age, maybe not for the money, but, for the flexibility, because we can turn the app on and go. But then if I end up doing a trip 100 miles away that takes me an hour, 2 hours away from my base, now that flexibility is kind of gone, right? So I have to figure out how to get back. And if I do dead mile back, then I'm basically losing money, dead mile meaning without a passenger in the car. So number one, that's one reason. That's super important. And the second thing is, as independent contractors that they call us, which I don't think we are. I think we're like an in-between something, hybrid version of it.
Yeah, me too.
They, now they're telling you everything up front, and the beauty of the upfront fares and upfront destination is it comes without strings attached, meaning you can literally sit there and decline the trips that you don't think are profitable for you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's really like a night and day kind of a situation. And every driver that I speak to, unequivocally, they're loving, you know, the upfront destination. Not as much the upfront fares, because the algorithm is kind of still adjusting.
I think that's
you know,
different. I think back to when I first started in the gig world. I started with rideshare. That was my first thing I started, and I didn't know where I was going sometimes. And sometimes it's not a big deal, but like I would literally, you know, and Sergio can relate. So somebody gets in your car, you swipe it, they're in, and then you say, oh, they're going 50 miles away. And I might not be ready for that. Maybe I'm excited though, because the fare pays good. And you know, sometimes it works, but it hit my market, and it's been in St. Louis for a while. I love it because I have more information, so I can accept a decline with a little more confidence. I could even, you know, route myself to a certain place. Oh, I see this drop off is going here, so then that's a good area. I can probably get something else, even if it's a food delivery. So I absolutely love it.
You know what? That's a great point. You know, before I forget, I'll mention that. I mean, look, in delivery or rideshare, you have to have a strategy. You know, a lot of drivers get in their cars, put the gas in, and then they go. You know, they accept pretty much everything. And, you know, in the industry, we call them a certain name, which I'm refraining, not doing it going forward.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
You know, so, you know, to me, it's like having, I said this on our channel last week, and it got very popular. You know, I followed from the first day on, I followed the 3 Ps. The 3 Ps are, the first P is patience. You have to be patient. You cannot accept every, you know, trip or every delivery order that they throw at you, right? I know in your neck of the woods, there's been a huge discussion between top dashers, you know, and side dasher, whatever you guys call yourselves. It's like, to me, look, you have to be patient. There is going to be a better order, or there's going to be a better trip coming up. Number 2, the second P is position, right? So what you just said directly relates to that, because as, you know, an experienced rideshare driver, I'm not playing checkers, I'm playing chess. Meaning I have to think 2-3 steps ahead. If, you know, I may do a trip to a zone that I know it's surging, or it may be surging when I get there. Knowing where I'm going is not super important, just for the fact that if you're an experienced driver, you know the patterns and the rhythms of your city, you know what events are happening. And I may do a trip that may break me even on a, you know, on a ride, but then I know it's going to put me somewhere that I know I will get a profitable trip out of where I'm going.
Right, exactly.
That's the important thing about seeing where you're going. So when you do accept a trip as a rideshare driver, don't think for the specific trip that you're on. Think of where it's going to put you and what's there, just like you do in delivery. And as you know, I've been dabbling in delivery last few months. Is that, yeah, you know, I'll take this delivery. This specific delivery is good for me. This trip is good for me. But if it's going to put me somewhere that I have to dead mile back to get back to my power strip, or
then it's not as good. Then it's not
exactly. So to me, it's like, you know, and that's the second P, right? Position. And the third P is planning. You got to plan your day. You can't just go out there willy-nilly, because most drivers, look, in the rideshare world, go out with a specific dollar goal in mind, which I completely disagree, completely. Because some days that $100 you're trying to make may take you 8 hours. Some days it may take you 5 hours.
Yeah, and it may take you 100 miles one day, or 25 one day.
Exactly. So why not make $100 in 5 hours with some strategy, which there are. I mean, you know, you can use the app's own tools to get there faster. But the important thing is follow the 3 Ps. And do not think of the specific trip you're on as a rideshare driver. Think of where it's going to put you and what's there. That's the most important thing. Stay ahead of the algo, and stay ahead of the patterns of your city.
Yeah, great point. So I'm going to bring up a question to you from the chat, and then we'll go into a couple of topics here that are really juicy. So from John McKillian, he says, question for Sergio: did the upfront fares come with a pay decrease for drivers? What would you say to that?
We're going to test that actually in real live fashion in about a month or so. We're trying to gather a whole bunch of passengers and drivers and put them in a parking lot and test it in real live world, you know, time.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, we interviewed Dara, or I call him DK, about 2 months ago now, right? And I think it was one of Harry's much better interviews out of the 3. I think that was the best one.
It was good.
And,
I agree. Yeah, it was a good one.
And you guys can go back and check it on our channel. But according to him, to the CEO of Uber, this change should, he said, this is his own words, it's public now, it's out there. He said it should be revenue neutral, right? Revenue neutral meaning, he said, short to medium trips will pay a little bit more, because if you look at the billions and billions in trips that Uber and Lyft do on a quarterly basis, or average trip length in the rideshare world is about 6 miles. Yes, there are some, exclusions of 100-mile trips or 50, 80-mile trips, and there are also some
there's also ones that are a couple of blocks sometimes.
At most. Yeah, I've done. I mean, I've done trips that literally the passenger could have walked to the spot faster than waiting for me, get in the car and get out of the car.
Yeah, me too.
But that's their choice. So according to him, it should be revenue neutral. From the short time we had it in California, and most cities, now that I'm doing the Show Me the Money Club, I get hundreds of screenshots. It seems like what he's saying is not true, for the fact that the haircut the long trips are getting are so drastic, to the point of 20 to 30%, which is massive, because certain people had strategies that they only did long trips. And the new upfront fares and upfront destination now, totally eliminated the distance and duration of a trip out of the equation. So trips used to be calculated by miles and minutes. So on base, if a passenger got in my car and they were going 5 miles and 10 minutes, I exactly knew what I was going to get paid. Now I don't know. Now there is an upfront trip that they send me, an upfront price. They go take it or leave it. I don't know how they're calculating it. According to him, there's like 70 different things in a black box algorithm, and they throw a price at you. Yeah, and because now they say the how busy it is at the destination point is factoring into the pricing, all these things. But overall, I think long trips are paying a lot less, to the tune of 20 to 30%, and short trips are about the same, or maybe few nickels and dimes more. So
I've noticed that in my market of St. Louis, the longer trips have good cash flow, like a good amount, right?
Yeah.
But the mile to money usually isn't as good as a trip that's shorter, right? So for me, I've noticed the trips I like, I think when you said the 6 mile average, like that or a little bit less are the ones that are most profitable for me in my market, because I can get them done kind of quick. And if I'm going 5 miles and it's paying me $12, like I'll do that all day long, And those are the ones I've seen that have been, pretty good for me. So
well, I mean, the thing with that is, we know the variability of the rideshare industry, right? So there are things called bonuses and quests and boost and CRBs, consecutive ride bonuses. What I think these companies are doing, and as well as, it was kind of confirmed what I was thinking with the John Zimmer interview. They're saying we're going to simplify things quite a bit, meaning that we're going to, at some point, everything is going to be bundled into that upfront fare. So the driver is not chasing a quest to finish a quest at midnight on Sunday because he has until 4 a.m. to finish a quest. And look, I'm hard on these companies when I need to be hard. And I know from my 7 years of driving that if you're doing a quest for 50 trips and you're down up to 45, and Uber is going to throttle you. I mean, there is no ifs and buts about it, because look, in the cat and mouse or carrot and stick game they play, not everybody's supposed to get that quest, period. Right? So they'll throttle you. They'll send you to Timbuktu where there are no more trips there. So, these kind of games are played through the algo, and we know that. But I think it's a huge plus that now the driver is seeing the destination of the passenger, and now they can make a profitable decision. And, you mentioned that, 5 miles or $12 for 5 miles. Well, in every city, like you say always, Pedro, things are different. So in LA traffic, that 5 miles, right,
that may take me 45 a long minutes. Time. Yeah. So, for me, that's like maybe 10, maybe.
Yeah.
So depending if there's highway or not, or
obviously that's a fantastic trip for you. Yeah. But in LA, morning rush hour, literally that 5 miles will take me 45 minutes. But now that the trip info is up front, right? So I want all the drivers who do rideshare, who are watching, train your eyes on different areas of the ping screen as opposed to just a dollar amount, because a lot of drivers are focusing, oh, look, $30 trip. Yeah, but that $30 could take you 90 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a good trip. And it may be a short trip, right? It may be a 10-mile trip in LA that's going to LAX maybe, or in your city, Chicago, let's say. if it's going to take you an hour and it's only going to pay you $30, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. Maybe you should do in morning rush hour short trips and accumulate, 4 short trips for $10. That's $40 an hour. So you have to, that's the planning part. That's to know where to be, when to be. This is not a 9-to-5 job. We know this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the hours, the peak hours that you can make really good money are less and less and less now. But look, last time I checked, Pedro, there were 168 hours a week. Out of the 168 hours, and which I know it's not going to change because I don't think these algos are able to add
I don't
more
think that
hours
will
to it.
change. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to change, right? So out of those 168 hours, we know in the rideshare world, weekends are always busy. People are going out, the bars, restaurants, whatever. You don't have to do drunk hours, but you can, you can probably find between morning and afternoon rush hour during the week and starting Friday, pretty much 16 to 18 hours of the day. If you add all those up, you have about 40 hours in there that your earnings are going to be a lot higher than if you were working, let's say, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., which is
absolutely
nothing is happening, right? People are at work. They're not going to do anything. So, you have to figure that out. And again, each city is different. I get a lot of pushback, when I do articles and say, oh, I made $40 an hour. They go like, yeah, come to Idaho and make $40 an hour. You're not going to do it.
Yeah. Right. It is. And when we say markets, it's market specific, that's a real thing for a lot of what these apps can do for you. And you have to be willing to put that time and effort to learn your area and do what works for you. So
huge.
I want to get into
one other thing, Pedro, even in a specific city. Okay. St. Louis, you take it, or LA or Chicago or Atlanta, or one of the San Francisco. There are drivers who are excelling at what they're doing continuously, right? They're the top 2, 3, 5% of drivers who make, because we did surveys, right? The top 5% in every city makes 2x or 3x what a bottom 5% makes. So what's the difference between that top 5 and the bottom 5? The difference is they follow the 3 Ps. They have a strategy.
Yeah.
And, because they're doing the same thing, same hours. How come one guy is making $20 an hour and the other guy is making $40 an hour?
Exactly. Yeah. It's how you move. It's how you strategize. And, So let me ask you something that's come up in the last several weeks. And this is something you brought to my attention when we talked, I think 2 weeks ago. A lot of legislation's trying to get passed, different proposals, whether it's from the Labor Department and Joe Biden wanting to reclassify drivers, or there's this new legislation passed in Seattle that gives guarantees to drivers of that gives them $1.60 a mile and 60 cents per minute. Should this make drivers happy, or what do you think about this legislation? Can you explain some of that to the viewers? And what's your opinion on it? And do you think it's is it good? Is it bad?
Right. So living in California, we had a whole bunch of legislation that hit us as drivers over the last 5 years. First, it was AB5, which classified every single driver as an employee of these companies, where Uber, Lyft, and Doordash completely ignored the law for nine months. And then they passed something called Prop 22 with the backing of their $220 million on a campaign, which now that got kicked out of court as unconstitutional, but then it's still in effect. They're appealing it. On the other hand, a couple of weeks ago, the Biden Department of Labor, they came up with their own version or explanation of what makes a gig worker an employee or an independent contractor. Look, this argument has been going on, or discussion has been going on for the last 12 years since these companies came around.
Oh yeah, big discussion. Everybody's got an opinion,
I mean, the funny thing is, the people think like this is a huge industry. It is, but it's not an old industry. It's only a decade old if you look at it.
It's very
new.
The
delivery world is only maybe like since the pandemic, because those businesses were around, but they took off during the pandemic, right? So to me, it's a new industry. It's not regulated properly. And there are two sides of the coin, right? One side wants labor rights not to go away and every driver to become an employee of these companies. Well, unfortunately, these companies are not going to lay down and bend over with people what they want, because their business models were not established to handle 2, 3, 4, 5 million employees if everybody became employees overnight, because the costs are astronomical to have employees, from unemployment insurance taxes to social security taxes to reimbursements and all kinds of stuff, right? So they're going to, look, they're trying to protect at the moment, close to $85 billion in market capitalization. they're not going to go to zero willy-nilly because some people want all the drivers to be employees. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But the new ruling that came out is pretty drastic. And I read the 184 pages of the law. There is a 45-day comment period that's going on now.
Right, which started about 2 weeks ago? Last Thursday. Okay, so it's still we still have some time.
Yeah. So, but these companies are going to tie these things up in court. They're not going to make $80 billion in market cap disappear, right? So, I think there should be city by city or state by state legislatures should get involved. And as you correctly stated, in the city of Seattle and the state of Washington, the unions, Uber, and the legislatures came to the table with the intent of having a plan that works for everybody. What's the plan that works for Uber and Lyft? Everybody stays independent contractors. We do our own surveys. Unequivocally, 70% plus of the respondents want to stay independent. They don't want to be employees. You ask me, I don't want to wear an Uber shirt and an Uber cap and open the door for a passenger. Okay, period. Because when I do become an employee of these companies, the flexibility will disappear without a question. They're not going to. They're not going to let you log on and log off when you want, where you want. It's not. Look at New York City. That's what they're doing now. So, they're going to put you on a schedule. They're going to make you accept every trip, by the way, because you're an employee now. You're getting $20 an hour plus all the benefits. Well, it's like a UPS driver, right? UPS driver cannot say, I'm just going to come in for 2 hours today and leave, or I'm going to deliver this package or not this package, right? So you're an employee. Now that comes with certain benefits, obviously, such as minimum wage, overtime pay, healthcare benefits, retirement benefits, all those good things, which have a value, obviously. But these companies are not going to allow that because their business models are not set to survive that. If honestly, if everybody, became employees, these companies will go to zero.
They will. And I also think that before you go, I think that a lot of us, like, there are weeks we need to work 60 hours to hustle, right? You become an employee. My opinion is you're probably not going to be able to do that because they're going to have to pay you overtime, this, that. They're going to want to stretch everything out. So
everything is run through the app, right?
Yeah.
So they can control your hours through the app. They can, because to become a full-time employee with benefits, you have to work 40 hours a week. That's the labor law. That's the rule. So what if they only make you work 35 hours, right? And then you're a part-time employee, and then they don't have to give you benefits. So, they can do a lot of things. So there's going to be a lot of push and shove. But before I go, the Seattle people, unions, drivers, legislatures, and Uber, Lyft, and mostly rideshare at the moment, they came together. They created a plan. They said, okay, we'll give you all these benefits. Basically, Seattle drivers, I say Seattle, but state of Washington, Seattle being the biggest city, they have the highest rates in the country going back to 2016, the numbers that you mentioned, right? The other thing they got is there is no more unjust deactivations. If you get deactivated by Uber and Lyft, you go in front of a panel, you put your case
Seattle,
on.
right? Seattle, right?
All of state of Washington.
Okay, got it.
So all of Seattle and Tacoma, the bigger cities. All state of Washington, you cannot get deactivated without a cause now. That happens quite a bit in our world. I hear from all the drivers, oh, this passenger, fraudulently said something to Uber and they deactivated me. I'm like, okay. Well, there is no more of that. And if it's found in front of the third party arbitrator that you were deactivated unjustly, Uber has to pay you back pay for the last. If it took you 6 months to get back reactivated, they have to pay you for those 6 months that you lost income.
Yeah.
On top of that, they have sick pay now. For 40 hours that they drive, they get 1 hour of sick pay. Basically, what they got is 80% of employment rights, but still staying flexible as an independent contractor. And to me, each city or state cannot do what Seattle did, but it shows if there is intent by the legislatures, by the unions, and by Uber and Lyft, and they come to the table, to me, at the moment, it's a win-win-win situation. The demand in Seattle because of higher rates, Uber has to charge passengers because of the higher mileage rates and, minute rates, did not stop the demand. I mean, the demand is still exactly what it was before the pandemic. So the passenger wins, Driver definitely wins without a question.
Without a
Because
question.
they're making the most money in the country, and Uber and Lyft are happy that everybody stayed independent contractors.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's where, because we know, in my opinion, okay, we know legislation, things are going to happen. Things are going to get passed. Maybe some things don't get passed, but more states are going to have to change things, and it will change things. I think we've seen that, right? You've been in this game a lot longer than I have. You've seen the changes, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And some of them have been good. Some of them maybe have not been good. Depends on your market, what your goals are. I think also for me, it depends. Do you work these apps 10 hours a week, or do you work them 50, right? Because if you work them 50, you're impacted a lot more, I would say, right? Yeah. So it's just interesting because I think I want to stay independent. Everybody that watches this channel knows that, right? Nothing wrong with W-2, nothing wrong with being an employee. There's positives to that. But with anything, there's pros and cons. And for me, I got into this because we use that word freedom and flexibility. We throw that word around, but it's a thing for me at least. And I think for a lot of other people, because like you said earlier, Sergio, I want to be able to turn the app on and work as much or as little as I want or as I need. I want to be able to afford the time. If my kid's got a soccer game, I need to be able to I need to be on time for that. I need to, you know what I mean? I need to flex my own time. Yeah. And for me, that's why the apps are great, because we can do that. Yeah. And then if there's a week where you have a lot going on personally and you don't need the money, you just don't work as much. And then there's a week you got to grind because of unexpected bill or something happened, then you can do that with the apps. And if we become employees, a lot of that's probably going to change,
everything is going to change. I mean, look, we had before I leave you, we had there was a study done, and you, I think, hit it on our channel as well. There was a study done by a group called Rideshare Drivers United. They're not a union yet, but they're pretty strong. They have about 20,000 members in LA. They did a study and concluded that rideshare drivers are only making $6.20 per hour after all the expenses. Now, every study can be skewed any way you want with the numbers that you put in there, because Uber and Lyft do their own studies and say drivers are making $39 an hour. Well, that's not true, because it's only on active hour. What am I doing the rest of the time? Right. So, they came up with the study, got a huge play in mainstream media. And then last week, and we didn't know it, but we had it planned already. We had RDU, the guy who did the study, who's a professor at a college up north, and one of the drivers, and the Seattle driver on Show Me the Money Club. And everybody put their points, laid it down on the table. And it seems like the labor side is hell-bent on everybody becoming employees, right? Mm-hmm. And on the other side, the Seattle driver, who was also on the negotiating table, by the way, he's a union member up in Seattle, and he put, what they have on the table. And I think most of our audience, liked what they heard from the Seattle driver, just for the fact that you get 80% of employment rights, and you get the highest rates in the country by a mile. I mean, not even close, right? Because I'll give you a last word. They're getting paid $1.60 a mile and 65 cents a minute. In LA, our rates are 60 cents a mile and 21 cents a minute. So their time is triple of ours.
Triple, yeah.
Yeah, triple. And so the reason they did that, by the way, is because every driver, when they get in a car, they're not active, meaning they don't have a butt in the back seat all the time out of the 60 minutes, right? But they figured they do 65 cents a minute because there's 60 minutes in an hour. That's about $38.50, $39 an hour. So even if you took a long trip and went somewhere, right? And if you dead mile it back, that hour is going to get you, at 65 cents a minute, it's going to be like, at least $20. So that's where your protection comes in, and with all the rights that they have. So I think this model could be duplicated, not exact those numbers throughout the country, because look, man, we all depend on the gig economy one way or another. You do YouTube videos, I asked this to the head of RDU, the president. I said, you have like a scorched earth policy. You want everybody, and these companies are not going to bend over with what you want. It's just not going to happen. They're going to fight you to court. They have a lot more money, and they're going to outlast you, right? Mm-hmm. Because if the gig economy, truly 1 out of 6 Americans is involved in the gig economy, not just rideshare, but in every part of it. If the gig economy disappeared tomorrow, meaning these companies go under, right? I mean, how many millions and millions of people? It's not a good thing, right?
It's not. It would affect a lot. People wouldn't be able to pay their bills. It would be a pretty big ripple effect, because a lot of people do this work.
Yep, 100%.
Sergio, appreciate you and your time. For everybody that doesn't know about the Rideshare Guys channel, go check them out. Can you talk about real quick, what's the dates and time that you guys do the Show Me the Money Club, the lives? Can you talk about that real quick as an
Sure.
outro?
We do it every Tuesday. We've done, I think this is coming up is our 27th episode. Every Tuesday, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern time, and I think 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. We have amazing guests, obviously. We've had from professors to drivers to whatever you want. And you know, we're there to inform and educate, and you know, for drivers to make more money. Honestly, for us, the most important thing, you know, as I said, there's a top 5% who doesn't need any help. Okay, there is a bottom 5% who need a lot of help, but I think they're helpless, to be honest with you, because they're hurting themselves. But there's a middle 90% that by education and by information, they can incrementally improve what they make. Look, if you're out there 40 hours a week, Pedro, and if you're making only $20 an hour, if I can improve you from 20 to 25, that's difference. $5 an hour. That's $200 a week, $800 a month, 10 grand a year.
10 grand a year.
10
you know
grand a year.
That's a lot of money.
Why do you reject this opinion of, oh, this dasher, down dasher, top dasher, or cherry picker, or this and that? Yeah. Bro, if you city, there's things you can do you can improve by just $5 an hour. That's 10 grand a year, and you're doing the exact same thing you were doing.
It's a lot of money. A lot. I mean, we got to be more analytical. So, Sergio, enjoy the rest of your day. Appreciate you taking the time for this virtual con, and have a great rest of the day, man. Thank you.
You too. And tell Steve I like the way his button-down shirt looked. And
I know, right? He came prepared.
Yeah, I've never seen him in a button-down.
I'm just wearing my,
Yeah, same thing here. I'm like, yeah. He looks pretty official there. Yeah.
Have a great day, Sergio. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Great job, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, so we're going to show a video for you guys before we get into our Papa John's segment with Jermaine, the Papa John's manager. He's going to share perspective on his side, and then we're also going to hear from Tori and Sabrina right after that on the small business restaurant side. So come with your questions and come with that perspective. We're going to queue up this video from Rideshare Rodeo and Mike Hruby in just a moment.
So I hope everybody's enjoying the virtual GigCon today. We have a little minute here to talk to Mr. Mike Hruby. Mike has the website newjobsamerica.com. And I'm going to be speaking with him next week. But I have one question for Mike that I think that we should all hear the answer to, which is, Mike, what changes right now are affecting the gig economy and the gig economy workers?
Oh, thanks, Steve. That's an interesting question. I think right now, the most interesting change in the debate about platform work and gig work and self-employment is the use of the word benefits as a negotiating lever in talking about the relationship between work and these many, many individuals, 60 million workers. The insertion of benefits is a tool of the unions as part of their negotiating strategy to get into the cash flow of the gig economy. They want access to the money that's changing hands by offering benefits. The promise of benefits, they weaken people's resistance because everybody'd like a benefit, but in fact, that defies the logic of self-responsibility that comes with being self-employed. Also, the people who promote big government in general like the idea of getting government involved in setting these levels. It makes them more powerful, and it makes the public and the private sector less profitable. So less powerful. So when you hear the word benefits, you should associate that with a false concept called the third way between full self-employment and all of its responsibilities and normal employment, which with all of its duties and its scheduling that people can't really bear in many cases, particularly moms and the disabled and people in rural areas, et cetera. So when I hear the word benefits, right away, my ears go up and I think, who's into this and where is the advantage? because every benefit that I'm aware of, and there are about a dozen, is actually an insurance program where you're going to pay a premium now and under some conditions get some benefit back later. And the difference between the timing and the payout is very valuable, particularly when there's a lot of money involved. So, and that's new because that didn't used to be in 6 months, even 6 months ago, that wasn't a major part of the debate. But what's happening is that more players are getting in and they want some of the money that is going into the pockets of freelancers and gig workers. And I would be careful about that term.
And if you want to learn more about this, I've had Mike on before, but you guys make sure to check out Rideshare Rodeo channel on Tuesday, the 25th of October, this coming Tuesday at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, which is 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Steve. Nice to be here.
And make sure to check out Mike's website, New Jobs America.
Next up on the Gig Virtual Conference, we are joined by the manager of a local Papa John's for an exciting opportunity to hear what a real-world manager has to share with us from the perspective of a major restaurant. Next up.
Let's hold on one second. So we have Jermaine from Papa John's going to join us in just a moment. I'm going to ask him some questions about how does Papa John's look at and use Doordash drivers? What's important for them to tell us that we need to know? How do they dispatch? And just overall the perspective of some restaurant people. So we're going to be bringing them in just a moment. And we're also going to have Tori and Sabrina, which these are two people that have worked in small businesses. And we're going to see how were those businesses impacted? How were they impacted pre-pandemic, post-pandemic? What has changed? What's the landscape look like? How has it changed for a small business owner and for a small business worker that's working in these local mom and pop kind of places? So in just a moment, we're going to bring Jermaine on to get some Papa John's perspective. I want to give a couple of shout outs to the live chat before we do that. Appreciate everybody. I hope you guys are getting some kind of value, some information. Hope you're learning something. Hope you're getting entertainment. Okay. So a couple quick shout outs. I see Chris in the house. We got Bruce. I see Laura Vincent Photography, Music City Gig Hustlers, Steve, Jason. Appreciate everybody. Brandon, what's up, brother? We got Facts with Tax. Renee Rivera's making some empanadas. Love that. Frank Dog, Alex, all the good people in here. Want to give you guys a little love. So let me go ahead and see if Jermaine from Papa John's is ready as we just give one moment. Let's see here. We're going to bring him up and see if he's ready to join us. Jermaine, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can. You have a background though, so can you turn off the YouTube?
Turn off the YouTube?
Yeah, you get to.
How do I do it?
Okay, hold on one second. All right, so hold on, guys. Let me go ahead and we always know something will happen with the lives, right, guys? So let's get 1 second here while we figure this out. Appreciate that. We gotta love your information. We're trying to give you guys some valuable content here. So give us 1 second. And let me see here. 1 second. Hold on. Give us a minute. Okay, so I'm going to bring Jermaine on. You might hear a little background. I'm going to ask Jermaine a couple questions. He's going to answer some stuff for us real quick. Okay, give me 1 second here. Jermaine, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, great. Can you share a little bit of perspective from a restaurant manager's position at a Papa John's and how you guys use Doordash drivers?
Okay. Well, DoorDash, like, ultimately save our lives as managers at Papa John's. Like, ultimately, like, having that dispatch system in the mix at all, because it's hard to find good working drivers that's, like, passionate about being an employer for a corporate company. Like nowadays, don't nobody want to work for a company. They want to have their own business of sort, or be in control of their own hours. So it got its pros and cons to me, because I started off as a driver, and as on my end, I am also like a felon. So I really didn't have another option as far as my future right now. It's starting off, because a lot of people that do DoorDash, that use DoorDash, they have better fallback plans. They have good jobs, and they use DoorDash as like, you know, side money or pickup money, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you said
DoorDash
drivers are saving your lives and how you operate the business, can you tell me about how you dispatch the order and decide to give it to a DoorDash driver versus one of your drivers?
Okay, so exactly how it works is the ultimate goal is to get the order out the door, because as a closing manager, I calculate almost everything as far as the times, like the make time, the rack time, the out the door time, even the seat belt and the lot time as well. So it's like everything plays a part. And at the end of the night, so our goal is to the ultimate goal is to keep the out the door time to 15 minutes. But it's extremely hard when you have untrained drivers, not DoorDashers, but drivers in store, and they going through tips. Like it's more like a tip thing. Like they don't even care about the distance or how many orders. It's like they want to DoorDash everything that's not beneficial to them, and it's like because they untrained and they don't understand, like just going with the flow. And you wouldn't know this part because you're not at the Papa John's, but it might be like 38 deliveries on the screen at one moment, and I have 3 drivers. So the Papa John's standard policy is they want you to dispatch the orders to DoorDash within 4 minutes. Anything over 4 minutes is considered DoorDash latency. And
interesting.
Yes, sir. So
let me
ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
As a manager, as a worker of DoorDash, can you see would you guys say you would dispatch the orders to the DoorDash drivers that are bad, necessarily because you want us to take some of the bad ones sometimes, or do you guys just, if you get so busy, you're just dispatching them however you see fit?
That's what I didn't want you to misconstrue. So not as managers, we really trying to enforce a different policy to the drivers, because that's what they're used to. We're not even used to having DoorDashers. So the drivers feel like they entitled to the orders, and they not understanding that we trying to get better quality orders, like hot pieces to the customers at a timely manner, instead of just catering to our drivers. But we don't want to misconstrue the drivers and feel like we trying to mess them over, because we really need drivers as well. So, and it's like the ultimate goal is like to get hot pizza to the customers.
So let me ask you a question, Jermaine. So that makes a lot of sense. And I think as DoorDash drivers, we just come to your establishment. We just want the pizza to be ready. We hope that the pay's good. But, it sounds like you're saying like you just want the customers to also get hot pizza. You want the orders to go out, right? And it doesn't really matter if it's us that's doing it or one of your drivers, or maybe you don't have a driver for a day. I've noticed that sometimes where, a lot of them are probably being dispatched to DoorDash. But let me ask you this question. What's one thing, or one or two things that you would like DoorDash drivers to know that could be beneficial for you guys on your end to help get those pizzas and help facilitate that better for you guys?
With DoorDash, is like the ultimate thing is for them to be open-minded sometimes, like not coming to the establishment and just expecting your order to be ready all the time, because that's not how it works with the system, because they want us to dispatch the orders to DoorDash when it's still on the make line. Now that's not telling us that you're right here the street over and finna be here in 2 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And then a lot of times we be short staffed. Like right now I'm driving, I'm on the delivery right now. And it just, a lot of times DoorDashers be coming in and unprepared as well. Like, it's not really our job to supply you with the hot bags every time. Like, sometimes, you know, like if you're gonna accept Papa John's orders, make sure you're gonna have a hot bag. You know what I mean? Like, that's the quality of the pizza. Sometimes you have dashers coming in here not even caring sometimes about the hot bags. I might have to ask them like, hey, you got a hot bag? Also, it's like we be having so many orders just disappear with DoorDash. Like, that be the only downfall, like, cause I'll be the only manager in the building at night and I'll be jamming off of DoorDash, but then I have 6 or 7 DoorDash orders that disappeared through DoorDash. Just trying to be helpful through DoorDash, you know what I'm saying? So now it's like
Disappear meaning they pick it up, like a driver picks it up, but then like you don't know, like it doesn't get to the actual customer, or disappear like a driver shows up and you don't even have the pizza anymore. Explain that a little bit.
I'm starting to realize either the DoorDashers are delivering it to the wrong address or they using it for personal usage, because I never see the same dashers again.
So you're saying it could be the drivers actually either stealing it, which in this community, we know that happens. There's some really bad drivers that take advantage of that and take orders and stuff. Like, tell me real quick before I let you go, how does that affect you guys on the Papa John side? Do you guys have to eat that cost? Do you know you have to remake the pizza? Like, how does that affect what you guys do when that happens, when a driver does that?
So it affects us timely, like with timely manner. It hurts the void percentage because most of the time we have to void the order out. It hurts us with the productivity because we losing the food costs. As far as, you see what I'm saying? Like, we remake orders. We have to do so many in-store credits because there's so many mistakes made. So it's like we're not even in the same bracket as if a St. Charles Papa John's location, because they minimizing all mistakes. Like, they not having no bad orders. Like, they, you know what I'm saying? They more efficient as far as dispatching orders and making sure they got regular DoorDashers. And in a big city like this, you know what I'm saying? We got our regular DoorDashers, such as, you know what I'm saying, ones I'm very familiar with, that takes care and takes pride into the job. And when we do find them ones, I make sure, like, I give them free pizza or whatever I can do to let them know we appreciate them, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's a gamble. It's always a gamble, but it hurts us tremendously because we might have 38 orders on the screen, and now we got to stop what we doing to cater to this one mistake order made by a DoorDasher that who knows what. I don't even have the name of this dasher no more or something, like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. So what's the one thing, if one thing you would want dashers to know that could help you guys out? What's one? Give me the number one thing that you wish every dasher would do when they entered your establishment.
Definitely have the full order. Sometimes I know DoorDash does not tell you everything, like every item that's listed. If you can have some type of order number, or like some dashers will come in there and fumble with their phone for like 3-4 minutes, and we try to figure out, like, okay, just being more prepared when it comes to picking up orders, and be open mindful to where, like, as soon as we get orders on the rack, that we being timed. Like, you might stop at a store, you might do some personal stuff, go see Bobo or Kiki real quick before you deliver the order, but it's real, it's real beneficial for everybody, for themselves, because I see that DoorDash list top, they put you on a like a star rating or something, or like they got favoritism, DoorDashers and stuff like that. I'm seeing, like, who only get certain orders. And then we just entered this new thing where we can dispatch cash orders to DoorDash, and that's been real interesting. We've been having our little problems with that, but we recouping. It's just,
let me ask you a question. So the cash on delivery is something that's been in the St. Louis market for a few months now, and I've done a couple. I'm not a big fan of it, but that's just me. You know, most drivers don't like doing it because could be a safety thing, and it's also like, we have to carry change and stuff. So what are a couple of issues that you guys on your side have run into with this new cash on delivery that DoorDash is doing for drivers? Can you share with me one or two issues that you've seen pop up with that?
Yeah, of course, man. So, with it being a corporate company, like a lot of that stuff really don't comes to like me directly. But when I'm closing the store, with me being a closing manager, I do have to void out like any like messed up DoorDash orders. And so voiding it sometimes means when it's a cash order, meaning like DoorDash has to repay for it. Like, so, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and I don't really know how they handle that situation, but I know it happens. Like it happens almost every day, to where they thinking about taking away drivers, period. They thinking about just taking away employee drivers and having strictly in stores, and we only having DoorDash as far as driving, just to instead of balancing it out, because it's real complicated.
So Jermaine just dropped the nugget on y'all. Okay. So he just said these pizza places, some of them, not all, are thinking about not having in-store drivers and just using DoorDash. That would be a big deal for us, you know? So Jermaine, listen, I appreciate you taking time. I know you're out working, you're hustling. Appreciate you always taking care of me. When I come in your store, man, you're great over there. You're running a good shop. And I be safe. Hope you're making good money today. Hope you have a great shift. And is there any final words you'd like to share with the viewers about DoorDash drivers?
DoorDash drivers, I respect you guys so much. It's like you basically are your own businessman, and y'all taking the time out of your day to come in and help us stressful managers sometimes, because the job can be stressful, such as any job. But it's at the end of the day, it's just deliveries. You know what I'm saying? And it's just pizza. And people forget that sometimes. They forget that sometimes. And I respect the DoorDashers that actually take the job serious and not just trying to do something, and we be having a lot of prank orders too. So I just want the DoorDashers to be aware of that too. Like, be safe out here. Like, the ultimate goal is being safe. Like, we don't have no time for no losses, just trying to get some peanuts, you know what I mean? Like, and it's real good money. It's really like, it's real. Hold on, I got a customer right here. 1 second.
Oh, you're good, man. I appreciate you coming on, Jermaine. Have a good rest of the night. Appreciate you sharing love to my fellow drivers out there, because we're just trying to do the same thing that you guys are trying to do, trying to service the customer and make some money. Jermaine, listen, have a good rest of your night. Appreciate you taking time, man. All right, so that's Jermaine. Little technical difficulties. Appreciate you guys coming through. You know, he had to go out and do his work thing, so I think you guys can all relate to that. So the next segment, we're going to talk to Sabrina and Tori. These are ladies that have worked in restaurants. They've worked with third-party delivery apps. They've worked at small local businesses, and we're going to, in a moment, we're going to get a little bit of their perspective, because I think a lot of times we just got some perspective from a guy that runs a Papa John's, but that's like a franchise or a chain place, right? But what about the small mom and pops, right? During the pandemic, a lot of restaurants were affected by what happened, and they had to use the third-party apps, right? And a lot of these places were able to stay open, stay afloat during a pandemic by using DoorDash or Uber or Grubhub, right? But now, like, is it still good? Are they still using it? Do they have to use it, right? So we're going to bring these ladies on in a moment and share their perspective and answer some questions. They'll be answering some questions for you guys. So before we do that, just a few more shout outs, and I'm going to talk about some of the segments that are upcoming as well. So I see Deborah in the house, Frank Dog, Jason, Maria. What's up, Hector? How you doing, man? Akeem, the Dream. Hello. Always good to see you. So a few of the segments that are still going to be coming up. We still have the 1099 gig tax talk with Marissa. We have an awesome, very important safety and awareness video that we're going to be showing in the segments coming up. We have David from Paro to talk about gigworkerrights.org and what they're doing over there. We also have Ladies in the Gig Economy, which will be one of the last segments. Lisa, the Driven Mom. is going to be talking to an excellent panel of other women in the gig economy. And for those of you that don't know, most people that do gig work, like food delivery, right, rideshare, are women, right? And their perspective can be very different than maybe somebody like me. So I'm really looking forward to that segment there. We're also going to have Solo come on and talk about the Solo app. So we have a lot of other great segments coming up. So just be ready for those. Let me go ahead and 1 second here. Okay, so we have Sabrina and Tori. How are you ladies tonight?
Hi.
Can you guys hear and see me okay?
Hi. I'm
Yes,
good. How are you
Tori. All
guys?
right. I'm good. I'm good. So first we'll start with Sabrina, and then Tori, you can answer the same question. So just share with me real quick, Sabrina, what's a couple of the places that you've worked at? How long have you been in the restaurant industry? And yeah, let's start with that.
Yeah. So I have been in the restaurant industry since I was 17 and I am 32 now. So that's all I've been doing. And I've been doing basically every aspect. I started back of the house and I did that for close to 10 years. I did some kitchen managing, line cook work, and then I just wanted to see another side of the industry, so I decided to do front of house. So then I switched it up to like serving, and I worked as a caterer, private caterer. I've done delivery driving at the beginning of the pandemic, so I got a little taste of what that is like. But yeah, I've done a little bit of everything. I've washed dishes, like I've cooked, I've been in front of the customer, so I've got to see and do a lot.
Yeah, awesome. Tori, what about you?
So I've done a lot of serving jobs. I've been a server like more than anything else. I have also done back of house a little bit when I do catering. I was catering for Salt and Smoke for a while. And then I've done Doordash. That was my source of income for a minute.
You know what? I didn't even know that. So I know Tori from, she worked at a place, a Euro place in St. Louis, won't name it, but I would come in. She always would take great care of me. And she understands that counter side, getting the orders ready, dealing with DoorDash drivers. But I didn't know you actually did DoorDash yourself. So that's interesting. You could definitely get into some of that. So first I want to ask Sabrina, how do you think the growing trend of food delivery impacted like staffs and restaurants? Can you share a little bit of perspective at the place you worked at that use the third-party apps? How do you think that has impacted the place you worked at?
Well, I mean, the pandemic obviously affected so many different people for so many different reasons. But on my side of things, I mean, I really got a taste of the beginning to where, you know, the service was completely shut down and the restaurants were shut down. So the place that I worked at really had to like pivot to just a whole nother way of doing things for them to still stay open. So they just did delivery. No one was allowed in the restaurant, and I did delivery drivers. So we actually didn't do any third-party systems. It was just going like through the restaurant. But I mean, it definitely impacted the staff by just not having the customer to server dynamic for a really long time. So I feel like most people, I don't want to say, you know, people got lazy, but I think morale just sort of went a little down. And when things started to open back up, the customer interactions weren't what they used to be. Things were a little bit more rushed. Things were a little bit more do it yourself, like with QR codes. So the interactions just, they definitely just weren't the same after everything opened up. And I think, you know, people doing deliveries and, you know, finding the convenience in that. I mean, it's convenient. It's convenient for, you know, to just watch a movie and order some food. So,
yeah, for sure.
I mean, people got really used to that. So, you know, going back into the restaurants was not everyone's first choice. So I think that it just affected the staff by the morale just going a little down, and just people not as maybe excited to be as communicative as they were.
Yeah. Tori, so somebody that worked at a place that you had to deal with drivers coming in, picking up orders from a third-party app, and you had to, dispatch the orders, but then also how it looks like from the driver's side. Like, what are some of the things that you think maybe some DoorDash drivers don't know that a restaurant like at the Euro place you worked at have to like kind of deal with, whether it's from a dispatching or having orders weighed or maybe a bad interaction with a driver? Like, what can you share from the restaurant side when you were there?
Right. I think the overall like biggest thing is when drivers come in to when drivers come in to pick up the orders, like they expect it to be just, ready most of the time. And when I was DoorDashing, like I thought the same way, but it's like a lack of understanding sometimes of like how these people would have the order ready if they really could have the order ready. If it's not ready, there's probably something going on in the kitchen, or maybe they're like slammed. I know at the last place I was at, we were like slammed all the time. Like it was great. It was a lot of fun, but it just, like I just wish they could understand that, or gain some patience. Really.
So when you guys were you guys able to dispatch things on your own, or was everything going through DoorDash and then you'd get like some kind of alert or a chit or something on your system and that's how you knew? Or would you guys get orders from customers and then use DoorDash like yourselves? You know what I mean? How'd that work at the place you worked at?
So actually, like we had like 4 iPads and they all had different services up. One was DoorDash, one was Uber Eats, one was, I can't remember, Chow Now was one. And Chow Now, they went through our website and did that. And it was a third-party app. And Chow Now used DoorDash drivers. So that's like 4 parties altogether. No, it's 3, I think. No, 4, because the person buying it. But sorry, what was the question again?
So when you guys would dispatch stuff, did you as a employee of that Euro place, did you have control of dispatching it, or was everything done on the DoorDash or Chow Now side and you guys just saw when a driver was showing up? Like, can you just share with how much information did you have working at a local spot about that particular order? Were you guys able to facilitate anything, or was it all through the apps?
Yeah, so a lot of drivers, somehow their GPS is shared with the app that we have. So I could see it would send me notifications when they're this many minutes away, when they're heading to you, and then when they're arriving. And
so you could see that on the app if you were looking.
Yeah.
Interesting. On all the orders or just some of them?
On all of them, but only so DoorDash is unique. It would alert me at different times in different ways. Uber Eats probably wouldn't do it as often. All of them said arriving though. They all told you when somebody was coming. It's like when they're close.
Yeah. Did you know the driver's name as well? So like if I was going to come pick something up, did it say Pedro? And if I showed up, you would kind of know that was going to be me or not?
Yep. We can see
interesting.
it. And if you have a profile picture, like you can see it. Sometimes people don't look anything like who's coming to pick it up. I'm like, you are not this person. But I know some restaurants are a little stricter, because even when I was DoorDashing, they wanted my ID one time or something, and we weren't that strict with it. So
I think sometimes some drivers, it might say Pedro showing up, but maybe it's my girlfriend that shows up, and it's like, okay, that's not the right person. I think that's kind of. I think that happens. People using other people's accounts or a fake account or whatever. Did you guys have, at the place you worked at, did you guys have access to like thumbs up a driver or ban a driver or leave any kind of comments in your tablet about a good or bad driver? Did you have that capability?
Yeah, we could thumbs them up or thumbs them down. We could, I think on some of the other platforms, you could like rate them with stars, but DoorDash was thumbs up, thumbs down.
Okay.
I don't think you could leave comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you ban, like, have you ever had a bad experience with a driver to where that driver couldn't pick up from your store anymore? Could you share that a little bit about how that works?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I did encounter something like that. And I totally understand the driver's side. Like when I was working there, I would get the frustration and all of that, all those things. So I tried really hard not to give people's, thumbs down or any of that stuff. But it was the kitchen that really wanted him banned because he just was very impatient. Like we were obviously really busy. There was tons of people in the restaurant. There was drivers lined up down the wall. And he was just very impatient. So we did unfortunately have to ban him. But yeah, that's not something we look to do. Like, you want as many drivers as you can to be able to pick up your food.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sabrina, I know you worked at a local place here. And it's a really popular place. I won't say the name of it, but I know they use third-party delivery apps, right? I picked up from there a couple of times, right? Oh. And I won't share the name unless you want to. But did you have any? How do you know that they operate? Is it very similar to how Tori said with the laptops or the tablets and being able to facilitate? Do you know anything about how it worked at the place you were at?
I wish I had more information. It's funny. I was actually hired at the beginning. How delivery affects staff. The question that you asked me first. I was actually hired to be part of delivery and to-goes. I think that was, one of the main reasons that the business was able to stay open, but we didn't really have, I didn't experience any third-party apps. A lot of it was people who would call and put in their orders through the website. But I will say maybe if there could have been a few people that would call to make the order that worked for a third-party system. Yeah. But the main issue that we had, because we didn't have it done a lot. But the main issue would be that the third-party systems would use the menus from Google or Yelp or the third-party system situation, and those menus are never updated. So I don't know whose responsibilities it was to update those menus, but we would get a lot of people who would phone in for orders that were looking at either Google or Yelp, and the menus just weren't updated. So we would get a lot of customers who would be calling, and we couldn't help them. Yeah. And I don't know if you, Tori, experienced that with being the delivery driver and having to put in those orders. If, people would say, oh, we actually don't have this anymore, or we don't have this. But that was definitely something that I had to deal with a lot, just on the restaurant side. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I know that DoorDash and even Uber, there's been times where they'll put a menu of some chicken joint, right? Like a local spot. And a customer can see that it's on the DoorDash app or Uber app. They'll order, and then the driver has to get to a place and place the order. Yeah, and that local chicken joint doesn't even really know they're on the app. And then there's menu pricing differences. There's, they have an old menu and it's a seasonal menu, so they might not have that side anymore, or that salad or whatever, right?
I don't mean to cut you off. I did have to deal with that when I lived in Virginia for a second. That was sort of the beginning when Uber Eats and DoorDash were becoming really, really popular. 2000, it was probably 2020 at this point. But yeah, we would get the folks who would come in to place the order who worked for the third party system, and we just couldn't help them. And then it puts the burden on that delivery driver because they're just trying to do their job. And now they have to contact the customer saying, oh, well, they don't have this or this or this or this. And then it's just a domino effect of like the experience not being as best as it could be for that customer, because, the customer just wants to order some food and it's taking 20 minutes just to place the order in.
Right. So, right. So I'm going to ask Tori a question. So I know both of you guys have done DoorDash or delivered some stuff. But do you think, Tori, in your opinion, working at that Euro place, do you think DoorDash is looked upon more positively or more negatively by the restaurants?
Definitely both. It's not one or the other. They have their complaints about it. It's usually not the drivers. I mean, unless it's the things I was describing earlier, impatient, stuff that isn't really yet too specific. But they really liked it though, because it increased their sales, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think the problems that they had with it were the restaurant app, like our side of it, and not being able to change a price or little tiny things about their menu and the display of it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
definitely.
So Sabrina, I remember I got a kind of a different question for you. I remember when I was telling you I was doing DoorDash kind of in the beginning of my DoorDash time, and you were like, "Oh my God, DoorDash is like bad. Like they take advantage of these companies." And I think there's a lot of truth in that. I remember that small conversation that we had, and like, do you feel the same way now? Do you think DoorDash is mostly negative or mostly positive with these small businesses? Like, what's your opinion on using a third-party app and how they can, they take a lot from these businesses. They take a percentage of the cut. They don't maybe, it's not, what's your opinion on DoorDash as a whole working with like these small business places that you've worked at?
Well, I mean, I will say I feel like a lot of changes for the good could have been made. I'm not too familiar with the systems. I've also not worked in 7 months, and I feel like a lot of those changes, probably could have happened in those times for the better. Like, I just had a baby, so like I'm not up to speed with that, and like even working with the restaurants, honestly. But I mean, yeah, at the beginning it was a little hard to understand, and maybe it was just easier to say, well, I don't like it because I don't understand it. But yeah, I mean, I actually honestly have a few questions, like in regards to like the orders would be taken and the people bottom line is just like less people were just coming in to sit down. And the third party systems, it was just a lack of communication all around, because like I said, like the menus weren't updated, and it would make maybe like the delivery driver look bad from the customer's point of view, which I know isn't very fair. They're just trying to do their job. But yeah, I think just the breakdown of communication was the one thing that I had a problem with, because it is a third party system, not working directly with the restaurant. And so, they don't know the little ins and outs that, the staff at the restaurant has to know to do their job. But yeah, it was just the breakdown of communication was probably the biggest thing that I had.
Yeah. I think the one thing that the apps need to do a better job of is communicating with the merchants that they have on their platform, because at the end of the day, like people are just trying to order a pizza. It's a very simple thing. And I think we, or the companies, or sometimes even drivers, we make it more difficult than it needs to be. Like it's a pizza or it's a whatever, right? It's a meal from a chicken place or from Papa John's. Like it's a very simple thing, but like during the pandemic, these companies saw the opportunity to like, okay, well, these businesses need to stay open, so let's get them on our platform. But then like once they had them on the platform, the communication just kind of went down, and a lot of these small businesses, maybe even the Euro place that Tori was at, like they didn't have really a relationship with DoorDash. It was just, okay, here's your tablet, you're off on your own, and then like you have to figure out, the issues or this or that, and it can be frustrating, I think, for everybody. And it also is frustrating for the consumer because they're paying a premium price for these items because they cost a lot more on the app than
Delivery
they do if you go get it yourself.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And
you
then
got a
the
service
tip
fee,
on
delivery,
top,
the tip,
that the tips, like that's how people are making their money, are through the tips. And then you have a frustrated customer who has been called like 3 times wanting, having to reiterate their order, and then the tips fault because of that, and then everyone is just not in the best place.
So one I wanted to ask one final question to Tori. Well, both of you guys can answer this. Working from a place that's not like a big place, it's a little more small, small business, local, what percentage of orders, in your opinion, actually, since we brought up tips, what percentage of orders on delivery that you guys would see actually have a tip versus not having a tip? What would you say?
I don't think I was able to see if people were tipped or not.
Interesting.
Yeah, I
Okay.
could only see the total of the order and if we were tipped, because they can tip the restaurant too.
Okay,
They
so
can
you're
tip the kitchen
saying
staff.
you're saying on the tablets that you guys had with the third party, you could see if they tipped you, but you couldn't see if they tipped the driver?
Yeah, no, yeah,
That's
we couldn't see that.
interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. And would you say that more than half the orders had a tip on there, or more than half the people that would come into your establishment would tip? What do you think? Like, what's tipping like at the place that you worked at, the Euro place? Like, what percentage of people actually would leave a tip?
I think it was definitely half, or maybe a little bit more. People were very generous because, like, I think it being smaller and a little bit more intimate, people wanted to. It made people want to tip. Specifically on the apps, we might not have seen tips all the time because we were, absent in person. I didn't work there during the pandemic or anything.
Yeah.
So, on the apps, maybe it was a little less, but.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Sabrina, what about you? Like work, being a server and stuff, like tips are obviously, you brought it up. It's our livelihood, right? The companies, whether we agree or don't agree about tipping and the culture in America and what that looks like, at the end of the day, like that's how we make a large percentage of our money. If you're a waitress or if you're a to-go person, like what do you see at the places you've worked at? Like what do most people tip fairly, or are there a lot of people that don't? What's your experience like with that?
Since I worked as both a server and on the to-go team that the restaurant had at one point, both probably for equal amounts of time, I would say that working on the to-go staff, maybe 95% of people actually tipped on the to-go orders.
Oh, wow. That's good. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, but they would tip by just leaving a dollar amount, definitely not 20%. Maybe 20% would be maybe 50% of our orders actually tip 20%. But most everyone did tip, but it definitely was different. People didn't tip as much as they would if they were sitting down.
For sure. I think, when you're sitting down, it's, you're tipping, off that service. It was good, it was bad, the pace of everything, your food, stuff like that. So great points. Tori, Sabrina, I appreciate you guys taking time to give the perspective from like the restaurant side and sharing your experiences. And I appreciate you guys for coming on. And do you have any final words or anything you'd like to say to the fellow drivers out there?
I think what you guys do is awesome. The guy who was on before, Jermaine, was it?
Jermaine, yeah.
Yeah, he said it best. Like, I do admire you guys because I couldn't keep doing it. I was like, I can't do this, man. There's a lot of, this is great. This platform is awesome, what you do, Pedro, because, it's good to have that support because it's not easy. So
yeah, for sure.
Salute to you guys.
For sure. Thank you, Tori. Sabrina, appreciate you coming on. Anything you'd like to say to add to the
I mean, the same what Tori said. I think, delving into all of this and just having open and honest conversations helps with understanding. And salute to you, my guy. Like, you're doing awesome. You're just killing it. I will say,
thank you.
You are. No, you are. You're doing something.
I try. I have a lot of really great people around me, and I know I reached out to you guys. Like it's awesome to try to. I think what's great about what we do, whether you're working in a restaurant or you're doing YouTube, is like it's all relatable, right? People can relate to what's going on, and we can learn from each other and stuff. So I appreciate you saying that.
I will say one more thing too. Like, we're all trying to relate to one another. We all are just trying to work and make money so that we can take care of ourselves and our families. And I think that, it's easier to not talk to the people who are trying to make your food. You just input it on your phone and it's delivered to your door. Just just remember that there's people on the other ends of all of this. Like, no matter where you're working, there are people involved in everything. People who are making your food, people who are taking the orders, and people who are bringing it to your doorstep. Like,
that's a great point. That's a great point.
Like, this has been some really, really, really hard times. Like, just remember to be kind. Like, it doesn't cost you anything. Like, just be kind to one another and all of us. Yeah, just be kind. Like,
well said. I think we forget about that, you know. I think even me as drivers, and you guys have been drivers and work in industry, we get so like in our head about, I just need to make my money. I need to make my money. You know, but we forget, okay, well, there is a consumer I need to think about. There's a person bagging my order up. There's a lot of other steps and people there. And it's a great point. I think that's fantastic. I appreciate you saying that. I know a lot of the drivers will feel that. So Tori, Sabrina, appreciate you guys for coming on the show, and have a good rest of your weekend. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Okay. Tori and Sabrina, that was fantastic. So, you know, these are things that we need to hear. These are women that have worked the industry. They're on the other side, you know, sharing some perspective, working at this small local businesses. I know a lot of you drivers out there do a lot of business. You make a lot of money with your small local spots. And we, like Sabrina said, we need to understand there's a human being on the other side of every order. There's two. There's a consumer, and then there's a human beings in the restaurant. We got to do a better job as drivers of kind of understanding that, having patience, having empathy, understanding their side of it. What can we do to help facilitate that transaction so that it's beneficial for us, it's beneficial for them, all that stuff there. So, all right, we have a couple. Actually a couple videos to play. We have a video to play, and then we're going to get into what I've been saying is kind of coming with this Mr.BetonYou brand, this network, a different way that we're going to take this thing. Okay. So I'm going to introduce, thank you for all the super chats, guys. Lazarius Hand, keep me informed. Appreciate that very much for the 10. So we're going to go to a video from John McCallion talking about his life, his perspective, how he got into the apps. We're going to show you guys his video. Then we're going to get into a little of the BetonYou brand talk with myself. So let's go ahead and queue up.
What's going on, y'all? You guys are watching Virtual GigCon Fall 2022. And while Pedro's taking a breather, and I want to talk to you guys about figuring out your why, finding out your why, right? That's the second chapter in my book, The 5 Foundations of Contentment. And I'm a strong believer in figuring out your why, whether you're working these gig apps to make a living, whether you're trying to pay off debt, whether you're trying to build up an emergency fund, or even if you're working a W-2, no matter what you do in life, you have to figure out what it is that you want to achieve on the other side of the road, or what it is that you want to achieve by doing this, right? You're investing your time, you're investing your energy when you could be doing something else. You have to figure out your why, because the reason for that is because, for these gig apps, for example, it's not going to be a linear process, right? When you say linear, it means, you're shooting straight up. There's no ups and downs. Whether you're working a W-2, whether you're working these gig apps, there's always going to be obstacles. There's always going to be hurdles. And, it's usually during hurdles that you need to remind yourself of why you're doing this. And, speaking of why, we're working these gig apps, for me, I wanted to share my story briefly. So after graduating from college in 2016, I landed a job, a W-2 job. That was considered my dream job after college. It was a Fortune 500 company, one of the biggest companies out there. I don't want to name them, but, I was very excited to work for them. So, a few months went by and I realized that, this isn't what I wanted, which is kind of weird because my background is in sales. I've worked in sales in a W-2 environment for about 10 years. So, I realized that's not what I wanted. I found another W-2 about a year later. So in 2017, I started working another 9-to-5 job, and I realized that, I wanted to pay off my student loans. I wanted to pay off, a lot of my debt, especially debt that I incurred in college. I also had a car loan, I had credit card debt, I had dental debt, I had all this debt, and I wasn't making any headway with just working 9 to 5. So I ended up getting another W-2 weekends, but I knew that, you know, there's still work that I could do after I, you know, getting off from my 9 to 5 after 5. So I applied to other jobs. I applied mainly to restaurant jobs, even though I've never worked at a restaurant. I applied to Starbucks, In-N-Out, Del Taco, McDonald's, whatever. You know, I was just trying to get some extra cash, and a lot of them didn't want me to work there because you know, I wasn't able to work with their schedule. They wanted me to work until, you know, the closing shift, which for them was, you know, midnight, 1 a.m., whatever. But I told them, hey, I got to wake up and be at work the next day at 9 a.m. And so it didn't work out. And you know, one of my friends told me about you know, these gig apps. My very first app that I signed up for was Uber Eats. And back then, this was when they weren't showing the restaurant, they weren't showing mileage, they weren't showing the pay. It would just show how far the restaurant was from, you know, my current location, and that was it. So after, you know, doing it for a few weeks, I hated it because I was driving all over LA because they weren't showing my destination, and, you know, a lot of people weren't tipping. I'd be lucky if 50% of my customers tipped, so I wasn't going anywhere with it. And then I heard about DoorDash, and I signed up for DoorDash, and honestly, it was a breath of fresh air because not only did they show the payout, but they also showed it in my location. And, you know, they were really trying to keep me in the zone, which I really appreciated because Uber was sending me out, you know, 15, 20 miles far out from, you know, from my zone to like to work in. But anyway, long story short, after working a few years, for about 3 years, after originally starting, I paid off my debt. I paid off all my debt, so I'm currently debt free. I was able to fund my my emergency fund, you know, all these personal financial goals that I had set for myself. And but even then, during then, I knew what my why was. It was very clear. It was to get out of debt, give myself a better life. But also, you know, I wouldn't have been able to do it if it wasn't for the flexibility of these gig apps. Yes, these gig apps have a lot of challenges. You know, they try to manipulate drivers, but if you find the good, you know, there's definitely good out there. So definitely, personally, I feel very blessed, very appreciative, very, you know, full of gratitude for these apps. Flexibility is everything. I think that's why most of us work these gig apps, if not all of us. So, you know, definitely do everything you can to protect it. And again, no matter if you're working these gig apps, W-2, whatever it is that you're doing right now in your life or later on in your life, definitely figure out your why, because you're going to need that when times get tough, or to, you know, I want to close out this video with this. If you don't have directions to a destination, you can't get to your destination. So figure out where your directions are to your destination so you can get to your goal. Figure out your why. Appreciate it to Pedro for during this event, and enjoy.
So first off, shout out to John McKillian. Appreciate you bringing up that video for us, making that, sharing your perspective, sharing why the gig apps helped you, how you use them. It goes with the bet on you, set goals one day at a time thing that we've been talking about on here ad nauseum for almost 2 years now. I mean, I think I started the channel in March. So when March comes up in 2023, it'll be 2 years that we've been talking about that. So that last little video you sent that you just saw talked about a network that me and a partner of mine, Jaywalk, have been working on for you guys, right? Because I talk about using DoorDash as stepping stones, and I show that process. I show you guys how I've done that, right? And what that means to me, right? Because delivery can be a really good way to make money. A lot of people do it part-time, full-time, whatever it means for you. But do you have something different you want to do, right? Are there other gigs? Do you want to start your own business? Right. So this network that we're going to be releasing in the first part of 2023, so look for it to come out in January, will be a place where you can come to get information. You can network with people that might have a similar interest. And it's going to be a really interesting thing we're going to start. So I just want you guys to know, when we talk about betting on you, setting goals one day at a time, it's a real thing. And this network is going to be able to provide you guys with information, support, motivation, inspiration, all the things that some people might be looking for. And I'm very excited to show you guys this. And it's going to be a lot, right? The channel will shift. And I've been saying that for about a year now. And that's kind of the beginning part of that, and shifting my life and how I help people and how I make money, and showing you guys even more than just DoorDash, right? So that's coming. I want you, that's what that clip was about. And I thought John's video talking about how he used the apps, paying off debt. And, we have to start thinking more long-term. We have to, when we're delivering food, it's very day to day, week to week. How much can I make today? I make $200 a day. I made $1,000 this week. That's all great. But the sustainability of that for many of us, including yourself, will not be that. It won't last forever. We see what these apps are doing. They're changing, they're evolving, they're adapting, they're giving us more, they're giving us less. Legislation's coming. So this network's going to be able to allow you to bet on yourself by trying something out, and we're going to link you with the people that can do that. So just giving you guys a little teaser of what's to come in the next few months, okay?
Introducing Gary's apps. Now let's welcome Gary Middleton and Rideshare Rodeo live as they do a show and tell demonstration of these very special apps.
Hey everybody, as you can see, we're outside, so I can't see real well onto the screen. So luckily Hannibal and Pedro and everybody else are watching the chat. We are not able to see that, but I am here with Gary. And Gary, we got to talk about your apps today because we are going to relate it to safety. However, I think many people don't even understand the apps themselves and what they have to offer. So I guess let's start there and then work into the safety stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's really so much to these apps. It's kind of hard to wrap them up in such a quick segment. If we're going to start out with the Maximo app.
Yeah, let's start with that.
So we'll start with Maximo. Just some of the basic things, rideshare drivers, for one. There's an event section in there. They can go in there. They can see all the events within 50 miles of their location.
Right.
Even if they change markets or go to another market, you got those events. So you can be like, oh, well, what time does this game let out? Let me go look in the Maximo app. It'll tell them right then.
Right.
So you can kind of, gauge your surge and things like that based off of that.
Or things you want to avoid.
Yeah, or things you want to avoid. Like if you don't want to go to the game, 8 o'clock, the game's letting out. Okay, I got to be out of the downtown area by that time. It has the history tracker, so you can always go in there. You can look at your past requests. You can see, kind of what time things happen, like Friday nights or whatever. You'd be like, okay, well, I make the most money during Friday nights at 7 to 9 or something like that. You can break it down a little bit further and further as you use the app more. I think one of the best benefits of the app, besides the safety features, is the app switching.
Yeah.
Whenever you get into that, I know me personally as a rideshare driver, whenever I try to accept one on Uber or Lyft, and then the Uber overlay keeps popping up on me, and I can't get over there to turn it off.
And this becomes safety too, again, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't just a cool feature. This also could fall into the safety because you're also even if you're not turning them off and you're hearing them, they're distracting.
Right. And so Maximo is actually built as an app switcher. So whenever you accept that Uber or Lyft ride, it'll go ahead and switch over and turn off whatever app you're not using. Right. So if you accept the Lyft ride, it's going to switch over, turn off your Uber for you, and then it's going to go back to Lyft. And then once you complete that ride, it's going to go back to Uber and turn it back on for you.
Right.
And, there are some customized settings on top of that you can do. Like you can say, well, I'm saying as far as the app switching go, if you're only doing like Uber Eats and Grubhub, for example, if you're a multi-apper and you like to stack orders en route, you can turn off the app switching of the app and just use the built-in filters.
Right.
So that way, if you get two Ubers or an Uber going one way, you get a Grubhub coming the same way, you can go ahead and accept that too.
Right.
Or like me, I don't like my apps to turn on right away. So with Maximo, after I complete my Uber ride, I can tell it don't start my Lyft ride for another minute, just in case, surge is going or something like that. I might get an Uber surge and I don't have to worry about Lyft sending me stuff right away also.
Right.
There's now that upfront pricing's gone.
Right.
Or the upfront pricing here, the rate cards are gone.
Right.
So the upfront pricing's here, and a lot of people's like, well, I don't know how much I'm actually getting paid. Well, Maximo has on-screen alerts for you, so they can break down that ride request that comes in and tell you exactly how much you're going to make per mile, per minute, and so your rate card already. So if you know your previous rate card, say your previous rate card was what's Denver here, 60 cents
for X,
yeah,
55.
Oh, 55 cents.
Yes.
So if you know your previous rate card used to be 55 cents with the upfront earnings, Maximo is going to tell you, hey, this ride is paying 80 cents a mile,
right,
or $1 a mile, or something like that. And so Rideshare Lisa, she loves this feature.
Right.
She's upstate New York, and she can now filter out all her rides to $1 plus a mile,
right,
for her Uber. So that's one great feature as well.
He's being careful not to move into the ending portion here, guys.
I am,
because we're going to bring it all around here in a second. But let's just mention DUH though too, or driver utility helper.
Yeah, we're on to driver utility helper now. Some features like that. Currently there is the one that a lot of people like is the favorite customer feature.
Yeah.
If you get a customer, and I actually personally use this for my catering orders, my large order program. If I get one, I'll go in there and I'll put customer notes in saying, hey, last tip was $40,
okay,
and so that way I know next time I get one for that customer, I know it's going to be a large tip. No matter what DoorDash is telling me, I know that tip's going to be possibly large.
Sure.
The history tracker, of course, it actually has a more in-depth history tracker than Maximo does. This one actually breaks it down by the week, by the day, by the month, and you can go back and you can see your trends over time to see, okay, my best night is Friday or Saturday, or it might even be a Tuesday in some cases. So, but you can see that, and eventually I'll break that down by hourly, so you can actually see the hourly breakdown of it as well. The most annoying thing I think everybody can agree on for DoorDash is the pausing, the automatic pausing. You don't even decline anything, and they pop up pause you in the background. You don't notice it. Well, driver's utility helper takes care of that. It automatically unpauses you, so you don't have to worry about that annoying pause, and you can just every time DoorDash pause you, you'll be unpaused. So.
Yep. Before we move on to the safety features, I also want to mention though that what he was just mentioning, if you think about it, guys, the real big picture here is that you can this is as close as you can come to setting your rates. Let's be honest, it is, because you can say, I don't want to make less than this, I don't want to go farther. It's as close as you can come to being like we all like to be independent and saying that I don't like earning less than this. I don't want to. You can set it up so that it's doing it for you. Is that a good way to say it?
Yeah, I always tell people it's your personal system. It's like having your wife or your spouse sitting in the passenger seat, and you just tell them, hey, don't accept anything less than $1. And when the request comes in, it filters out for you.
Right.
We do also have some of the other safety features, which we're going to get into. Like the bring to screen feature.
Yep.
Maybe you're on another app, DoorDash sends you a request, or Uber or Lyft or whoever. Both Maximo and driver's utility helper have a built-in bring to screen function, so that way it automatically bring that up on the screen for you, so that way you don't miss that request.
Exactly.
One thing we was going to talk about is the actual speaking to you. Maximo and driver utility helper. I know we all like to look at our phones while we're driving because we're forced to. Both of these apps have that built-in capability to actually speak the request and information to you, so you don't actually have to look at that phone. You can focus on the driving, focus on the traffic, and things like that. You don't actually have to look at it. It'll tell you what it is, and then you can decide from there.
Right. Let's get to the big one. So the biggest one, though, is accept and decline. I think you guys, especially for rideshare, and I know most people in here are not rideshare, but it works for everything. But to set your parameters and have this thing automatically do it for you, I can't tell you the amount of, first of all, rideshare doesn't give you near enough time to do this.
6 seconds, right?
Yeah, but the time at an intersection, I can't tell you the amount of times I've accepted something just purely out of frantic alertness, like, okay, whatever.
Right.
And then I'll pull through the intersection, decide if I need to cancel or whatever. So,
or the better one, you accidentally accept one,
right?
Because you're trying to turn off the other app,
right?
Safety part of the app is accept and decline is one of the major things. You can go into both of these apps. There's so many filters on it. You can do it by the upfront earnings now. They send you the upfront earnings. You can tell Uber or Lyft, hey, I don't want to take anything under $10. And one of those requests comes in, you can decline it. If one comes in that meets your filters, it'll accept it. Per mile rates, I like $1.25 plus per mile personally myself.
Yeah.
At that, by the end of the day, I can average around $2 a mile if I do $1.25 plus a mile. So by setting that, I go in there, I tell, duh is what we call it for short. I tell it, hey, don't accept anything less than $7, $1.25 a mile, and no more than 10 miles away. And if a request comes in, it'll decline that.
Right.
There's just really so many features to that. Driver's utility helper, you can actually tell it to accept or decline, or if you're Mr. Flex, you can say skadoosh,
right.
and it'll get rid of it'll just decline it for you. You don't even have to look at it. So you can actually pair the speak to me feature and the voice decline together. So you can wait for it to tell you everything, and then you just tell it by voice what you want it to do, either accept it or decline it, and it does it for you.
There you
go.
I think that is it in a nutshell. And obviously, Gary's apps is where to find all this stuff.com, but you can email Gary at gary@middletontech.com. He handles it. He's a one-man show, but I know that all the people that use the app love it, and that he's faster service than most of these apps are anyway. So
24-hour turnaround.
Yeah,
at most. And actually, if you actually join any of both the apps have Facebook groups to them. If you join the Facebook group, typically you get a response within 10 minutes.
Right. So I think we are over. And
are we really?
Yeah, we're
really?
over. Yeah. So we're over, guys. If you have any questions, put them into the chat. I guess Gary can. I'm going to be sprinting to the next segment, but Gary can start to answer any questions because I saw that some were being pasted on. We're having a hard time seeing. We're out.
Yeah, we're out in the sun.
We're just enjoying the day.
Yeah.
So, but we'll turn it over to David now, and Gary can get into the chat and see what you guys have for questions.
Thanks, guys.
Send it back to you, headquarters.
Maybe.
Are we still on? All right.
Yeah.
Hannibal.
Next up on the Gig Virtual Conference, we welcome David of Para to discuss the latest efforts to ensure that gig app platforms are playing fair and respecting the rights of gig workers.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, David, how are you?
Hey, I am well. I'm well. How about
I
yourself?
love that shirt, man. You just made my whole day.
Yeah, I thought you would.
I love it. So what's going on with this this movement you guys have been doing? A lot of traction. Can you share with the viewers what the drivers movement is all about?
Yeah, I think really simply, we want to say that if platforms are categorizing gig workers as independent contractors, let's make sure they fulfill their obligations as to what that means. And I think part of that is through some of the good tech that apps such as ourselves, Gary, a bunch of these other apps have done. But more importantly, what can we do beyond that to really push for that from sort of a policy perspective to ensure that the platforms are playing fair? So that's what we're trying to do.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Steve. That was quick. You're like, did you teleport yourself?
Yeah, I was like, how did that
work? That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I ran in.
I can tell you're out of breath a little bit. So, Steve, yeah, I mean, we're talking, gig worker rights. Let's get into it.
Well, I think that part of what I wanted to ask David was, a lot of this, because the movement is awesome, driverrights.org and everything that it stands for is awesome, but it's getting a little cloudy with all this Biden stuff. And I want to make sure to say that it's still just as important to get involved with this, even now while everything's going on. with that. Like, don't get distracted by that and not focus on this. You see what I'm saying, David?
Yep, agreed. Sorry, I was just
like
reading,
this is right. Yeah, don't turn your chat off.
Yeah, I saw the chat on the side.
The chat will be crazy. Yeah,
turn your chat off.
Yeah, I saw Pedro got bullied by DoorDash, and that made me mad. So
Yeah.
I will turn it off.
But yeah, so I mean, basically what I'm saying is that, like, you know, the last thing that needs right now though is the movement to lose steam because of people getting worried about, well, hey, Biden's got this crazy gig idea that isn't going to work.
Yeah, I think if anything, now is the time, right? So if the platforms is an existential threat to them, that you know, this sort of IC versus full-time employee thing is an existential threat for them. So if now is the best time to basically go and say, hey, we realize that most gig workers want to be independent contractors, but it's not quite that simple. What you're proposing comes with a set of obligations. And I think right now really is the time to push for that.
Yeah. So I don't know what I missed before I got on here, but what have you gone over the website at all? Have you gone through the principles of it? And
we haven't yet. No.
Why don't we tackle
one small thing to point out? I think the driver that way. It's actually driverrights.org. So I'll get rid of the S on driver rights.
I got it.
But yeah, I think just taking a step back, I think what we're pushing for is really a couple basic things, right? So we believe in a couple key principles: transparency, flexibility, and the fact that you're in control. Or another way I put it, right, is like, I'm in charge of my work. My time is valuable. I own my data and I have a say in the system. So that's what we're really trying to push for. And I think right now, an update I'd like to give is, we pushed out this change.org petition. We got 69,000 people who signed it. That was great. And the part of that was to raise awareness as to how things should be better. Beyond that, we pushed out a letter writing campaign. So that letter writing campaign is people could go and click and send a letter to their local representative saying, hey, this is something I care about. It's not right. I'd like to push for it. And that was pretty great. We sent out a good couple thousand letters and we got some responses. But now what's next is sort of this next step here is starting to see what we can do, particularly right now in California and in one or two other states around sort of the Prop 22 AB5 debate. So I think that's really where we're trying to move this next step now, is to say, hey, with all the Prop 22 stuff going on in California, how can we make sure that the vast majority of drivers' voice is heard in this debate?
Did you say 69,000 signatures?
Yeah, 69,000.
When you guys started this, what was your goal initially? It was less than that, wasn't it? Like, you guys kind of exceeded the signatures, or what's
I don't know I want to be honest. I don't think David, was there a goal? The goal was just to get exposure, just to get it known.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, in my, I was hoping we'd get 10 or 20,000 signatures. I thought that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And the whole point isn't just for it to be cool, though. The whole point was to say, hey, look, there's a lot of people who support this, so that when we go and try to push for this, people can take it seriously. And I think one important thing to push here is, like, this is not, me pushing this saying, hey, this is so that para can exist.
Right.
Really, this is so that, sort of going back to driver's rights are so confusing lately. That is true. Going back to sort of what I've always said at the beginning of para, which is, I wish we didn't have to provide tip transparency, because this is a driver's right and a driver should be able to do this. And we're going to help you with that. But in an ideal world, we shouldn't have to exist to provide that functionality. And I think what we want to say beyond that is, a driver should be in charge of their data. They should be able to use the tools they want to run their business. They should be able to get their data streamed to more easily multi-app. And that is separate of para. This should be allowed. And how I believe this is, this will help all the other people building tools to help drivers in the ecosystem. So that's really our hope here, is to be able to push for something that's beyond just what we've done here at para.
That's awesome.
And I want to also just, since we have a couple minutes here, I want to say that, like, when David and I met, we were trying to help people out with state systems. That's actually how it was actually almost just about 2 years now. And we were trying to help people out with state systems. And then we both got into this transparency kick. And I'm talking about, like, early part of the pandemic. and we were connecting. And that's when I started having David on the podcast a lot and asking him questions, you know, and some of his Uber background and whatnot. And why the heck isn't transparency just given? The rides are going to get taken. The orders are going to get taken. Everything's going to get taken. Why not just show it? You're spending way more money on the data, sending it through 72 times before somebody takes it than you would be just putting it out and letting the people who want it take it.
Right. It's so crazy, right? And it's like we're overcomplicating something that's simple, but it's obviously for the benefit of the company, and the drivers have to suffer, which is unfortunate. That's kind of how I look at it, you know.
But that's where I question it a bit. Is it to the benefit of the company?
I think it is. I don't know. I'm assuming it is. I'm assuming that's why they do it. I don't know.
I mean, on some level, yeah, sure, it must be. But I guess, you know, David, what do you, I mean, I know we have crazy talks about this kind of stuff, but what do you think? I mean, because you now know we know what data costs in these mass amounts. So, I mean, like, why would you float something 50 times out before somebody grabs it, as opposed to just showing it and saying here, because it's going to get taken regardless?
Here's how I put it, right? The platforms are thinking on the short term. So the platforms have been built with certain systems in way, and the way that they're doing it is in their DNA right now. So in the short term, continuing with the status quo and how things have been done makes sense for the platform, especially if they believe that in the short term it will save them money. And I guess sort of a little more realistically, there's just somebody there who's watching statistics on a dashboard whose job it is to make sure some line isn't going down, right, is probably super realistically what's happening. But really what we want to say is, like, if you zoom out in sort of a medium term, having a gig economy, which is more prosperous and more sustainable for drivers, is more prosperous and sustainable for everybody over time. It's just you need to be able to look beyond just that super short term.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, to me, I don't know, when you actually break it down, I think that there's still a lot of question to these companies on, well, would they get taken? And I'm like, really? You guys wonder that? You've shrunk the amount so far down, you know they get taken. They're always going to get taken. Somebody's always going to take it.
That is true, because I think we have to realize there are a lot of new drivers that come to these platforms every single day. And while we know each other from YouTube, and, you know, we're a small community or a small percentage of the actual total number of drivers that are out there. And there's so many new people come in or thinking that they're an employee of DoorDash or Uber and they got to take everything. And I think that's why it's important just to continue to share information and give drivers the truth about how you can really work these apps to your benefit, because I do think there are still a large number of drivers. They just kind of take everything and maybe are uninformed because they're new and it's not their fault necessarily, but the apps don't do us any favors. You know, we have to go out and try to figure these things out for ourselves and find how to find a hidden tip or install an app like Para. Like, there's so many things we have to do. It shouldn't be like that, but that's where we're at right now. You know, it can be definitely frustrating, I think, you know, for a lot of people.
I agree. And I think the Driven one has a really good point here, right? It's like, to some extent, Uber has shown that they can. You know, it can make financial sense for them to be able to show upfront earnings and trip distance. So really, when it comes to this, I hope that if it can work for Uber, the other platforms also listen and do the same thing.
Right.
For sure.
It's just one of those things. Why did it take so long? To me, it's like, what happened during those 5 years? Did they get some kind of algorithmic gain on us, the workers, you know, by studying our algorithms for 5 years? Because they could have done this 5 years ago. Let's be honest. It would have been easier for them to do this 5 years ago than what they do to make sure we don't see it.
Yeah, but I also think it's always a balance of things, right? And I think that's why something like the driver rights movement is really important, because it's a combination of what makes financial sense for the platform at this exact moment. Sure. How are they balancing different markets, but also they are acutely aware of what's going on with Prop 22 and AB5 and that threat to them. And I think what you have seen is, when you zoom back a couple of years ago, I'd worked at Uber as an operations manager, right? And I used to set these thresholds that would say, hey, if you don't accept 85% of pings we send your way, you're going to be put into the penalty box. And basically, if you don't accept more than 85% over the next 100 trips, you're going to get kicked off the app. Right.
Well, when I started, 80% under, you were deactivated.
No, exactly. Right. And
it wasn't a threat, though. I know people who were. If you dipped under 80, you were done. You were.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't a threat at all. I mean, you were actually gone, right? And why did that change? Is because there was a legislative push saying this feels like it's against independent contractor rights. This did happen abroad, actually, and the platforms are like, okay, we're going to change this from acceptance rate to cancellation rate now. It also used to be really hard when we were at Uber saying, if we know you're working on Lyft while we're working on Uber, we may deactivate you, right? I mean, the position ended up changing because Lyft started gaining market share, and Uber's like, instead of deactivating you, it actually is smarter for us to try and keep you more on the platform. But I guess what I'm saying about all of this is the idea that you can multi-app, you can decline the trips you want to. There have been rights that have been hard won over the last couple of years, and we just want to continue to be able to push that there.
David, what would you, what's the easiest way drivers can kind of stay informed with these things? You know, what's the website again? And then how can people go on and actually sign this petition?
Yeah, so if you go to driverrights.org, and there we do have a link out to the change.org petition. If you click get involved, you can also sort of send a letter from there if you want to, or just join the email list. Thank you to everyone who has joined that so far. It's been great. And we do have a bunch of big updates coming out over the next couple of weeks here. I think we were lucky a couple of weeks, call it a week or two ago, to get some coverage from the New York Times. I know sort of that coverage is more para than driver rights, but our goal here is to try and just continue to use that platform to be able to push for more, just because we believe that now is the time to do that.
Yeah, I do want to. Can I just add this? I do want to add that everybody. Often people ask me like, "How do you know? It sounds a lot easier in theory to write to write into your legislation or your district or any of that kind of stuff." So I'm always like, yeah, you could go down and you could talk to people. You could, they really do listen to voices because they don't know how many you represent. But this website, by what David's talking about, sending it from there, makes it a very streamlined, easy thing for any of you who are like, that sounds like way too much work. Not calling anybody lazy. I'm just saying that it sounds like way too much work.
If somebody told me to go write a letter, I'll be like, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it next week.
Exactly.
I totally get it.
Exactly.
Right?
And I think, there's obviously power in numbers, and the more letters that are sent out to your local reps and whatnot, so David has put together a place where you could do that a lot easier, because let's be honest, we might have an opinion on this and we're frustrated about this, but like, how many of us are actually writing letters? Not many, right? So, I mean, if you go to a place where you can actually have that facilitated for you a little easier, I think that's great. I also wanted to mention, I saw that New York Times spot, and that's awesome. New York Times is a big outlet. It's a big media. So when you make it to that, obviously, I'm sure, David, that feels a little good because you're being heard right at some point. And I think that's what you're trying to do. So props to you for that, man. That was amazing.
No, thank you. And really, I had a lot of people reach out and be like, hey, this is awesome. Like, it is, but really, I'm hoping that that's the base upon this larger platform that we can really use to push for more. And I think that really is, you think they're watching this right now, but I think really,
yeah, I saw that.
But it's great that we're writing letters, but really actionable. What's next, I think, is actually trying to write some basic policy there saying, hey, we agree with IC status, but with IC status, what exactly should come? And I think that really is
David and I have been
movement here.
About to do this for a long time.
Yep, but I think the bigger part is I want to crowdsource it, right? I think I'm going to come and start to write a bit of a skeleton and just open it up to anyone who signs in a driver or writes, and try to just find the 70% of things that all of us agree with. Try to write that in some sort of a law. So even beyond just sending the letter, can we just put it in front of people and say, hey, this represents really what we're looking for? So that is sort of the big next step I'm trying to push for over the next couple of weeks here. It's probably going to be a mess. I'm not sure if that's a Google Doc where everyone can comment in it. Maybe we have a bunch of streams. I would love to come and hear what all of your audiences think. So I don't quite exactly know how to do that, but that's really what's next for me.
Right. And I think the important thing is like doing it or trying it and then seeing, right? Because at the end of the day, like, we have these ideas, we have these passions. They come from frustrations or they come from positive things, but we got to just do it and see what the response is and see where we can go. So, David, I appreciate you taking time. keep doing what you're doing, man. I know you're helping a lot. I know a lot of people in the chat were like, I like Pear helped me. I did this, I did that. Like, I know you have a lot of support. I think it's growing. So I think that's great. And Steve, you got any final questions or final thoughts about what we're talking about here?
No questions. I'm just trying to make sure we covered everything. But I think that for the most part, my thing is go to this website. Don't just hear us talking about it. And it takes seconds, you guys. Just go there and at least add your name if you agree with it. There's some basic principles he's laid out, and then there's some more in-depth stuff you can read. But if you just agree even with the basic principles, put your name to it.
Yeah.
The bigger this thing gets, the better,
I agree. If you just hit get involved, you don't even need to send a letter. There's just a section down there saying, hey,
let's get this up to 6 digits on signatures. That's a big deal. That's 100,000. That's a big deal.
That's a big number. When you get that other digit and that comp, like that it opens eyes, right? And then it can open doors and pathways to change and whatnot. So for drivers, which is fantastic. So awesome, David. I appreciate you, my friend. If you ever need anything, you always know where to reach out. And have a good rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, but also just thanks for putting this together. I'm wearing this shirt on purpose, right? As I thought this event was awesome. I also think that you and team putting this fast follow is also super great. So just thank you. This is awesome.
I appreciate it, man. It means the world. When I saw that shirt, kind of perked me up a little bit. It's I'm trying to make a change when I can. You're doing it in other ways. I'm just trying to talk to people and connect people, and it's really humbling to see you wear the shirt, man. It means a lot. Thank you.
Hey, love it. Take care, both.
Right. Thanks, guys. All right, so I think Hannibal is going to be bringing up our next topic. We're pretty much right on time, guys. It's 5:07, so appreciate the chat. I appreciate Hannibal, Sam, Steve, Gary, everybody that's, John and Joe for the videos, the special guests that have come on from the restaurants. I hope you guys are liking this. I know this is very different. This is a very different kind of live, but we intended to make it different. We wanted to give you guys information, a little entertainment, a little, seeing things and hearing about and having discussions, whether it's in the live chat or if you're watching on a replay, in the comments about topics that we hear but we don't really talk about all in one day, all in one stream, right? And coming up with solutions or offering websites you can go to have a solution, have your voice heard. That's what this live is about today. And I appreciate everybody for being in here so far. The next segment that we have coming up is going to be 1099 gig worker tax talk updates. And I think this is going to be very informative. So let's go ahead and get started on that one next.
All right.
Next up on the Gig Virtual Conference, we are pleased to put together this great workshop on dealing with important 1099 topics for independent contractors.
All right. I know you guys may have forgotten I was still here, but my name is Hannibal. Just going to be talking about a lot of the 1099 stuff. We're going to have our expert to come in and really break a lot of this down, because right now dealing with taxes is probably, Pedro, I'm sure you are aware of this, is one of the more confusing, maybe frustrating aspects of gig work. I mean, I'll be completely honest here. I had a lot of issues when I first started doing gig work. Just dealing with how much money should I put aside and all that thing, like that. And we're going to have someone here. Marissa, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm doing very, very well. I'm really excited to talk to you because the interesting thing about taxes, my father told me about this story of Al Capone. I'm sure you are familiar as well. One of the most notorious gangsters ever existed. And despite the fact that he did so many terrible things, actually he was born and raised in New York, moved to Chicago to do what he done. And the only way the government were able to put this man away is the fact that he never filed any federal tax returns, and he went to jail for tax evasion. And despite the fact that all the other terrible things he probably was accused of doing, he couldn't go down unless it was about the taxes. So IRS is very powerful. And I think if anything could be told, if they could take down, some mobsters, then, we have to make sure that we're actually paying our taxes and make sure that we're not getting in any type of trouble. And, since a lot of people are just joining in the gig work situation, it's a lot of confusion, especially if you're doing full-time with your part-time or being a full-time gig worker. So we're excited to have you. Before we jump in, just tell us a little bit about your history of figuring out this whole situation with taxes and your experience working as an accountant and all that type of stuff.
Okay. Well, I have a bachelor's in business, and I have been running my own business for many years. I started doing my taxes when I was doing a 1040 easy form. And as my taxes got more complicated, there was a big learning curve. And so after years of doing my own, I started to do my family's. And I've been working for a company for about 4 years, doing it professionally. So I have some experience. This is a field that changes every year. So, experience is a learning continuing thing as we go forward. So
Yeah, it's very complicated. It seems like it was designed that way, and then people like you have the superpowers that first of all able to read all this dry text and all these can keep up with the updates, while we just the regular me just gig workers or even regular employees just trying to figure, okay, what's the new rule, what's going on here. So let's just jump in real basic stuff in terms of gig work being taxable and some of the reporting requirements that are changing for 2022. With the first thing, how much money you need to earn at any business before you have to tax or put on your taxes?
Well, these gig companies are going to start 1099ing people if you earn $600 or more beginning this year with the 2022 taxes. So this is new. In the past, I know some of the companies you've had to earn like 10 or 20,000 to get your 1099.
Yeah.
What it means when you get a 1099 is that the company that paid you the money is reporting to the IRS that you earned the money. So if you get a 1099, the IRS knows you owe this money. So you can take it and file your taxes in the right way and get a write-off your expenses, or they can take it as, oh, you earned $20,000, pay taxes on it. So when you get a 1099 now, you definitely know that you've got to move forward with this. Of course, like you say about the IRS coming after people, they are powerful. However, they're definitely in it for the money.
Yeah.
They're looking for the people who owe them the most. But anytime you're putting yourself at risk for tax audit, you could be in danger. If they feel like you've earned a lot of money that you haven't paid taxes on and they see it, then, they might investigate. They're at least going to send you a letter, which will require you to go ahead and file.
Yeah. I mean, and it seems like a lot of, celebrities, people who have earned a lot of money, a lot of their issues is about tax issues. So it's like you want to make sure you're doing it correctly, so you not really have to deal with a lot of this, the all the extra stuff that comes along with it.
Right. And people who are employees definitely have an advantage in that their taxes are being withdrawn for them. So they usually don't end up at the end of the year owing tax dollars, where people who are independent contractors can earn a lot of money and not have to pay any taxes on it until, it comes time to file. And that chunk of change can be painful if you're unprepared. So.
Well, I was prepared. My first year of actually doing a significant amount of gig work, because I had a W-2 at the time, and I doing the dog walking stuff, and I think I've earned an extra, I don't think it was 25 grand or something like that. And I was a dummy. I did not put anything to the side. I just thought, well, I had the W-2. Somehow I could try to figure this out in terms of, it won't be that big of a deal. And I wind up paying a lot more, and I was not prepared for it. So one of the most important things is keeping a record of your business expenses and taking that very seriously. And yes, it's boring and tedious, but it's extremely important to have those kind of records, because you're just saving yourself a lot of headache when you have to deal with the tax and stuff like that.
So we could go through, we have a little presentation here about managing taxes for gig workers, starting from the beginning. Whether you're part-time or full-time, it is something that you're going to need to consider, especially this year if you haven't had to worry about it in the past or felt like you needed to worry about it. Definitely if you're making more than $600, you need to look at it this year. So all of those earnings are taxable aside from your expenses. And like we talked about before, in 2022, the 1099 requirement is changing, which is going to mean that a lot of people are getting them that didn't get them in the past. if you fail to file, you will get a letter if you received a 1099. So you need to take it seriously when you get those. Those will be coming out usually the end of January. You should have them by mid-February. So if you feel like you earned income that you haven't seen it by then, you know, if it's more than 600, you might want to investigate. So as an independent contractor, when you get these earnings on your 1099, you're allowed to deduct expenses, which we all know, and helps us to alleviate some of the tax burden that we have to pay on the earnings, which is one thing that employees are unable to do, to write off their gas and some of their expenses.
Right.
So
You know,
one thing, if you, oh, go ahead.
Like, go ahead, because I just saw a question about the quarterly estimated tax payments. But I'm sure, I think you're probably going to get into that as well. That's something that I've seen many questions about that. I'll be honest, I have not jumped in to even do that myself in terms of, but I think that's probably will you consider that the smartest way to handle your taxes, by making those quarterly payments?
So if you earn more than $1,000, if you owe more than $1,000 in taxes on your 2022 taxes, then you will be required to pay quarterly payments, or they will expect you to. And if you don't, then they will charge you a penalty. Now, it's fairly minimal, that penalty, which is why a lot of people sometimes don't notice it. It's like 0.5%, and then it maxes out at 25%. So we're talking about, say you owe $1,000. That first quarter, when you didn't pay your taxes, you're only going to owe 25% of that. So if it's 250, what is that, like less than $12? It's a small. I don't have my calculator in front of me.
Okay, I'm terrible with math too.
So it's not a huge amount if you're only owing $1,000 in taxes, but as that goes up, it can really become significant.
Yeah,
So
it's like a snowball effect.
one thing that people always question is, well, how do I know if I owe $1,000 in taxes before I filed my taxes? So like the first quarter comes, how am I going to know that I'm going to owe $1,000? So there is a law called the Safe Harbor Law. I'm kind of scrolling down, but basically if you pay, I want to say it exactly right. You won't have to pay an underpayment penalty if you pay at least 90% of the tax you owe for the current year, or if you take what you owed last year and you pay 100%. So say last year you owed $1,100 in taxes. You feel like you're going to be earning at least the same amount this year, then I would say you go ahead and make quarterly payments on that $1,100. And if you pay that full $1,100 in your 4 quarterly payments, if you owe $5,000 in taxes, you're not going to be penalized.
Right.
Because you paid that 100% of what you owed last year. That's kind of the best estimate you can do. So you can also talk to a tax preparer and do some estimates, you know, go in and the IRS has some links. I put some links in here where you can go and estimate, like put in your quarterly earnings at the end of the quarter, and they can give you a form and kind of tell you what you need to be paying. So
that's awesome. Yeah, we're going to try to put a lot of those links and all that information either in the description below, or we'll put it somewhere so you guys can check it out. Because you know, it's just, as we are, you know, independent contractors, we are running a business, self-employed. This is the stuff that you're going to have to really pay attention to, especially if you want to do this full time. And of course, I think many of us that's probably in the chat right now are earning more than $600. A lot of us are making, I mean, you see some of the videos, $1,000, $1,500. So it's definitely happening, and you don't want to get caught, you know, within a bad spot. So yeah, keeping track of your record seems very, very important.
I saw that message, the message from Lisa, the driven mom, about that they know how much we owe, but we don't. But the truth is, they don't know. They're also estimating, and they're gonna estimate you owe on your full earnings before your expenses that you get a write off. So they're making a guess, and they're going to tell you oftentimes that you owe a lot more than what you do owe. So when you get those letters that say you owe, you know, how much money in taxes, you actually need to sit down and create your tax document, and you probably can do better than what they're going to tell you, because they're going to look for the most. So yeah, aside from the estimated payments that you might consider making, I think a lot of gig workers aren't having to pay $1,000 of taxes a year, depending on how much they're working.
Right.
But definitely many people are in that category I need to consider.
I am, so I gotta figure that out.
Yeah.
But really, and there's going to be a lot of questions, and we're going to try to answer as much as possible. But let's just be honest. Okay, should we really invest in getting someone else who knows what they're doing to work on our taxes? I know a lot of people do it themselves, but if you had, a magical wand to kind of like, if you're able to just get, all of us to figure out a really good way, a efficient way, should we just get someone else to do this for us? Or should we actually try to learn a lot of stuff ourselves in terms of, like I said, keeping track of our records is something I think we should all do. But in terms of really doing our payments and calculating all this ourselves.
Right. I think that if you know what you're tracking and what you're doing, like say you've been doing gig work for a lot of years, I think it's very possible for people to be able to do their own taxes. But like you were saying, you've got to be prepared. You got to be tracking your mileage. One thing that I think makes it easier is to have a separate bank account where your earnings go and all your expenses go for that, the whatever gig work business you do. And maybe you do a lot of different gig apps.
Yeah.
As long as you have one bank account that manages those and kind of keeps it separate from your personal account, it really will simplify at the end of the year. You figuring out what your expenses were and also kind of verifying what you owed, because it's possible you could, or what you earned. It's possible you could get a 1099 NEC and a 1099K for the same income. So, especially if you're getting Venmo and PayPal payments, you need to be aware of that and be able to actually see.
Yeah. And that's why I'm really excited to talk to you, because I know now many gig workers, freelancers, a lot of people are paid through Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. I mean, so many of these apps now that, at one point, many of us thought like, hey, if I get like a private client or I'm doing something, I'll get, Venmo or PayPal, and I don't have to worry about claiming that on my taxes. But now that has changed, and there's many questions of people saying, well, if I send a PayPal payment and I put in the notes or put it in the category friends and family, would I be able to get away with claiming it on our taxes? Compared to like, this is my friend, compared to you're actually running a business in here. Do you think that you're playing with fire to even try to, I guess, navigate through that without just being honest and say, hey, listen, I'm getting paid through Venmo. Let me claim that.
When we get someone like that who has Venmo with personal and business transactions, and maybe they're going to get one annual statement at the end of the year, or they're going to give us their statements that we have to go through, they're not going to have to pay taxes on what was personal, but they do need to keep records of that. I mean, you can't just say, well, this amount was personal and this wasn't. I mean, you kind of need to have some form of documentation of that, whether it's a spreadsheet, whether you write it down on a piece of paper. Maybe even you write out a list of different places that make the transactions. This person is personal, whatever. But I would say that if you're getting that 1099 and it's being reported to the IRS, that you're going to need to account for it in some way. And maybe that's putting in the income as earned and writing off, 10,000 personal family transactions and just documenting it on your tax return.
Gotcha.
But because these things are all so new, I think gig work's kind of thrown the IRS for a loop. It's not like there's a law or a rule to address every situation.
Right.
And in fact, the more they try to do that, the more they complicate it. So it's more like figuring out what they say about certain situations and trying to effectively apply it to yours. And then documenting how you felt like that was the right thing to do. So that if you do get audited, you can be like, well, I mean, these were personal expenses. I can show you, and they'll, I think that has a lot of clout versus, well, I don't know. estimated.
Yeah, just kind of guessed, right? Yeah, so it's like, and I think that's really the most important part, I think, in terms of there's apps now that make things much easier than before. I don't even know what would,
Right.
I mean, it was happening, but, maybe a decade or two ago, how this was very complicated. You had to, probably have a pile of papers, a pile of receipts in a shoebox. You had to kind of go through it. That preparation was probably extremely exhausting. But now
People still do that. Believe me, people still bring in a box
people
of
like to
receipts.
stay,
I'm like,
they
oh
stay
my
in
gosh.
their ways. But these apps, like Stride was one that you suggested. The mild, expensive expense tracking apps. I think a lot of the apps that the gig workers are able to have access to, gig-wise, a lot of them have the mild trackers. Now the expense trackers are coming in, so there isn't much of an excuse not to know at least your expenses, because you're able to connect your a business account, right? Your account that you're spending to pay for your gas or your all those expenses for your business, and the app is collecting everything, and you're able to, you can even I think one app, I think it's QuickBooks Self-Employed, you're able to swipe left and right. Left, I think, is like personal, and right is business, so you'll be able to see all your transactions. So it's very useful nowadays.
I saw the message from Dub. I can't remember who the name was.
Dub G.
About that he's estimated 75% of his earnings as mileage, and he hasn't been audited.
Yeah.
I don't think that will trigger an audit.
Okay.
Unless somebody is personally. The thing is, if you were to get audited in the future for some reason, if something did trigger an audit, they might question that and say, well, what kind of proof do you have? And you might have to defend that at that point. But I don't honestly, there's lots of people claiming all kinds of bogus nonsense on their taxes for years on end.
Yeah.
And it's getting passed through, but it's the few that have something that for some reason, either a random pick or, maybe they've done something. I would say that if your business loses money year over year over year, you could be setting yourself up for an audit. As a business, they intend that after 5 years, especially, you're going to start seeing a profit, and that is something that can trigger an audit. I don't know how much they're paying attention to people who are making smaller amounts of money with that.
Do you think
that could always change?
Yeah. Do you think that the trigger, like I said, the triggering an audit, is it algorithm based? Is it prediction based? Like, okay, especially if someone is claiming something, I guess, outrageous. Again, that's subjective. But in terms of how it would trigger, would it be someone just being very, very aggressive, if that's the lack of a better term, on what they're claiming, or is it random?
I mean, I think there is some randomness to it, but I definitely think that, if you earn $75,000 of income a year and you take a loss on that income every year, that you definitely are putting yourself in a position that you could trigger an audit. Any business that continues to take a loss is in the danger zone of being audited. I have a client that runs a business doing like land mitigation. They have a lot of big equipment, and they cut trees down and make a lot of money every year, bring in a lot of money, and they lose a lot of money every year. And, for years, we file their taxes as a loss and it goes through, but we always have to warn them that at some point the IRS could say, this is a hobby. It doesn't look like you have any intention to earn money,
Yeah.
And you could be audited. But yeah, there is no magic key. And I think that for years they haven't been auditing a lot. They're understaffed. As we all know, they are increasing their staff in great numbers.
Yeah.
The claim is that these are, the claim is they're going to be auditing the upper middle class and higher incomes. However, I would think that, we should all, as business owners, be aware of the things that trigger and just do our best to be filing properly in case, or at least be able to defend what we think is proper.
I like that.
On our filing.
Hey, listen, if you're going to do this, you better have a backup plan, or at least, like I said,
Right.
I don't know if, again, alibi, I don't know if that's a lack of a better term.
I mean, kind of. You kind of got to say why you did it the way you did it,
right,
and have it make sense. It's still no guarantee. They still might be like, well, that doesn't work. But it's better for them to say that doesn't work. We have to do it this way and you owe, rather than for them to say it was some kind of fraud that you committed.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. If it appears as though you've been committing tax fraud, that's when it's not
Trouble's
just
happening.
penalties. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Do you ever mind? I have a question posted. Doesn't it? Well, just because someone got away with years doesn't mean they can't still get audited.
Right.
The IRS still has 7 years to audit you.
Mm-hmm. And this is
Okay.
true. You could be doing something incorrectly for years and get away with it your whole life, and nobody ever triggers into it, finds it, says this is wrong, you have to do it differently. Or if something triggers an audit, they could go back to things that everybody does.
Okay.
And they say, no, that's not right. You can't do it that way. Well,
and
go back and get you for it. So
yeah.
A lot of people, when they realize they've made a mistake, they're going to go back and amend as many as they can to try to correct it.
Gotcha. So before we continue, I want to jump in with Moves Financial, a special video from Moves Financial. A really great, basically a gig. It's banking exclusively for gig workers. They were able to put together this video in really short time, so props to them. And then after that, we're going to come right back. We still have to talk about the mileage rates, expenses, and I'm sure there's tons of questions asking about everything that we're talking about now. So we're just going to take a little few minute break and get right back into it.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us at Virtual GigCon 2022. We're incredibly excited to team up with Pedro, Rideshare Rodeo, and Hannibal to help address some of the financial challenges that gig workers face. Move started with a mission, to create a gig economy that works for its workers. For the past decade, we've seen an incredible amount of innovation lead to today's gig economy. The companies leading this industry have promised and delivered easy, fast, and affordable services to everyday people. It's clear that consumer behaviors have changed and new value has been created. However, much of this value has come from the dedicated hard work of an often overlooked and growing group. You, the drivers, couriers, shoppers, walkers, and workers of the gig economy. We've heard from thousands of gig workers describe their experiences from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, both the unpredictability of their work and the flexibility that it gives them. Through speaking directly with gig workers, we know one thing is clear. We share the same vision. A vision where gig work gives people the opportunity to take back control of their lives, gain the flexibility to manage their own schedules, and find greater purpose in their careers. So regardless if you're a multi-apper, early bird courier, late night driver, ambitious entrepreneur, part-time student, or a full-time parent, not everybody has to fit the mold of a 9-to-5 Monday to Friday job, and that's okay. But with this, we also understand the challenges that come with being a gig worker. The way gig workers access and manage their finances hasn't kept up with the way that they work. The gig economy just hasn't been working for its workers. We at Moves aim to change that. It's about time your work gets recognized as valuable and that you have access to better banking designed with you in mind. Moves gives you the tools to bridge the gap between your finances and the vision we all aspire for. Gone are the days of biweekly paychecks, constant credit checks, and rejected loan applications. Now more than ever, modern day workers need modern day solutions. Move started in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic as we saw the world propped up by gig workers. During this time, the way people thought about work permanently shifted. Fast forward to today, Moves has tens of thousands of members across the United States, working on over 20 supported gig platforms. Throughout this showcase, we'll walk through exactly how Moves works, how better banking can help manage your everyday finances, why we're giving you free stock just for being a gig worker, and highlight exciting product features that are on our roadmap. Last but not least, if you're new to Moves, you'll receive a $10 sign-up bonus if you open your Moves spending account today. Learn how you can get more out of gig work when you bank with Moves. Let's get into it.
Hey Virtual GigCon, my name is Alwyn and I'm the growth manager here at Moves. Our team has spent the last few years designing Moves to be the home for your gig business. But what does that mean? It means accessing cash advances to cover unexpected expenses. It means earning stock rewards in the gig apps you power. And it means banking features designed exclusively for gig workers, rather than having them fit the mold upheld at traditional banks. As a gig worker on the go, we connect with all the major gig platforms and many more to help you get a clear picture of how you work, providing you in-app tools to track towards your weekly earning goals and upcoming deposits. Our spending account carries no monthly maintenance, overdraft, or account fees, gives you free use of ATMs in over 55,000 locations, and access to weekly gig payouts up to 2 days early. Once approved for your Moves spending account, you can begin using your Moves virtual card immediately by adding it to your mobile wallet. Say a rock cracked your windshield last night, or perhaps you need an oil change, or you're just in a pinch for a tank of gas. As you begin to deposit your gig earnings into your Moves spending account, you'll be able to unlock cash advances of up to $1,000 to help you cover unexpected expenses when you need it. Moves cash advances will help you get back on the road and earning in no time. And with our Built for Gig Worker repayment structure, we're committed to meeting our members where they are, which means repayments only happen as you earn. Again, we know gig work is unpredictable, but you're managing your money doesn't have to be. Like we mentioned at the very beginning, Move's mission is to make the gig economy work for its gig workers. We see an important vacuum that needs to be filled to provide a genuine and legitimate voice to demand change for everyone here. To do so, we want to make every gig worker an owner in the gig companies you help power. By joining Moves, you're building a voice. And better still, it will cost you absolutely nothing. Moves members are able to earn stock rewards with every qualified purchase that they make on their Moves card. From the driver's seat to the seat at the table, you can earn your share and join thousands of other gig workers who own the future of the gig economy in the United States. Instead of waiting for change, let's work together to make sure that the change happens. So come join the movement. Sign up before October 31st using this link, and you'll receive a sign-up gift of $10 deposited directly into your Move spending account. We can't wait for you to join the movement. Now back to Matt.
What's been most exciting to me about this process is how much clarity we have in our vision, but also how much we learn every day when we talk to gig workers like you. We spent countless hours talking to hundreds, if not thousands, of gig workers to better understand the problems they face, the features they need, the things they'd like us to prioritize. Nothing we do is possible without hearing from you, having your involvement, getting you involved in our movement. So I'm excited to have you join us and help make Moves better for the rest of the gig economy.
Shout out to movesfinancial.com. Check out the website. It's banking exclusively for gig workers. And shout out to all the other sponsors and people who are creating products for gig workers. I think that's extremely important because they have your, they understand your story. Many of them have done gig work. They understand that the current crop of things that either help with your banking or taxes and stuff like that, they're from an old model, whereas the W-2 work. Well, this is featured for gig workers. So check out movesfinancial.com and check them out. So we have about 10 to 15 more minutes with Marissa, and I guess we'll just get into exactly what the expenses that we have to track in terms of all the things. Again, we got a lot of expenses we have to deal with. Also the mileage rate, so we can get some of all that stuff out of the way.
Okay. Well, yeah, a big question for people is, are you going to take the standard mileage rate or are you going to claim your actual expenses? For most gig workers, it makes sense to do the standard mileage rate. What this means is you're going to track all your business miles. I know that Uber and some of the apps are going to give you a number of miles that you drove for them, but it's better if you track it yourself, right. Keep that on your own. And this year is a little different than every other year. We're getting between January 1st to the last day of June, it's 58.5 cents per mile. And from July 1st to December 31st, you get 62.5 cents per mile. Mm-hmm. And I think that I know they've done that because of the increase in gas. So that does complicate things a little more this year, that you need to be tracking your mileage the first half of the year and the second half. I would say you also want to check how many miles goes on your car if you're using it for personal use for the year. So January 1, write down your mileage, write it again at the end of the year, because it's good to know how many personal miles versus business were put on your car. They actually do like to see that in the calculation. I know not a lot of people don't put it in, but it is, one more bit of information that can help you.
Right.
So when you claim that standard mileage rate, I saw some questions about gas and other expenses. You don't get to claim any other car expenses. For example, like the interest you might be paying on a car loan, lease payments. You can't depreciate a car. You don't get to expense your gas, any repairs or maintenance, your insurance. And car washes is a hot topic. A lot of people say that car washes is only when you're doing actual expenses. However, there are some very good arguments that especially when you're doing rideshare and having passengers in your car, that's a separate expense of you keeping your car up to standard for driving. So with car washes, some people write them off with the standard mileage rate. Traditionally, it is only supposed to be with actual expenses.
Right.
So the standard mileage rate is easier. It's oftentimes going to give you a better deduction. However, maybe it's a good idea to track it both ways during the year. Track your actual expenses and track your standard, and then see at the end of the year if it's better one way. But one thing to keep in mind is that if you're driving a car and you start claiming actual expenses, if you claim it this year, you have to continue to claim actual expenses for the remainder of the time you're using that car.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of people might have, they buy the car, they have really high interest payments on it. It's a good idea to do the actual expenses. However, when the car is paid off, they maybe don't have as much expenses and they could be doing better with the mileage. So,
yeah. I'm wondering if it's different. I mean, if you're just driving, if you're doing a ride share where it's exclusively driving in terms of longer distances, I'm wondering if that's probably going to be a better idea. But also, if you're driving long distances, you probably are using a lot of the other expenses. So I guess it depends on the person and what they're, how they're conducting their business.
Right. I know that some people who have a really old vehicle that requires a lot of repairs every year, like maybe they have an old work truck and they spend a couple thousand in repairs a year, they might choose actual expenses because of that. But
yeah, interesting. Yeah.
I would say most people, the standard rate is better. However, if you question, track them both.
Yeah, I think that's probably a better, just, you never know. You want to make sure you have it. Like personally, I think for me, I think I'm probably gonna go with the actual expenses because of, I don't drive as much compared to maybe a year ago or 2 years ago when I did exclusive, food delivery. So again, you want to make sure you track both because you never know which one will benefit you the most.
So the other thing with the actual expenses that you should keep in mind is if you use your car for personal use, that's another reason why you have to track your mileage even so, because you're going to need to divide it by a percentage. Say you drove 10,000 miles last year, 5,000 was personal, 5,000 was business. Your actual expenses are going to be 50% of what your car expenses are at that point.
Right.
So you have to divide it by what is business use versus personal. So that's another thing to keep in mind where you got to track your miles either way.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. And again, appreciate you even coming by to talk about, because this can be its own con of taxes and all the questions in terms of all the stuff that people are breaking down. But I think you're providing a lot of value in the limited time we have left. So in terms of, I think I saw a question earlier on about what you can write off in terms of office, office supplies or tolls, parking, those things that, I guess, again, dealing with the gig apps, what is your suggestions in terms of what you can deduct in those situations? Meals, I think someone was talking about, lunches, what's your advice on those kinds of expenses?
So with meals, you can only deduct meals when you are either meeting with clients, traveling for work, which doesn't mean, you're not home when lunch comes and you buy lunch. It means like you're actually leaving town, going to another location. Or like a business conference. You would need to keep records of those. Like if you have the receipt, write on that receipt what you did. So, one thing that maybe rideshare drivers or somebody in that sort could do for meals is if you get together with a group of drivers and you sit down at a certain time of the week and kind of analyze how things are going and build strategies and talk like that, maybe you could write that off. Or
that's a business meeting.
Right.
If you are talking about,
But you got to legit have something. It can't just be like you were hungry and you bought food. Doesn't quite qualify because everybody has to eat. You're going to have to eat no matter what. So it has to be business related for it to be a write-off. Actually, they are 100% deductible, those business qualifying meals as of the last few years, which is, different. It's been 50% for the majority of those meals in the past. So we'll see if that continues beyond the 2022 tax season.
Gotcha.
So other things, if maybe you do dumpling and you advertise, you have some kind of listing you put up, any kind of advertising that you do for your business is deductible. If the office space, you can deduct an office. It's a little tricky with something depending, like if you just drive Uber and you want to deduct space for an office, you might have trouble defending that. Right. Depending on how much time, that space has to be dedicated as office for your business. So, you got to think, how much time am I really spending doing office work for my business? If you run a lot of apps and you do a lot of sitting and trying to track your expenses and your, what you're going to do, and you may genuinely have office space that you use specifically for the business. And in that case, you can write off your space. You can write off a percentage of the rent you pay if you rent your home, or if you pay a mortgage and insurance. All those things can be partially deducted on your office. There is a formula. You're going to be dividing the space by the whole house. So you're going to use a percentage.
Lovely math.
Yes.
I think I saw a question earlier about cell phone use. So that's a really tricky one, at least in my mind, is the fact that you do use your cell phone for the apps, but also it's personal.
Right.
Is there a hard and fast deduction percentage, or how was that? What we suggest for the cell phone use?
Yeah, I would say a lot of people in business, not just the gig apps, face this, that they use their phone for business, they use it for personal. If you have a landline that's personal, you are not supposed to be able to write that off for business. However, if you have a cell phone strictly dedicated for gig apps and that's all you use it for, it's 100% deductible.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to need to kind of figure out, how much do I use it personal? How much do I use it for business? Yeah. Maybe you don't talk on the phone much and you don't text, you just have it for emergencies and you use it for your work. You might use it 75%, but I would say generally people who are questioning, they're going to divide it 50-50.
Yeah.
But I would think it through before you make it a random estimate,
Yeah.
If it applies.
Yeah. It a lot of it, like I said, is based on how you conduct your business and how much you're putting in the effort and stuff like that. So that's pretty awesome. As we kind of end, we're going towards the ending here. I guess if we can go figure out the biggest mistakes or the biggest missteps that a lot of us have. You could put it to general people who are everybody or gig workers in terms of their taxes. If you were able to talk to all of them, what should they be doing to avoid some of the common mistakes that a lot of them are doing, in terms of not keeping track of their finances. But if you were able to give them some words of advice on how to handle their taxes the next year and probably forever, but what do you think?
Right. I would say tracking, like we've talked about before, tracking your expenses so that at the end of the year, when it does come tax season, there isn't this huge mountain of what did I spend money on? And, honestly, I hardly remember what I spent money on last month, let alone a year ago. So when we're talking about doing taxes for January of the year before, who remembers? If you didn't track it, you could really genuinely be losing some expenses that are deductible, or some mileage or whatever it is that you didn't track. And that hurts people. I would say the other thing is that, having the goal to write off every bit of income that you earned as expenses year after year so that you avoid taxes could be a mistake, especially going forward, when they're paying more attention to this kind of thing. And there's so many gig workers. I mean, it's such a huge population in the US that I really feel like they are going to start targeting people who make a significant amount of money every year and write off most of it. I mean, show a profit, not just to avoid an audit, but really because generally you are making a profit. You're using some of that money you get to live on. And when it comes time to buying a car or buying a house, it's really good to be able to show that I make money. I don't just lose money every year. I actually,
That makes sense. Marissa, thank you very much. There's a lot of really great information. I learned a lot, actually. Like I know that there's certain things I probably should spend a little bit more time preparing and understanding what's going on. So thank you for taking time to talk to us and answer some of our questions. I know there's probably more questions they could probably answer within just an hour. But again, thank you very much. And, Steve is very lucky. I'm sure he needs to know that. He's very lucky to have you.
Thank you for having me on. And I did want to say that maybe at the beginning of the year on the rodeo channel, we might do a few more tax information.
That'd be fantastic.
Presentations. So if you do have things in particular you'd like to hear about or dive into, get that information to Steve.
Awesome. I will look forward to that. So I don't want to get visited by the tax man either. So really appreciate you coming through. So right now, after this, we're going to draw another. I'm sure you guys, not everyone was here maybe in the beginning and haven't seen Let's Play DoorDash's video. We're going to play that real quick, and then we're going to go right into talking to Bryce from Solo. Pedro and Solo are going to be talking about the Solo app, which I think is amazing. It's well, you know what? Just stick around. They're going to break all that down. You're going to not want to miss any of this. So again, thank you, Marissa, and let's go on to the next segment.
Thank you.
No problem.
Have a great day.
You too.
Next up.
Wait a minute. Wait. Click the wrong thing. There.
Man, these orders just suck. What am I gonna do? I got an idea. I know what I'm gonna do. Been here, feel neglected. I'm dashing, but it's hectic. Need more money, and I know just what to do. I listen to all my favorite tubers at Grubhub and Uber. Multi-apping makes more money, it's true. Now I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. Accept, decline, that decision's mine, and man, that feels so free. May not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. Now nothing quite affects me like the no tips that I can't see. Come on, Pa, I hope you win the fight. 'Cause DoorDash is so shady, and I'd like to know that they paid me for all the work that I've done tonight. Still, I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. When times are hard, it's jump the car and make that sweet money. May not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. if you want to understand, just take that phone that's in your hand. Try to adapt, you'll never be the same. Motivation can be hard to find, but it's out there if you look online. Maybe that's why I play this game. Now I must admit, I'm so much happier working for me. Learned a lot, and now I've got a future clear to see. May not know where I'm going or what this order may be, but I must admit, I'm so damn happy I bet on me.
Next up on the Gig Virtual Conference, Solo and Buckle have been long-term supporters of this community. Let's please welcome them as they get us up to speed on the latest info about solo gig apps and gig worker auto insurance.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How's it going? So we have we're good. I just want to that video. I did every time. You have to smile when you watch that and listen to it. It's all you can really do. So shout out to my man Joe. Let's Play DoorDash. He has a YouTube channel. Go check him out. Shout out to his father. I guess is that a band? I guess that's a banjo, right? It's a banjo, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. So without further ado, we have Bryce with Solo here. And for those of you that don't know, if you don't know about Solo, many people have been talking about it. I've been talking about it. Many of you guys have used it, using the app, downloaded the app. We're going to talk about Solo. We're going to talk about what Bryce does with Solo. Solo kind of expanded, I believe, in 5 more markets just this past Friday. So we're going to get into a little bit of that. So Bryce, how you doing, my man?
I'm good, guys. Thanks so much for having me on. And how are you guys doing? You're going on 4 hours. Yeah, you guys hanging in there?
I'm good.
Time is flying by.
It is.
Right? When you do this and there's so much things going on, you think it's flying by. Like, I can't believe actually it's 4 hours.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it. So we're doing good, man.
That's great. Awesome content today. Just listening in to, obviously there's so many resources that are trying to help folks in this space. And it's cool to hear about experts in specific fields like taxes, for example, and get into some of the other apps and software that can also be beneficial is really cool to see. So I appreciate you guys putting this on.
Absolutely, man. We like doing this kind of stuff, and we're trying to, today was designed to be informative, bringing experts in, getting some knowledge. And, it's Saturday and people like to, talk amongst themselves and ask questions in the chat. And so let's get into Solo. Like what does a Solo app do? First off, how long have you, been with Solo? And then what does the Solo app do for gig workers specifically?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you asking. And for those that don't know anything about us, we've been around about 2 years now. But the idea for Solo goes back 10 years. And my co-founder and I know this, somewhat probably met with mixed feelings out there, but we worked at Uber really early on, 2012 to 2017. It was a very different company then. We were just a town car company when I started, and my job was actually doing a lot of just, support with drivers face to face. We didn't really have online onboarding. If you wanted to drive with Uber, you came into our little basement office in Seattle here, which is where we're based out of. I would jump in the back of your town car. I would do seatbelt checks. We'd, hand out, iPhones and everything. And at that time, for people to use. And so very different world today, obviously, but it was really the beginning of, how we started thinking about this space. And it gave us a bunch of great experience, working with thousands of folks that used Uber, especially on the ride sharing side at that time, how they worked it into their professional lives. And fast forward, to Solo here, we've been around 2 years. We're a mobile app for gig workers that helps you manage and optimize your finances as a business of one. And what we do are really 2 major things. We help you solve that problem of, waking up in the morning and saying, hey, you may have an earnings goal in mind, or you want to just maximize earnings for the day, or you have a set schedule you kind of got to work within. What we do is we help present you an optimal schedule for whatever constraints you have in your personal life or your day. And we show you which jobs are going to pay you the most in your city, including hour by hour pay predictions. So we'll show you, because these are all marketplaces, the ups and downs, the troughs and the peaks, right, of these different companies, everything from Shipt to Uber to Doordash to Instacart. We'll show you the best jobs that work at any given time. And if you'd like to, we offer you the opportunity to guarantee it ahead of time. So we say, hey, we're not only going to help you earn hopefully more, and on average, people with solo earn about 20% more, but in addition, we'll take out that downside risk for you, so that you don't have to be worried about, hey, am I actually going to come in? It's going to be a bad day, not going to get a lot of requests, or it's going to be slow, bad tippers, you name it, right? And so we kind of take that out of the equation for you up front via our Smart Schedule feature. And then, the other stuff is we help with all the other kind of back office stuff you have to think about as an independent worker, which is, we track miles for you. We help you track expenses. So think like kind of QuickBooks Lite, as the last expert on just kind of explain kind of the things you can write off. We help you do that in one place. And then we give you a projection out on your taxes as well. So, we try to, really be that one-stop shop, that kind of backpack for you as a independent worker, so that this can be a much simpler experience. You don't have to worry about some of these, other aspects of being in business for yourself.
Yeah. That's so you talked a little bit about the guaranteed earnings. You brought up the Smart Schedule. What can you share with us about the Smart Schedule features? I know a lot of people ask me about that. It's kind of newer. Like what does the Smart Schedule look like in people's markets?
Yeah. So one of the things we learned at, time at Uber and also a lot of time in airport lots and grocery aisles, outside, busy restaurants, talking to folks is, hey, it's hard to know, unless you've been doing this a long time, maybe 6 to 12 months, the kind of trends in your market around, these different platforms. Food delivery has different peaks than ride sharing. Groceries completely different. Amazon Flex, very different from all the others. GoPuff has entered the scene now. And so what we do is we actually, when you sign up and link your accounts, your work accounts with Solo, you can think of it as kind of like joining a big, cooperative of data. Essentially, we have over 50 million job data points now on our system that help then come back to you with a local customized schedule showing you how much we expect each job to pay. So if you log into the Solo app and you go to the Smart Schedule feature, like you mentioned, Pedro, and you kind of look at the rest of the day here, you'd see if you're in the central time zone, hey, from 6 to 7, we expect DoorDash to pay you $15.72. Uber is going to pay $13.85. And you can see that breakdown. It gives you kind of a bird's eye view to say, hey, if I just want to maximize earnings, here's the best job for it. If I just want to do ride sharing, I can pick that subsegment. And you can build up that optimal schedule that we show you on a daily basis that then bleeds into the guarantee.
So that sounds like it's really good for people that have multiple apps, and they could look at and have some information that's being provided from other drivers in that same market. And you could say, okay, well, Mondays are really good for rideshare. Tuesdays are really good for maybe Instacart for whatever reason, maybe that's payday or who knows, right? But Wednesdays for dinner are really good with DoorDash from 5 to 9. So that's gonna, it's about maximizing your time and knowing that the opportunities are there, and the good opportunities are in these kind of times and days, right? So it's a wealth of knowledge is what it sounds like to me. And I think that a lot of us talk about learning your market, learning through trial and error, making mistakes, which we have to do it. But the Solo's given us a little bit of like a little cheat code, a little bit, right? A little bit of more information to say, okay, I can make an extra $3 per hour on this hour, this day. That money tends to add up over the course of time, especially for my full timers out there. So that's a pretty awesome feature.
It's a great way to put it in. And I think we actually can help both sides, right? I know there's probably a lot of people listening that are like, hey, look, I've been doing this in my market. I've got my 3 apps or 4 apps that I use, and I kind of know when to use them. But we can help kind of shore up that intuition and that experience that you have with hard data, right? And give you the bird's eye view. And then if you're newer to the gig economy and maybe you're just on one app, you're just like kind of dabbling right now, we kind of speed up that learning process that those guys, those folks that have been doing it 6, 12 months have figured out over, as you mentioned, kind of probably like some bad days, right? Which we're trying to take out of that and speed up ultimately for the education process for people who are just getting into the space. And so, I know transparency gets talked about a lot, in the gig economy, especially for the workers. And, coming from the background, my co-founder and we always said, hey, we think we can bring so much more data, transparency, and tools to workers. And with that information, they can then make, the best decision for what works for them. We're really trying to kind of serve both those two different groups, both those people who have been doing it a long time, multi-appers, as well as those just getting into it. Yeah.
So Hannibal and I and Steve, when we started the show, we talked about, markets can be different, and what, Hannibal has certain apps that he works that he knows are good for him, and they might be very different for me. What are you guys seeing at Solo? Like, what are the couple top apps that you're seeing for good earning apps right now currently in the markets that Solo's in, and what are some of the ones that are on the bottom right now?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking. And, we're thanks for mentioning our launch. We offer the Smart Schedule now in 19 cities across the country. If you're not in one of the 19 markets, they're on our website. We're getting there as soon as we can, and we will get you the same, the same information as those cities. From what we see today, and this always important to remember seasonality, right, as you go throughout the year. But we're getting into the fall. It's starting to rain, especially in places like Seattle. It's pouring out today. Yeah. And so, people on the ride sharing side, right, tend to walk less, take maybe public transit less, and they're starting to jump in the back of an Uber or a Lyft, right? And so ride sharing still today tends to be one of the higher earning platforms. We see those come in at about $25-$30 an hour, depending on the city. In places like Seattle, or even places like Miami, Chicago, that can spike to $40-$45 an hour, early mornings, late nights, that kind of stuff. So depending on your schedule, that can be a great option. But on the flip side, if you're more of a Monday to Friday person, and that's kind of, maybe you want to get up early, Amazon Flex and Walmart Spark actually have been great options. So, those are in the low to mid 20s, and, very local, very specific to the city, but generally low to mid 20s per hour. And those can fit a little more traditional schedule, right? I think food delivery gives you kind of a good around the clock option outside of the very, very overnight or, early morning hours. But those tend to be a little bit lower in terms of hourly earnings. So we see Grubhub and Favor, actually, which is mostly in the South and in Texas, but come in a little bit lower on the hourly earnings perspective. Okay. So if you're thinking about like, hey, what job should I maybe consider adding in my city? Those are some great options, between Uber, Lyft, Amazon Flex, and Spark.
Yeah, I feel like those are the hot ones. Grubhub seems to be, they've kind of been losing some market share over the last few years and not spending as much in marketing. So that kind of makes sense to me. I think that definitely makes sense. So a lot of people would ask, like, okay, is Solo free? Is there a trial period? How much does it cost? Like, what's, what could I, what kind of benefit can I get from Solo? What would you say to those kind of questions?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and you should be asking that. You're a business, right? I think like most people think of businesses like a brick and mortar store on the corner, right? But you as an individual are a business. You should think about how you invest in tools and resources to help you run it. For us, when you sign up with Solo, 14 days free access, you get everything that we can offer you, without any charge, no commitment. We don't take any credit card, nothing like that. Come in, sign up, link your accounts, and we can start helping you track income, track your mileage. You can add expenses in there. We project out your taxes at the state and federal level. And then if you're in a smart schedule city too, we can help you start to see what that optimal schedule looks like, get you an idea of maybe jobs you might want to add to your portfolio, as well as the best hours to work. And you can come in and actually guarantee your pay in that 14-day free access period free of charge. If you want to, stick with us after the fact, we do have a monthly subscription. It's $7.99 a month for the pro option, and it's $3.99 for the basic. The basic gives you kind of your business income, expenses, taxes, and the pro gives you that smart schedule and pay guarantee set of features. So, we always have said, hey, we want to make sure we prove it to workers, and then we, provide that value up front and, give you everything we've got in that 14 days so that you can, make up your mind for yourself. And we're really excited. We've seen, over 50,000 workers now, join the platform across the country. And, I think it's, we're seeing that, these kind of tools are resonating. This kind of data transparency is resonating with folks. And so we're really excited about that support and appreciate everyone that's already signed up and joined the company.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I got an interesting question here. I had on my sheet. I want to ask it. So,
yeah,
we talk a lot about what workers can do to earn more, because that's all we all want to make more money. Like regardless of what, if you're a W-2, you want to raise, you want a bonus. If you're a gig driver, you want to figure out how to go from $20 an hour to 25 or 25 to 30, whatever that is. We all want to make more. Inflation's high. It costs more just to do everything that's just regular, whether it's going to the grocery store or going to the gas pump. So we all need to earn more for that reason. But so we talk about earning more, but are there any learnings on the flip side of what not to do?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, there's been a couple sessions that have talked about, accepting 100% of trips, some of the more tactical pieces that you can think about, you should think about those as offers, right? For your time and your business, right? And saying, hey, is it worth it? Right. Those are the tactical pieces. But some of the more systemic things that we see are, for example, people that kind of think of themselves as like an employee of a company. And I know everyone probably on this call is a little bit further along in the progression of saying I'm an independent contractor. I can decide when and where I work. Some of the things we hear a lot of is people say, well, I just work with Grubhub, and that's my thing. And I kind of just go where Grubhub tells me to go. And one of the things that we see right off the bat that people can do to earn more or, kind of avoid is getting stuck with one platform, because what we know is that they will have troughs in their earnings and their demand, right? That is going to impact you as an independent worker. And you're going to get stuck either with tighter schedules or you're going to make less if you do it full time, right? So we always recommend like, hey, it's a good idea to add jobs to your portfolio so that you can pick and choose a little bit more depending on what you've got going on, the time of year, the day, the week, et cetera. That's a big part of it. I think, we actually did a study on this, and just to add to that, the workers in Seattle, for example, in 2021 that made the most money actually had access to 3 jobs, 3 different platforms, work platforms. And they made about, I think if I remember correctly, 20 to 25% more than those that only had access to one.
Yeah,
and so
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, that can sound kind of small, but that's like going from $20 an hour to $25 an hour.
Well, that's if you work 40 hours a week, that's $10,000 a year. So that's a lot.
Huge
we talked about, we mentioned that with Sergio earlier, like we have to understand, like we have to do better as drivers to figure out what, how to make that extra $5 or whatever it is. Even if it's not, if you don't look at it like hourly, you might look at it, I want to make an extra $40 a day or $50 a day. Like that can equate to 10 grand. So, we just had some tax talk and, am I going to pay taxes? Am I not? Am I putting enough away for savings? Like that extra 10,000 by making these changes, by having an app that might be able to help you, by folding in not just one app, but get to 3 or 4, 10,000 is going to cover a lot for you. It could cover your tax bill. It could cover your little bit of savings. Maybe you're paying down debt. So, while a lot of us can be happy making $20 an hour, depending on your market, if you can get to 25 consistently, that's $10,000 is a lot of money. Like if you were a salaried manager somewhere and they're paying you a salary of $60K, let's say, to manage a restaurant, and then the next year your boss like, you did great, now you're going to make 70. You're probably taking a wife or husband out to dinner. You're celebrating that. $10,000 is a lot of money, right? So why not feel the same way as a gig driver? Like you got to figure out that $5 difference. To me, that's huge. We don't think about that enough because we feel like it's only $5. Well, you have to look at the whole course of the time that you're working.
No, that's 100%. And I think that's like on the revenue side, right? Which is what so many people think about, right? It's like, I got to go out there and I want to bring in more money today. And that's one way to optimize on that side. And to your original question, I think the second thing we see is that, it's somewhat mundane, right? It can be, annoying, but tracking your business expenses, your miles, all that stuff, it may not be like top line revenue for you, right?
Yeah.
But it's more money in your pocket come March, April, whenever you file your taxes for the past year. And, we've worked with people to help kind of get that figured out. But you don't want to be stuck in that situation when you're sitting in, the first few months of next year and you're like, hey, I didn't track these things. Now I got to pay the IRS more than I would like, right? Those are the two ways we kind of think about helping workers, ultimately put more money in their pocket, is take home more on the front side and then track all those, maybe a little bit more boring business pieces with our app automatically, and then take, I should say, hold on to more of that in the first part of next year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I know you expanded this past week, and you're gonna obviously, I would imagine, try to continue to expand into different markets. So can you share with us the markets that are a couple of markets that are available currently that Solo is working in, and then some of the new ones that just came out this last week? And then if you have any that I'm sure you would love to be everywhere, but if there's anything coming up in the future that you want to share with us, the viewers?
Yeah, definitely. I'm watching some of the comments come in too, and it looks like we've got maybe a few Canadians in the comments thread. So I appreciate it. We're working on Canada someday, but we're not quite there yet. We're still focused on the United States. I appreciate it. My co-founder is actually Canadian, so that's it's a priority for us.
There you go.
But today, if you're in the United States, we offer the Smart Schedule in the metro areas of Seattle. That was our first city. That's where we're based out of. We're a pretty small team of 9 here working on the app. If you're in Texas, Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio. If you're in Florida, we're in Miami, Orlando, Tampa, Jacksonville, Atlanta, Nashville, Chicago, Columbus, Indianapolis, Detroit, and Oklahoma City, Charlotte, and Raleigh are the cities we're in. And so I know that's a long list. It's also on our website to make it a little simpler if you didn't catch your city there. But we rolled out 5 cities yesterday. And what's really great is as more solopreneurs refer others to the platform, we can open up more cities more quickly. And so on the horizon here, we're thinking a lot about the rest of the cities in the kind of the Midwest. There's the Minneapolis of the world, Cleveland, Cincinnati, right? Well, and Pittsburgh, we'll get to soon. And then we're also thinking about the coasts. Of course, you've got a ton of folks doing this work in California as well as the Northeast. And so our goal is to get to you as fast as we can here in the next, call it 3 to 6 months. And so the cool part is we've gotten this a little bit more figured out with a smaller set of cities. We now kind of know how this works. What this looks like going forward with a bigger group of cities. And so the biggest thing listeners can do to help is refer their fellow gig workers or independent workers, and that helps us speed up the process as it gives us a little bit more information to offer things like the Smart Schedule in your city. But I will say the good news is you can get the business in a box, the income, expenses, and the taxes, tax projections. You can get that anywhere in the United States right now. So you don't have to wait for that, just the Smart Schedule and the pay guarantee.
Cool. That's good to know. What else would you like the viewers to know about Solo? I feel like we went over a lot in like a very short amount of time, which is great. Hannibal, you got any questions, or Bryce, you got anything else you want to add about Solo that we haven't kind of touched on already?
I mean, I don't mind echoing the same thing, but just a different voice, maybe to address how I think awesome this the Solo platform is. Like the last segment, we're talking about taxes. I know, we could be honest with ourselves. Many of us may not be on top of our expenses the way we should be. So just the feature of tracking your income, tracking your expenses, your mileage, the most important parts of running a business. So that app, Solo app takes care of you. And the idea that if you are new to gig work and you are, and especially if you're lucky enough to be part of the cities that the Smart Schedule and the pay guarantee covers right now, fast tracking your knowledge in the market saves you time. That's really important. Yes, you're earning more money, but time is extremely important.
Yeah.
When you're not, Pedro, I'm sure you have done with this, starting out, making mistakes with either you went on the wrong day or the wrong time, and you're just sitting there and you're like, damn, that kind of sucked. I could have stayed home and watched Netflix. But at least now, at least with Solo, there's information to say, hey, I'm really going to optimize my time by going on this time and using this app. And also, I think a lot of gig workers sometimes get stuck in our ways. Sometimes we only want to do food delivery. They don't want to do Instacart. No matter how much, Steve Rideshare Rodeo loves Instacart, or, Pedro hated Instacart, he tried it, like it. But if there's information there saying, well, you can earn an extra, $5 or extra $3 this hour checking out food delivery, it may be actually a good idea to try it out, and maybe realize it's not even that bad to take care of some food and do food shopping and stuff like that. So I think it's pretty awesome. Really great platform. I can't say more nice things about it. I think especially if you are new, but even if you are a veteran, I think you will find some value with the Solo app.
Hey, well, I appreciate that, Hannibal, and I think that's exactly the kind of setting we're trying to create for folks to join the platform, right? Is we're not telling you have to do anything, right? We're giving you the information to make the choice for you. If you think the increase in earnings is worth Pedro getting on Instacart and going out there and doing the grocery side of things, like, that's your call, but at least you have the information. You don't have to guess anymore, right? And that's really the whole point, because, on average, people earn about 20% more when they work the right job at the right time. If you start adding platforms, you can earn 40 to 50% more per hour, right? And so it's, it's really an efficiency game, and that's how the companies think about it. I heard David talking about that earlier, and it's important to think, or kind of remind everyone that companies think about the efficiency piece. It's like, for the workers, we should be thinking about it the same way, right? Like, how do I kind of put myself in the right place, right time, get the most out of my time? And I think that'll ultimately lead to, better financial results, right? Which is really what, people are thinking about when they're out there running their own business.
Yeah, for sure. We got a new guest here. I think that's Steve down there.
Hey, Steve.
What's up, Bryce?
Steve, what's going on?
So let's just talk for 30 seconds. We were talking about Instacart, and I saw Steve kind of like, whoa, he kind of like almost fell out of his chair when Hannibal brought it up.
I tease him with that.
I know, it's fun. At this point, it's just, we have to, right? Like, we can't not. I know he's got the dump.
I know.
I love it. So, okay, Bryce, to kind of sum it up, I think, what would you say to somebody that was maybe like on the fence, like, oh, okay, well, Solo's in my market, but I don't know if I want to use it because I don't know if I want to pay $7.99, or I don't want to do this, or I don't want another app on my phone, because we all have, what would you say to somebody that was like maybe on the fence about the benefits of it?
Yeah, I think it's a completely fair question, as we were discussing earlier, and I'd say, look, I mean, it's no risk, no issue for you to give it a try, right? It's easy to sign up, takes about 2-3 minutes. We give you everything that we've got, in the app right out of the gates, right? So we'll show you your income. We'll help you track the miles. We'll get your help projecting taxes out for you in your city and state. And we'll show you that smart schedule and pay guarantee, depending on kind of where you're at in the country. And if you're not there yet, we'll get it to you soon. And so, give us a chance, in those 14 days. We want to prove it to you that we can help, not only you earn more on an hourly basis, but also take home more when you get to tax season, right? And so I think, the $7.99, I know that everyone's thinking about things like inflation, higher costs, gas, et cetera, right now. But we hope that that's a return, that you get back 30, 40x, by using our platform. And so, we want to build a sustainable business, and we want to serve workers, not just today, but for many years ahead. And so, that's a part of our business model, but we want to create outsized returns for you with software and data. And I think we're in a unique position to do that for you. And so if you come in, it's no risk, give us a chance. We want to prove it to you. And, we're excited to hopefully help you ultimately improve your take home as an independent worker.
Awesome. Love it. That's awesome. We've had there's some good people on here today. We have apps, we have websites, we have places drivers can go to get information, to maximize your earning opportunities and potential, to, track your tax stuff, So I think, Bryce, I appreciate you coming on today. And I know it's Saturday. I know you think you said it was raining in Seattle, so maybe you didn't have, maybe it's okay to be inside, but I appreciate you joining us, man. I really do. And I look forward to what Solo has to offer different markets in the future. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys putting this on. Super cool to see all the information and knowledge you're sharing with both kind of like hard, tangible knowledge around running a small business, as well as kind of best tips and tricks and advocacy as well. So appreciate you guys putting this on, and thanks for letting me kind of talk people's ears off for a few minutes here. So
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good night, brother. Thank you.
Thanks, Bryce.
See you guys. Have a good
All right. So Hannibal stepped away. So listen, we got Steve back. So we have about 30 minutes before the segment of the night. Like this segment, the next segment coming up, I know I'm building it up. I'm putting a little pressure on the driven mom, but I was really looking forward to this segment. Steve, you want to talk a little bit about what we have coming up, and then we're going to fill some time. I got some things to say, but I know that you've had, I believe you hosted a very similar segment on your channel, and I know the Driven Mom has done 2 on hers. You want to kind of talk about what's coming up here at 7:00?
Yeah, well, when I did it, it was for Para, and it was on the Para channel, and David and I were in on it. I've liked Lisa's on her channel without me in on it. I don't think I should have been in on it. Even David didn't say much on that episode. Like there wasn't a lot to say, and it made it, you know me, I really don't sweat through things, but I was kind of sweating through some of the questions. I was like, almost finding myself in a couple traps. So I like it when it's led by them as well. And not, I mean, if it's going to be a segment on the women in the gig economy, then it should just be
we don't need me and Steve. We're knuckleheads sometimes. We don't need, our opinion doesn't matter. That's why we're doing this segment, because I think we have to, especially on YouTube, right, guys? So we have a lot of great content creators, men and women, and usually the ones that are the most opinionated and the loud and the most annoying are the men. Actually, I'll just say it is what it is. Okay, so to get a woman's perspective, a lady's perspective, multiple women's perspective on kind of what's important to them, what they go through, is it different for them versus us, right? They share. There's more women doing this type of work than men. So really looking forward to that segment. I think it's going to be great. I do want to
and the fear factor for some women are the same as men. They don't really feel it, but there's a lot of we all come into the gig economy with a little fear factor.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, and especially with rideshare, because I do rideshare. Steve's done rideshare. Many of you guys have done it. Rideshare it's a different beast altogether, right? And just, even as a woman doing it, I can only imagine. I myself have put myself in situations where it's like, man, this person's right behind me, right? Like sometimes they sit right behind you, which is weird if there's only one person, but whatever. And, things can happen in a moment's notice, right? And as a woman, I can imagine that's even maybe more of a thought. We hear certain stories and we hear, things that are happening in the news, and it's just, it's wild.
Especially since a lot of these women transform back to the work industry from being moms or whatever full time. So they've been at home, doing work or being a mom, whatever they're doing. And now they're just jumping back into this gig economy job that's like, they don't even give any anything. They just say, turn the app on and go.
Yeah, they do. I'm going to stay in the chat just for a little bit and see who we got in here, give some shout outs. I got Hector, been rocking with us. Gary, thanks for coming in and sharing your Gary'sApps.com. See Vicky, Eric, Bruce. A lot of you guys been watching from the beginning. John, appreciate all the super chats and the stickers, man. Really appreciate that. We got Joe, Let's Play DoorDash, still in the house. Appreciate the video. We had to play it twice, man. I told you we're probably going to play it twice because, it's just such a great, fun video. We don't see enough of stuff like that on YouTube within our community. So I just, I know I've said it 20 times, but that video is just awesome. I can't not listen and watch it and just kind of smile, So shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Hannibal for working he's like Puff Daddy. He's producing this whole thing. He's Timbaland over there, Dr. Dre.
I definitely underestimated how much had to be done back here, but it was fun. And at the time flew by. Like it's 4.5 hours. I felt like we just started.
It's crazy.
I really did.
It's crazy. It's crazy. So we got a little time still. We're gonna the ladies are gonna come in pretty soon, and then we're gonna do kind of a little round table. So for anybody that's watching right now, I know I've been getting some texts and emails, and I've seen it in the live chat that want to join in on certain segments or conversations. We're gonna do some of that when the ladies are done with their segment. So we will be providing the live stream link so you guys could jump in if you want to talk about something that was of interest today, a topic. So stick around for that. So we're going to be opening it up a little bit for just a little bit of time, right? We'll see how long this goes. But stick around, or if you got to leave and come back, I know a lot of you guys are working. We are going to open that. I'm going to open the StreamYard link up for a little while. So,
Really, Steve?
You see me looking out the side of my eye?
That will kill some minutes.
Oh, hold on. So earlier I heard about some kind of pepper spray or is that a real thing? Do we have access to that? Okay, so right now, listen. I don't know how many likes the stream has. But if we can get everybody to like the stream and somebody tell me where we're at, if we get enough likes, I think Steve might be up for a little bit of valuable content. What do you guys say?
Listen, for Marissa's sake, we're not going to get Steve tased, okay?
Okay, so Hector says we got 164 likes. I mean, we can get another 36 real quick, and we can get Steve tased on the live stream. What do you say?
And Gary will get maced. So it's going to be a two-way street.
2 for 1. Listen. 2 for 1 on the live GigEcon.
Pedro, I think I asked this question, but I don't know if I got an answer. Would you rather deal with being tased or maced in the face?
I've never been either. I would probably rather be tased than maced, and this is why I say that. I had a buddy when I worked at restaurants. He was in the Army Reserves, and they had a thing where you had to be maced or whatever. It was part of the training or something like that. And he told me that was just like horrible, his experience with that. So I think I'd rather be tased because I feel like the side effects wouldn't last as long.
Yeah, I'll definitely go with tased. My wife, when she worked at corrections, had to be maced, and it was not a good time. Even coming home, she just had to deal with that. I've not necessarily been maced, but my dumb ass actually touched a mace, like the nozzle, by accident, and then I forgot, didn't wash my hands, rubbed my eye. That was not fun. So I would definitely get tased before I get it, especially bear mace. I don't know what is in that. I mean, obviously it's going to discourage a bear. It must be extremely strong.
Yeah.
So
yeah. What about you, Steve? Have you been tased or maced before?
Neither, but I think I gotta say that there's different levels of tasers too.
Okay.
I don't want to be clipped up to like a state patrol's taser that just has a trigger on it and the 2 prongs attached to you. And
I've seen that a few.
That's different than like this.
Yeah.
I mean, just so everybody knows, too, like this is working.
Holy shit.
So
that is, listen, that's wild, man. I might actually. I still would rather be tased, but just hearing that gives me a little anxiety. Like, damn, like, would I pass out if it happened? Would I like freak out?
Yeah, the sound actually is like a discouraging. Like, all right, you're gonna continue to try to advance because all these tools are for self-defense. If someone pulls that out and turns it on, you'll be like, okay, let's not deal with this. Move on to
But the other thing is, once I do that, they're close enough that I'm gonna have to use it.
At this point,
it's not like you show them and they're 20 feet away and you're like, hey, it's they're gonna be right
I'm imagining you doing that, like, hey, and then you just with your dumpling shirt on, just like, you mess with me.
And then if they still approach me, I'll just bear mace them.
Yeah,
I'll just put the taser away and pull the mace out. That's 35 feet.
You see, Pedro doesn't need all that. He just has to ask, you talking to me? Talking to me?
Whoa, man, yeah, that was funny, wasn't it? I don't listen.
You talking to me? And like, no, I'm sorry. No,
I'd actually. This is gonna be funny for everybody. We're not gonna talk any clown talk today. I'm gonna stick to that. But I would almost rather be tased than to have to deliver that kind of delivery again. I'll say that controversial statement right now because it just makes me angry. So it is what it is. So
fair enough. Yeah.
I don't know. So let me ask you guys real quick. What segment? I'll start with Hannibal. What segment did you get maybe the most information from, or that you enjoyed the best? And then Steve, same for you. What segments did you guys like today? Like, what do you think?
I think I want to cop out with the answer here, but I enjoyed everything in terms. But I guess the 1099, obviously, maybe because I was on it. But and Marissa was awesome. Yeah, I really realized, like, when you look at a lot of stuff that she was breaking down, it's a lot of stuff that I think either I really have to put the effort in investment to understand all this, or get a professional. I think it's either or. I can't half half-assed. I think when you do that, you have these mistakes that may occur. So that was really enlightening. But talking to some of you talking to some of the restaurateurs, like Papa John's manager. Shout out to Jermaine. Is that his name? Jermaine.
Jermaine. Yeah, I didn't know he was working. But he did a good job.
Yeah, he was a person. Like I saw him in the back. He is a person, but he was working, doing his thing, and the fact that he was still able to talk and still break down a lot of the issues. Shout out to him and shout out to the other two as well. They put a lot of effort in explaining things. Again, you can really look at how it is on the other side. They're just like us, human beings trying to make some money. And they are dealing with the apps the way we're dealing with the apps. So it's not a battle between the people who are behind the counter and the people who are in front. So I thought those two that really brought, and also we have another segment. So there's another segment that's going to come up that may just outshine all of these segments. So they have potential as well. But so far, those are two that I really enjoyed.
What about you, Steve?
I'm gonna use Hannibal's thing here too and cop out a bit, but in a different way. So I think that I'm impressed with how everything came together, is what I'm impressed with, because as the three of us and Sam know, a lot changed every week through this. The times, who, where, what, when, a lot. And it was moving pieces every week. And the fact that it all came together to have fairly seamlessly, I think, so far is.
I think so. Let's knock on some wood, because things can happen quickly. But it's been fun. I hope these guys.
I think everybody had something. I mean, early on, I think Buckle, it was a good piece, but it was so early on where you hear that long ago, you may have to go back. I think all the pieces. I think everything was good in its own right.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that coming from you. You're an OG in this space. I've been watching you before I even had a channel. So thank you very much.
Definitely shout out to Sarah. She's awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Check out her channel.
Yes.
One of us may put a link to her channel. She's when I first started, I'm sure when you first started doing YouTube, that was one of the channels that I watched.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think this it's tough when you're doing like these kind of live sometimes, because you never know what people will think. But at the end of the day, like, we just wanted to put this together, like me, Hannibal, and Steve, and with the help of Sam. And I know a lot of you guys were looking forward to it. It's not over yet, but we're just kind of talking about how it's been. But I really enjoy doing these kind of lives, because we have a plan of like what we want to talk about, but then it just organically, we're just humans, and we just kind of talk about what is important to us. And you guys are always great in the live chat, so I appreciate everybody taking time on a busy Saturday. I know a lot of you guys work on Saturdays because it's a great money day. So I know people have been coming in and out, but it's been fun. It doesn't seem like it's been 4 hours and 36 minutes.
No.
But, and I have to show a little bit of love. Like, I've said in many videos that I try to give like my energy to people that are like smarter than me, know more about certain things than I do, so that I can learn. I'm always trying to grow. So when I talk about like betting on you, like, I know like that's really cliched for some people, and people get annoying that I say it, but like, I'm going to keep saying it, because it's changed my life. As silly as they may sound, like me having that mindset's changed my life, and meeting guys like Hannibal and Steve has really helped me continue to want to and continue to motivate myself to do more for you guys, for myself, my family that's upstairs. And so I really appreciate you guys, because I know like these guys are doing this, like, this isn't a paid thing. Like, we're not making money off this. You know what I'm saying? Like, just so you guys know, this, the companies that came in, we're not making money off this is just us coming together, trying to give you guys a different type of experience, and hopefully a few people learn something. But I just want to say thanks to Hannibal and Steve and Sam, because there's no way a dude like me that could do something like this without you guys. So I appreciate you gentlemen very much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Of course. He probably could have put it all together, but he just couldn't have done any of the computer parts.
Well, yeah.
Well, I can't. That's where we're literally live.
Yeah, he's talking about physics, like literally.
Yeah. Listen, I'm the king of coming on here and making myself look crazy and ranting and rambling, but like all the back end stuff, no way. I have no time and patience for that.
Yeah, I always say he'll figure it out. Paige is gonna figure it out eventually.
Yeah, we've been saying that for a year and a half. I figured a few things out here and there, but I just, I like surrounding myself with people that know that stuff. And, Hannibal's a great editor, and he likes doing that stuff. He's going to be making money doing editing and video stuff. And Steve's a great guy that does interviews and has a lot of connections. I don't think there isn't anybody Steve doesn't know at this point. Okay. Like,
I don't think so.
We'll be having a conversation. It's like, oh yeah, I backpacked with that guy back in the Sierra in 1979. Like, Steve knows everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm not exaggerating. I think I've heard him say that. Oh, I backpacked with that guy. Like, so it's just cool to like collaborate with people that could also provide value versus just negative stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I think this community, we're so used to, and I'm guilty of this, we're used to being negative, talking negative, seeing negative, having negative conversations, having drama, and people like that stuff. That's entertaining. But at the end of the day, like, I'm trying to make money. You're trying to make money.
Yeah, it gets boring quickly.
It gets boring.
I mean, you're when you create something, you want to at least have an idea. Like, is this helping anybody? Like, obviously, the drama is more entertaining, but eventually, are you, like I said, are you making more money? Are you, Sergio from the Rideshare guy really explained a lot of, like the basics of fundamentals of, like you said, being patient, like understanding you're not just turning on the app and going outside. And those type of things, I think, is extremely important when you are out there. You don't want to waste your time. So that's why there's a lot. Those tools are out here, like Para and Solo, trying to make things a little easier because you don't want to be outside for no reason. Yeah.
No, facts. Jaywalk just said, "Smart people know when to delegate." I'm getting better at it. But that's a true statement. We have to understand our strengths and weaknesses, and that could be even just using an app. Like, if you don't know how to do certain things or prepare your taxes, like, there's people and apps for that, right?
Yeah.
If you don't feel comfortable doing your taxes, you don't want to make a mistake. The tax man's coming. Hannibal said earlier, he comes all the time, and you can get away for a few years. That has been proven, but you won't get away forever. Okay, so it's coming. So if you don't feel comfortable doing stuff like that, you have to figure out how to budget to have somebody do your taxes for you, or you got to figure out how to budget to pay Solo $7.99 or pay this person this amount of money, or Stride or Gridwise or Everlance or all the apps that are available. Like, we need to, if we're going to be independent contractors, you have to think independently and work. Nobody's going to do it for you. Nobody's going to put money to the side. Nobody's going to look up a certain website that you can get information from. You have to do that yourself. And I think a lot of us realize that, but listen, I'm lazy too. You don't want to do that stuff, but you have to. You know what I'm saying?
Everything has a cost. So if you're not willing to pay the cost for an app you may have to pay a monthly fee for, well, you're going to able to provide the cost of spending more time getting your receipts together, putting everything together yourself with paper. Like Marissa said, there's people out there still have the bunch of like all these papers in a shoebox somewhere, and then one day going through all of it. Or you can have an app where this stuff is automated to where you can just look at transactions and swipe left and right, depending on if it's a personal expense or.
There's also this app too. Where's my floating hit?
But there you go.
And you can
Gary'sApps.com.
Maximo does that stuff too, is what I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
For sure.
There's no excuse, right? Like, if he's like, I owe a lot of money because I didn't track my stuff. It's like there's so many ways of doing it. It's difficult to kind of say, well, I didn't have the opportunity. Like, no, there's a lot of apps out there.
No, there are. So we have the ladies starting to pop in, the driven mom, and so we're going to be getting to that segment shortly, guys. So appreciate you guys for hanging out with us. If you guys got questions, ask them in the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Blah blah blah, all that stuff, right? If you guys don't know, if you're just coming in, we've been live since 3 Eastern, 2 Central, 12 o'clock Pacific. We've had some great segments. These segments will also be broken down into individual videos for you guys. Okay. So, I'll be working on that with these guys and Sam and other, breaking down these segments so you guys can see them individually. So if you wanted just a tax talk, that'll be a video. The buckle segment, the solo segment, the safety video will be a standalone video. This ladies segment will be standalone. All the things that you've seen here today, the tips and tricks in the beginning about, new driver workshop will be a standalone video. You could find the Let's Play DoorDash Joe's video. You can find that on his channel. And anybody that's in the chat now, any moderators, you guys could put links into that. If you guys don't know, Hannibal is Hungry has a channel. He has a newsletter. I'm going to have him talk about that in a minute. Steve, Rideshare Rodeo, has podcast. He's on a radio show every Friday. He has gig news on Saturdays, Sunday Fun Day on Sunday. So Hannibal,
The hardest working man, though, man.
Yeah,
the
I
hardest
know.
working man.
It's
Steve.
crazy. So Hannibal, if you want to talk about the couple of things you got, that newsletter, where people can find it, and then we'll get to Steve, and he could kind of plug some of the things that he's got going on.
Sure. So I decided to do old school in terms of technology instead of a Discord, which all the things are awesome, but I wanted to keep it kind of low tech with a simple newsletter where I can talk about certain things that I haven't had time to make a video for or reinforce the video in terms of trying to expand our minds beyond just a lot of the main apps, so DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, Instacart, all those apps, where there's a lot of other ways to build a side hustle, build ways to increase your income. And a lot of it is still using the internet, but going on websites like Indeed or ZipRecruiter, that you can still find independent contractor work. You can still be able to find work that other people are not even bothering to check out because they're still using, DoorDash and Uber Eats. And I feel like as things are changing, regulations depends on where you are and where you live. Some are actually happening, some have not yet to been made. The federal situations, you still want to make sure that you are up to date to what's going on. So I got a chance to put the link in. It's free. There's nothing. It's not paid newsletter or anything. It's just 2 to 3 minutes of some writing that and also I like writing, so it's kind of like I'm bringing a love to that as well as making these videos, because I could write faster than make a video, especially some of the videos I've done where anyone that does content, Axio, Nugs, or Sarah, or like a lot of these people, it takes a lot of time. It takes hours to make a 5-minute video. But in terms of writing and then make sure the grammar is correct, it doesn't take that much effort in terms of that. So providing the information as fast as possible, that's what I'm all about. So the Hunger for More is the name of the newsletter, and I'm gonna put the link in, and you guys can check it out if you want.
Cool. Steve, what you got? What's your? I know you got something every day, and that's not an exaggeration. So go down the playlist.
Exaggeration.
Go down the playlist. What do you have? Why is it important? How long you been doing it? All that.
So yeah, I used to have the Uber, I still do, the uberlyftdrivers.com website, but that's now Rideshare Rodeo. It's going through a transition. So ridesharerodeo.com will be everything of mine that you can find eventually. Like right now, you can too anyway. You can get to all the news, you can get to the podcast, you can get to all the social links, but it'll look a lot cleaner. It'll be a different site, but that's usually the easiest way to keep tabs on anything I'm doing. And you can find the platform you want to see it on, is how I look at it. You can come and see all the socials that I'm on. You can read where I put the news up. And so you can read the actual articles that I'm talking about all the time right on the website, and I give the credit always to whoever wrote it if I didn't. So I'll say this is via this or this or this. And even a lot of those reporters I know and whatnot. So, yeah, I would just say that, like that's, I guess, one difference maybe in my channels, that when I make videos, when I do my audio podcast, it's coming from fact, straight fact. I'm not, if it's not, I absolutely say it before and after that this is just an opinion. I'm very careful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I have to be better at that, because I just like I ramble, and sometimes my opinions are right, or they come out to be right, and sometimes they're wrong. But Steve's going to be somewhere, a source of information where we want to go, because he does a lot of research and he's talking about things. And if it's a fact, he's going to say it. And if it's opinion, it's opinion. But that's where it's a good source, a good resource to be in the now within the gig economy and all the apps and all that stuff. So yeah, that's awesome. Okay.
So yeah, that's what I got going on.
Cool. What?
Oh, and wait, of course, like one of my favorite projects right now is with Hannibal.
Yeah. So right? Let's talk about this. Talk about that.
Seriously, it really is. I love doing that show. Well, I mean, I'll let Hannibal say it too. It's beyond the algorithm. He was kind of just talking about, so I'll just kind of let him pick back up where he was.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a part of the newsletter, but that's a part of what me and Steve talk about. We do at least twice a month where we kind of concentrate on other types of gig work. The gig economy is not just what's happening with the apps. There's a lot going on in terms of other freelancing work. There's other types of, if you have other skills that people come to you and ask, either for your advice or your expertise or even to do it, There's probably some website or an app that will pay you and connect you with other people who need your help, other value. And it could be from auto work, from I think Steve was talking about nursing, from writing. If you have a skill that people come to you for, you can probably find a way to leverage that and make some money. Simply as mounting TVs to the wall. I still can't do that. Most people don't want to do it. If you're able to do that fairly easily, you can find, I forgot the name of the app, but I'll bring it up when I have a chance, where you can connect with people who want someone to come in and install mountain TV. So there's so many ways of going about it. So that's what me and Steve kind of bring together. We have very unorthodox side hustles. I think the last episode, we ended it with if you want to be, I guess, a government stooge or a snitch and report idling trucks that are pumping too much, I guess, all that bad smoke up in the air. And if you're in New York City area, you can record that, send it to the Department of, Health or Transportation, and they will pay you money for that. Very unorthodox, actually potentially dangerous, but we have other types of side hustles that are not going to get you in trouble in terms of being beat up or anything. But I do enjoy working out with you, Steve. It's really interesting, and we kind of go a little all over the place, but we have a good time. And people come out with actually something that they can actually apply to and make some money. So it's a win-win for everybody.
And I think a lot of the things we bring up are, to be honest, I'll challenge them against a lot of the apps. It depends on where you are, but the pay is better on a lot of the things we're talking about, you guys, than the apps you're working. I'm just saying it. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah.
I know it is. And listen, I got DoorDash in my damn middle name. I get it. But, maybe it's me not being, maybe I'm being too lazy. I got to try these other apps. I still haven't figured out the Spark all the way yet. I did Instacart and Hannibal's advice. I didn't like it.
I'm sorry.
I started kind of liking it. No, but then I started liking it a little bit, and then I just stopped because, Uber and DoorDash take pretty good care of me most days of the week. So I feel like the time and effort to get to learn another app would be wasted. But I feel comfortable, or at least a little more secure, that if something happened with like my Uber or DoorDash account, there are a lot of other apps that
some aren't even apps.
Disposable. And some aren't apps.
Exactly. Some are just websites. You got to go roll across these and find them.
Yeah. A lot of digging, and it's just as simple as going to a website, emailing, calling, and then maybe someone is like, "Wow, no one called." Oh yeah, actually we do need someone to help do something. I actually have there's a service that I'm gonna actually have an onboarding, I guess, Zoom meeting on Monday. I think it's called Kite. It's delivering rental vehicles to your door. So I applied. I looked at the map that they were doing because I realized, well, if I'm going to be driving a car to someone's house, how I'm going to get back home. So this is going to be strictly Brooklyn because I'm probably going to have to take public transportation. But they're saying it's going to be $35,000. I'll go through it and maybe make a video about it. But I never heard about this app. It was kind of came across a Facebook feed. So like, there's so many different things that you can do, and if you can make $35 an hour driving car within your town to someone's door, I would try it out, see how it works. So that's why we check it out on Monday.
Check out this comment. Special shout out to all the great people in this community. Without them, we'd just be four weirdos talking nonsense and threatening each other with tasers and pepper spray. That might be the truest comment that we've had all day. And we've actually had some great comments, but that might be the truest, I would say. We are definitely weirdos. If you guys even knew some of the conversations that we've had off camera and the little meetings and the text messaging, like, yeah, a lot of it will probably unsubscribe. But those files will not be released. Those tapes are going to be hidden. The text will be hidden. But yeah, that's definitely true. So I think we have I think the ladies are just about ready. We're going to give a couple minutes, but I think they're all eagerly waiting and anxious to get the show started.
Would you like to put in Driven Mom first, just to? And then she'll jump in. How you want to do it?
Hold on one second. If we could, was there a video that we didn't put in yet? We played all the videos, didn't we? Yeah, I feel like we did.
Let's see.
Was there a video we didn't have yet? We played
There's one more for our intro video.
Just the intro. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just the intro one. Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and play that intro. So Lisa will come on in a minute and kind of introduce who she's got coming on, and then we'll get those ladies on the screen, and we'll start our ladies in the gig economy segment. So yeah.
All right, let's do it. Give me a second here. All right.
Next up on the Gig Virtual Conference, we are very proud to present Women in the Gig Economy, a special session hosted by Lisa, also known as the Driven Mom. So without further delay, here is the Driven Mom.
Hey guys, you're muted.
How about now?
Oh, got him. Yeah, one more unmuted.
I just didn't want to be the first one to talk.
All right. I'm gonna leave now. You
Well,
floor is
wait.
yours.
We're missing some ladies.
Oh wait, sorry. So that's on me, Ellen. I am so sorry. All right, there you go.
All right. Well, I will very briefly talk about why this segment is so important. And then hopefully, I know we have one more lady that's supposed to join us. So I'm hoping that she is added in here by the time I'm done talking. So basically, I read an article that said that 58% of DoorDash drivers are female. So that's more than half of the delivery drivers out there are women. And yet, when I got on to YouTube, I saw that a lot of the round tables were predominantly men. And I was like, hey, women need a voice too. So that's been my big project that I've taken on my channel is what I call Ladies Night. And it's a live stream where I gather a panel of women and we discuss all things gig economy from our unique female perspective. So tonight, I'm really excited about the ladies that we have tonight. So I'm gonna go, that way and like in a clockwise motion. So we have Driven for Dinner, also known as Sheila. We have Michelle Sleet. Michelle is not on YouTube, but Michelle does run 2 of the biggest Facebook groups for DoorDash. So, and then underneath Michelle, we have Dash or Pass, also known as Faith. And then to the left of Faith, we have Delivering with Ellen. And I'm Lisa, the Driven Mom, by the way. And then I'm really hoping that Holly makes it. We have Holly Camp is supposed to join us. So I will give, how about everybody just go around and you can kind of talk about like what apps you use, if you're full-time or part-time, and like how long you've been doing gig work. And we'll go clockwise again. So Sheila, you'll kick us off.
So I'm Sheila, also driving for dinner. It's Southern.
Okay.
So I've been doing gig work for about a year now, and I started off on Uber Eats, and then finally got the availability to add DoorDash in. I've been doing that for about 6 weeks. So I can't get into anything else in my market right now.
And I'm sorry, did you say you were full-time, part-time?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I am currently full-time. I'm in between W-2s. Once I get my W-2 at the beginning of the year, then I'll go back to being part-time, which is what I was before.
Okay. So then let's hop over to Michelle.
Hello, thank you for having me. Yes, I have been in the gig economy for 3 years and love it. I primarily do, I turn on DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats, and I multi-app every day, and I let them bid for my services. Whoever wants me, I'm going there. And full-time, but I stay with the lunch and dinner rushes and work till I can't work any longer, as well as manage the two big pages, the 2 DoorDash pages. That takes about 3 or 4 hours every day, and then keeping it on 24/7 with some great moderators. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Faith.
Okay, hello. I'm full-time now. I started part-time and then I realized I wasn't gonna get kidnapped or shot, so moved into full-time, got a lot more confident with it. I really used Amazon Flex a ton at first. I started with DoorDash, but now my main tier are just Uber Eats and DoorDash.
All right.
So I do DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Grubhub. And even though I do have like a part-time substitute teaching job, I pretty much do this full-time, I would say.
Okay. And then Holly, I'm so glad you could join us, Holly.
I was frantically looking for the link. And I'm like,
Oh,
I kept
okay.
hearing
I
you
had a
say,
problem
I
with
hope
that
Holly
too.
joins us. I'm like, where's my link? Where's my link? I was freaking out. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm so glad that you made it. So, so below me is Holly Camp, and she does have a YouTube channel. It's Holly Camp Savvy Shopper.
Delivers. Savvy Shopper Delivers, aka
Yes.
Holly Camp. Sorry, it's kind of long.
All right. And so basically I'm just having everybody, tell us what apps they use. Are they full-time or part-time? And how long have they been using these apps?
Okay, I'm full-time. Usually 7 days a week. I'll take a couple of days off during the month, sometimes when I have to, but I have a really hard time taking a whole 24 hours off. I do Instacart, DoorDash, Uber Eats. I have Grubhub and I do it every once in a while, like if nothing else is happening or something, but not often. Did my first Amazon Flex the other day. And I have my own business, which is Savvy Shopper of Sarasota, which is a grocery delivery business that I run through the Dumpling app.
Very nice.
Oh, and I do curry.
Okay. All right. And so for me, I started doing gig work about 5 years ago, off and on, very part-time. I started actually with Rideshare with Uber and Lyft. I moved into doing more DoorDash deliveries during the pandemic, added in Spark, and now I'm kind of transitioning back to doing primarily Rideshare, some Uber Eats and DoorDash, depending on if the Rideshare demand is not there. And I am also transitioning to being more full-time with my hours than part-time. But it's a schedule that my husband and I are kind of like ironing out right now. So yeah, it's been interesting.
I forgot to say Spark. Yeah, I'm on Spark too.
Okay.
I'm still in my frantic mode. I'm trying to.
I'm so sorry. I'm glad that you made it though. So, all right, let's get into the very first question that I have. So like I said at the beginning, like 58% of the DoorDash drivers are women. There's been this huge influx of females into the gig work space. So I want you guys to tell me why you think so many women are being attracted by gig work. And we'll go clockwise.
So I think that there's like the generic normal, like some of us are moms and it just makes it a very flexible schedule where we can, I saw a comment earlier that was like, where's the queen of kindness, Kim? And so, she's a prime example of it. Like her kids have a bunch of different activities and this way she can bounce back and forth and do what she needs to do. And it's also just I don't know, in a world where we're constantly told what we can and can't do, it's a world where we make our own schedule. We do whatever the heck we want. And I like that power of it. I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit. So it just kind of goes with my family, but it also just really goes with the fact that I can control it. Like no one is telling me what I can and can't do, especially in my W-2 industry. Just being honest, it's all men folk that are in charge. So it's really nice in my side gig that it's just me, myself, and I that tells me where I have to be and what I have to take and what I have to do. So just honest talk.
Yeah. Michelle, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think that the gig economy, I wish that these apps were around when I had small children. I'm an empty nester now. So, but when I wanted to work back in the day when I had small, it was you had to stick to a rigid schedule and you had to be full time. I believe now it's great because you don't have to check in. Yeah, I say I work for my own boss. I am my own boss. I work for this girl and she is a slave driver. I am hard on myself. I make myself get out there and do it. But it is just an amazing way to, well, for instance, when I started, I signed up for DoorDash. I got through the process in literally 1 minute. They said you can go out and drive. The next day, I didn't come home for like 48 hours straight. I mean, I just stayed out. I was loving it. I was chinking up the money. I took bad orders. I didn't care. Now I'm much more savvy and would never do that. And but I just think it's independence. It's the ability to do whatever you want to do when you can do it. It's total freedom. And if you just want to do 2 rides or 20 rides, you can do whatever you want. So, and now I am an economist. I taught business and economics at the college level. And I just read a fact that the most recent study was that 16% of our job industry is in the gig economy. So let's go, gigs.
Nice.
And pro woman, right?
Exactly. Faith, what do you think?
So you asked me this question last time too, and the first time I answered it, I said I didn't know. And I think that was it's because like I don't have kids, and I've actually most of the jobs that I've worked in have been male dominated, so I've always been really comfortable with just working my way up and proving that I'm no different than you guys, and I can do this, but just be reasonable, but just as much work as you can. So I kind of came into it with like a barbaric thought, like, oh well, girls just don't want to do this, like, because like I said at the beginning, they don't want to get kidnapped or shot. I think it's too scary. But now I see, after talking to multiple ladies and hearing you guys, it's really just equality on all fronts, male or female. You like flexibility, but I think especially for ladies, because like some of the previous guests have said, yeah, most of the time it's male dominated. We're answering to a guy, a boss. So it's male or female. I think it's just the flexibility. It's so nice to be able to make your own schedule, especially if you're making enough to pay the bills and everything. So
I totally agree. Ellen?
Yeah, I agree with what everybody has said. I think I'm probably just going to echo what everybody else said. But for me, definitely, it would be flexibility, of course. I'm the mom of 2 boys. I think being able to work around your family's schedule. So if they have any kind of event or doctor's appointment, not needing to get that approval from your boss or trying to find somebody else to reschedule. So, and it doesn't just have to be as mothers, of course, like Faith was saying. It's just any woman, like anything you've got going on. It is nice to know that nobody is going to be behind you saying, sorry, you can't do that. It is up to you. We are independent contractors. This is basically our own business, and we work our own schedule. And, you work on it how it best fits your needs. So I think that's one of the reasons why more women are coming into this, is because it does allow them that flexibility. It allows them the family time. So that was extremely important to me, especially with my family.
Yeah.
Oh, and Holly, I like your jacket.
Thanks. I was going to say, she looks fabulous.
Thought it'd be a little sparkly for y'all tonight.
Love it.
I, of course, have to agree with everybody. I mean, the flexibility is number one. And as Faith said and can attest to, and I'm glad that she's here because she does represent that person that is the younger person that is not into motherhood yet. And, I think everybody needs flexibility in their life, because I think everybody, whether you're a mother or not, has other responsibilities. You may have aging parents, you may have health issues yourself. And I can speak to that as probably the oldest person here. Ugh. But anyway, I know there's days, because I am getting older, and, that I feel like crap, so I have that flexibility that I can take that extra time to, rest for a couple more hours before I go into work or whatever. So, there are a lot of different things in life that happens to people, kids or not, that flexibility is so important. So
Right. Yeah. And I mean, again, I'm just going to echo what everybody else is saying. I am a homeschool mother of 5. I am high school educated. My job history is very spotty, and there is no W-2 out there that would pay me what I make doing gig work. It would allow me the freedom and flexibility that gig work allows me. And honestly, it's probably, it's not perfect for sure. It definitely has its flaws, and I definitely think there's room for improvement. But for me personally, it's the best job that I've done so far, with the benefits that I see for my family. So earlier in this conference, John McKillian came on and talked about like how important it is to have a why. So why did you, what is your why? Why did you start doing gig work in the first place? And why do you continue to do gig work?
So I started doing gig work because I wanted to go to Disney World. Legit. Like I said, I had a full-time W-2, and so but it didn't compensate. Like, it was, it's my passion and it's something I love to do, but it's government work, so there's not a ton of money. So it was a way for me to make extra money to do something really cool with my family. And like I said, luckily I was already on both of these apps by the time I had this gap in employment. And so now my why is, it's not only just the daily bills, because that's all covered, but it's like we just went to Colorado for 4 days just because. And this gig work, this freedom and choice, lets me do that. And the fact that I could go there and dash, I could still, do a couple hours. I don't know, there's not another job where you could just decide last Thursday you're going to another state for a couple days and they're just going to let you leave. And so, but I did, I started it because I wanted the extra money for fun stuff for my family. And I'm continuing to do it. And we're also taking ourselves out of debt. We're almost there. We'll be completely debt free, in the next 6 weeks if all goes well. So
nice. That's awesome.
Somebody had asked, they wanted us to share where we're from. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay.
Same place as Pedro. So I just want to let them know that. And I also want to say, in June of 2020, my son did the last regional training with Doordash. Then they stopped, and that's a real problem, because then everybody became on their own. He actually went to a storefront, did training, got his hot bag, got his red card and all that, and then they pulled that training out. And now we all became on our own, which is great. That's one reason why we have a Facebook group that's over 100,000 people.
I love your Facebook group.
Thank you. DoorDash Drivers and DoorDash Drivers Pro. If you want it, it's in real time. For instance, last night when the app went down at dinner time, 7 o'clock, we had about 150 comments in about 5 minutes.
Wow. That's insane.
Well, everybody's wondering, what's going on? Is it me? What's going on with my app? But no, it's DoorDash going down again at dinner time. And last night, the problem was everybody lost their money. I had just got done doing a large order, which was over $35. My $35 was gone. And a lot of women were out there trying to pay their light bill last night, and they couldn't access their money. Shame on you, DoorDash. You could do better.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
What time did that
happen? Like I said, there's places that definitely needs improvement.
7 p.m. Central Standard Time. the app went down, and for about 20 minutes solid, it was down. And then people's orders were disappearing off the screen. And then we had no money in our accounts. And
So
as
has
of 5
the money
a.m.
been recovered, or?
Some people, I still have that post up. There's now over 400 comments on it, and people still are missing money. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I did have a problem last night, and I wonder if that was what happened. But mine came right back. It was just like 5 minutes, and I was okay.
Since it's nationwide, again, like I said, I'm in St. Louis. We seem to be in the Midwest. We get a little bit of everything, but people will share where they're from and if things are happening there. And it's different for different for various people. But again, shame on DoorDash. They could do better. It seems like when the app goes down, it goes down right at dinner time. At least that's when most of us notice it, right? Because we're all out dashing.
Right.
It's
maybe they're overloaded because so many of us are on there. I don't know.
And they keep changing the app constantly, and so that's a whole nother discussion for another day. But
I was gonna say I do have some questions that follow this line of thinking, so we'll definitely circle back around to it. But I'm sorry, Michelle, did you say why did you start doing gig work, and why do you keep doing it?
Yes, so you have to remember in 2020 we were on the heavy part of COVID, where our city was locked down, and so every day I threw my dogs in the car from 1 to 3, and we went out and we just found a park. We went somewhere every day, and when I was actually, as I just said, my son signed up for it, and I was said all of his fraternity brothers, you should be doing DoorDash. People are making lots of money. Well, I decided to do DoorDash when I found out how much money they were earning in our market, like $8, $9, and $10 a run. And so I signed up, didn't come home, as I said, for 2 or 4 days. It was 3 years ago almost now. And I was doing the same thing, driving around, but this time I'm getting paid for it. And I learned how to do it. And I really enjoyed it. And, I wasn't in the great part of COVID when people were making a lot of money, but I did now, there's basically 5% of people who are afraid to answer their door and don't want you to contact them. But when I got it, there was probably about 50% of people that wanted no contact and were still fearful of going out of their houses. So.
When did you start?
I started in August 25th of 2020.
Okay.
I think I want to say it started around the same time, honestly, because it was right as no one was taking the pandemic seriously at first, and then they started closing the stores and stuff, and they're like, oh, my school just sent me an email that everything's being moved on to onto online, so that's a little weird. And then I was working at a mountain. Like I said, most of the jobs I've had have been male dominated. So I worked at Terrain Park, which is like a skate park on a ski mountain, basically. So I just helped maintain that. I was the only girl on the crew for the first 2 years. And then 3 months before the season ended, they sent the email like, hey, COVID's getting too out of control. Sorry, we got to let y'all go. Tomorrow's the last day. We're like, oh, okay, awesome. So I'd seen so many DoorDash ads and all this Uber Eats stuff, but I knew nobody that had ever tried it. So just jumped into it. Like I said, wasn't scary. I was making great money because it was pandemic. Everybody was making great money. So that was addicting. And honestly, I've just stayed in it now because it works so well with college, and had to move back to Texas to help take care of my mom because she had a stroke. And so it's really work. I think someone else also mentioned this. It's not just mothers in college. It's, external situations like that you can't control, that sometimes the job will just be like, well, F you, figure it out. Whereas this, you can still help, one of your parents that are in need, can't take care of themselves, and still make a living. So just really works out on all fronts for me.
Yeah. And Faith, where are you at? What market are you
in? I'm currently in Texas, but I've been in a lot of states. Dallas, Fort Worth.
Okay. All right, and then Ellen, where are you from, and why did you get into this gig work, and why do you keep doing it?
Right. So I am in the Las Vegas area, specifically Henderson, Green Valley. Originally from California, but I've lived here 20 years, so obviously been dashing and Uber riding and Uber delivering and all that in Henderson. I started actually a year before the pandemic, almost exactly, give or take a few months. And I didn't have a why. I didn't, it was just, I work as a preschool teacher, and I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but preschool teachers do not make a lot of money. And, single mom. And a friend of mine told me to start doing delivery, start with DoorDash, start with Uber Eats. Postmates was a thing at the time. So it was just one of those things where I was like, really? I don't, because you think Uber, automatically you think that there is, you have to have people in your car, but no, it's just food. So for me, at the time, it was just being able to support my family, and in addition to working as a teacher. So, and I just can, and so this is back in 2019, and I haven't, like Michelle said, I haven't been able to stop either. I mean, I've cut down, and I've gone to full time, I've gone to part time, I've gone back to full time. Pretty much work 7 days a week. Also, might take some time off, but for me, I guess my why would just be to just to continue to support my family financially, and so I haven't figured out my exact why I'm doing delivery, but for me at this moment, it works. It works, and I keep learning new things, and I keep learning new apps, and watching, YouTube videos, and trying things, not trying things, and just basically just going with the, growing as I go. So that's my way.
Holly, oh wait, I'm sorry. Faith, did we say where you were from?
Yes, but I was still because I was born in Texas, moved to Mass for school, then I moved to Colorado. Now I'm back in Texas.
And all right, did I say Faith?
Yeah. Oh,
I meant
did
to
you?
say Ellen.
Oh, well,
oh, me.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, Ellen, where are you at? I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at this hosting thing.
I'm in Las Vegas. Henderson. I'm not sure if people are familiar with Henderson, but everybody knows Las Vegas. So I'm about 20 minutes from Las Vegas. So Nevada. I'm in Nevada.
All right. Sorry. Now, Holly, where are you from, and what's your why?
I am in Sarasota, Florida, where I've been for the last almost 11 years, but I'm originally from Central Illinois, and don't think I would do this job probably if I lived in Illinois, because I don't think I would make it through the winters. So God bless all of your souls that live in those country or those states.
Oh,
where you
love
have
it.
cold and have to go through those months, because man, I give it to you.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I started this in November of 2020, and actually I'd signed up for Uber and DoorDash back in 2016. I did 3 ride shares, and then I never did anything on DoorDash, and I just kind of let it go away. Then in November of 2020, my daughter was between jobs, and she signed up for Instacart and had been doing it only about a week, and was telling me how easy it was to make $100 a day, which back, when she said that, I was like, wow, $100 a day. And now I'm like, well, I'd be mad if that's all I made. It changes as you get into this and realize how much you can make. But anyway, so I do it just to help provide for my family and help get us out of debt and pay our bills and all that great stuff, and have no plans of going anywhere.
All right.
I don't think. What did Sheila say? Where she? I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna have Sheila hop in real quick and say where she was from.
Middle of nowhere, Texas.
Middle of nowhere, Texas. Okay.
No, it's Abilene, Texas. There's literally nothing for 120 miles in either direction. So yeah.
Your market is very small, correct?
Yeah, it's really in my market, my actual market is how we get the surrounding. I found out last night that not everybody has this, but I actually get 10 different places I can dash, these small towns that I can pick from. But my where I focus is Abilene, and it's like 26 miles wide and like 16 or 18 miles high. So it's the whole entire
So you
town.
don't
It's
get
like
taken
3
out of your
counties.
zone very much then.
That's crazy.
I don't what?
I said you don't get taken out of your zone very much.
No, that's why it really annoys me when it happens. So yeah, they'll send me out to the lake with no cell service. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. So yeah, it's unique.
All right, and I feel like I've kind of already answered this. Well, wait, I'm from Denver, Colorado. That's my market that I deliver in, do rideshare in. My why for doing this is basically just to help contribute to the family finances because we have 5 kids and that's expensive, especially in Denver. So that's the biggest reason why. My husband was in here a minute ago and said that my why is to like out earn him, which I definitely try and do that. That is one thing that gig work has going for it. There is no wage gap here because last night I made more money than he did. So
Hell yeah.
Girl.
and that's fun to me. But no, the continued why would definitely be like Sheila, getting out of debt, and being able to have that fun money to take our kids to go do like fun, interesting things, travel the country, that kind of thing. So, and then I saw a comment in the chat just a second ago from Christine. She says, I wonder, do you ladies work late at night? I'm a bit afraid when I don't know where I'm going, but I know most money is made in the evening. And that is like a perfect question to segue into my next topic, which is how can women stay safe while doing deliveries? So does anybody deliver late at night? I think I already know the answer.
What's late at night? That's relative. What's late at night?
Let's say after 10 p.m. Does anybody deliver after 10 p.m.?
No, there's no point in my market because no restaurants are open. I'm just not going to go to McDonald's all night long. So
Walgreens.
I want to be where the money is. So I'll stay out to 9 o'clock during it already gets dark here at 6:20. And then we're going to have daylight savings time. It'll be dark. That's the first week of November, I believe. It'll be dark at 5 p.m. Pitch dark.
Yeah.
And just from my groups that takes a lot of ladies out of the market. They are done. They refuse to go out at night. They're just done.
I'll go out at night because I learned my market. Like I'll go out at night. Like I don't know which question. What question are we on, Lisa?
All right. Sorry. I know I'm terrible at this.
No. I just want to make sure I don't like skip ahead or like go behind or try to stay on point and my ADHD not take over.
Let's go.
Do you deliver late at night, like after 10 p.m.? And then
yes, I will deliver until midnight. My grandma taught me nothing good happens after midnight, and I think that's applicable in the food industry. So
disagree.
We were talking about this last night with Nova, and like I just feel like the clientele that I'm looking for are not going to be ordering food that late. So I don't deliver after midnight, but I do deliver at night because I know my market and I know where I can and cannot deliver that late at night.
All right, Holly, I know you disagree, so let's hear it.
And I will say, I'm sure this is market specific. And like she said, she's in a smaller area. So that may be completely why it is different. But here I deliver usually until about 3 a.m. until it just stops. Orders aren't really coming in. But there are several places around here that I can deliver from. I don't really ever deal with people that are drunk or like, ordering for weird things. Well, actually, I did cancel one DoorDash the other day because it was a very weird items from Walgreens, and it was a mail and it was a hand to me, and I'm like, I don't think I'm going to skip that one, so I did skip that one. But yeah, I don't have any problems. There's only one little pocket here that is a little bit sketchy of a neighborhood that I don't feel super comfortable in, but I don't have really that many late night things. And most late night things are drop it at my door. It's usually a Walgreens. People need, maybe a girl needs tampons, because she started her period in the middle of the night and she's at home and doesn't have any tampons, or, or you get somebody. The other day I had one that was a Doordash that was late at night, and it was like a couple bags of chips and a candy bar from Walgreens. And I took it, and the guy's floor mat, his doormat outside of his door says "got weed." I'm like, see, now that's why he ordered. So it's like, but I don't have any trouble really. I mean, you just have to be aware of your surroundings, and
we have the highest murder per capita in Texas. So I'm not going out after 12.
Wait,
like I said, very market specific.
I didn't see that in the pamphlet.
Yeah.
See that in the pamphlet.
Tell me that till I move here. So,
Oh,
yeah.
dang.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been transitioning my hours, so it's getting kind of weird where I am staying out later at night than I normally would. I'm focusing on, like, I do rideshare, so I'm focusing on doing like the Lux rides, the Uber Comforts, like the more higher end type of rideshare, and with Uber's like up front where it shows you like where you're picking up from and where you're going, I can avoid all of the bad areas. So for me, I don't feel like, I'm putting myself into danger being out later. It's just really, it is very market specific. Like, you have to understand your area. You have to understand what restaurants are open. You have to understand the clientele that you're going to be dealing with later at night. It's going to be different than those during the day. It's just, you just kind of have to figure it out. Like, where is it safe to drive? So
and with rideshare, I think I'm sure that rideshare would be different than delivery. That is something else you're going to have to take into account for sure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like last night I was out until midnight, and a lot of I took one set of ladies from a restaurant downtown and then immediately left downtown because I don't want to deal with any of that.
Mm-hmm.
And my next passenger was a mom that was going out to dinner with some friends. And I'd pick up some like parents that went out and had like a couple glasses of wine and now they're going home. Like, I don't pick up the party people. Like, even if the destination filter says like, oh, you're going to pick up from this brewery, I'm like, no, I'm not. So, because I don't really want to deal with like the drunk people. Someone in chat said earlier, and I agree with that comment that was just up. You kind of have to do what you feel comfortable doing. Because I know a lot of women do not feel comfortable doing rideshare. I know I'm the minority here. And honestly, if I was in like Abilene or St. Louis, I probably would not do rideshare because I know that the crime rate is a little bit higher in those areas. So I'm blessed, I guess, in my market. But how can women, sorry, we're getting back on topic now. How can women stay safe while doing deliveries? Does anybody have like a safety tip they would like to share?
It's so common sense, but it's you have to pay attention. Like, some people might yell at me because like I keep all my like important credit cards and anything that like could be stolen like at home when I go out. I have a small amount of cash on me, like whatever. But I have a crossbody wallet that I wear at all times, and like my phone goes in that crossbody wallet while I'm walking at all times, so that I can be completely aware of what my surroundings are, and I'm not staring. Like, that order, I'm making it to my car within 30 seconds. So I'm not looking at my phone for that next order to see what it is. I'm waiting till I get in my vehicle and the doors are locked. I also just ordered my self-defense keychain. It'll be here in like 4 days, and it's got pepper spray and flashlight. Like, it's got all of the things on one little keychain. And so to even just add that to my arsenal of things. So that's my tip, is you have to be aware at all times of what's happening, especially as a woman. A man can walk from their car to a bar and not have a problem. A woman walks from the car to the bar and they've got their keys in between their fingers poked out. They're like looking in 6 directions. I have 911 on the phone, like waiting to go. So like, it's just not the same for us. So have to be more astute.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I also carry the crossbody, which actually my phone's normally in it. It's not right now because it's filming me, but this is the one that I have, and it's got a long strap, so I keep it around my neck, and so I can keep my cards in there for Instacart and Doordash and all those cards, and then I hook my little key fob right here on the end of it, so that way it's easy to, as soon as I get out of my car, grab the food bags, I can lock the car with that, and then my car, luckily, I can just hit the button on the door. As soon as I hit the door handle, I just hit the button and it recognizes that I have the fob and will unlock my door. So that's easy for me.
Yeah, I agree with the comment that's up there right now, and that's what I do. Keep your head on swivel. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. Also, one of the best tips that I got off of Facebook, my Facebook group before I was admin, was always back your car in. And you should always be ready to leave directly out. Never put yourself in a situation where you have to back out of a space anywhere. That includes even in someone's driveway. Always make sure you're pointed. If you pull into a court, come around the court and point yourself out of that area, because you don't know if people are going to come up on you. And the other thing is invest in a really good flashlight. The one on your phone is not good enough for what most people need, especially if you want to find house numbers or see steps or parking stones at night. And just be aware, be smart. Also, if you're going to dash at night and you want to stay safe, wear sensible shoes. Don't wear flip-flops.
Yes.
That leads.
That's a good one.
Yes, don't wear flip-flops. Wear good shoes. I have a pair of work boots that I wear. I'm not looking to make a fashion statement. So I want to be comfortable and safe, and I do a lot.
Right.
I mean, I'm out there at 5 o'clock at night, and it's St. Louis. It's snowing. It's raining. I don't want to be caught in a bad situation with my attire. So just be smart, think it, and don't be afraid to invest in a few things for your own safety and protection.
Yeah. One of my favorite tips is always flash the bushes. If you're going up to a door, it's dark and they got these big old bushes. That's how they get you. I always flash the bushes with my flashlight before I even approach. I wait.
I never thought of that.
See if there's any rustling. I approach, drop, exit, quick exit.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's a hand to me and I just don't feel comfortable, sometimes I'll take a picture, not risk it, especially if it's a weird neighborhood or something. But seriously, don't. Everyone should always have something. Like everyone said, do not wait until something happens. Because I got jumped in Massachusetts and I didn't have anything because I never thought anything would ever happen to me. Don't wait until it happens to have something, because you're really going to regret it and you might not make it out of it.
By the way, this is my boot that I wear. So it's got a great sole. I've never fallen. It's just good.
I would say also to trust your gut. I think, sometimes people, they think they get somewhere and they feel like, oh, it's sketchy, but I'm sure it'll be okay. And, they talk themselves into, I've got the order in my hand. I need to go up there and put it up there. But you know what? If you really have that intuition that something might be off, don't deliver it. Put your safety first. I'm pretty brave. I don't get scared very often, but I know that there are people, that maybe aren't quite as brazen as I am, and maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know, but I would just tell women and men, really, anybody, just trust your instinct.
Yeah.
So I'm going to definitely start doing what Faith said and flash the bushes and see if there's any wrestling.
I want that on a t-shirt, Faith.
Yes.
There's
But
your
I
new
don't
merch,
really
Faith.
deliver.
That's my
I don't
merch.
so much.
That's it. I figured it
Flash.
out. Wow. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That's perfect. I think that wins it all. I don't really deliver too much at night. If I do take my son, who's got much better eyes than I do. But obviously everything that everybody else has said, Carrie, I watched the segment on safety that was on this, and it was absolutely fantastic. And I was reading, I think John McLean put on there is share your, share your location. So I think they have that on Uber Eats and maybe even on Doordash too, where you can, especially if it's at night, if you're just not comfortable, share that location and 100% look behind you. I don't know who put that comment on there, but I mean, spot on. Absolutely, keep your head on a swivel. Look behind you, and don't be distracted. Don't carry, have your phone out and trying to just, eyes on that, destination, and the car, lock the door, and get out of there. So it's, you don't want to think that, delivering or giving people rides that is a possibility, but maybe in a way we're kind of targets. And I just saw a article. It was a news that recently, and not to scare anyone, but a woman in Detroit was shot doing a lift. She had a lift passenger. It was a 19-year-old kid, and he shot her. So it's, if you're not comfortable, get him out of the car. Just, and again, not to try to scare anyone, but it's just one of those things where it is there. We always have to have it in the back of our minds. We're going to people's homes, and anything could happen. So, Faith, I'm sorry what happened to you. That's terrible.
Oh, nope, all good. Definitely made me smarter. So
yeah. So just be vigilant. Be vigilant. Be vigilant.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Keep your head on a swivel and trust your instincts. Carry some form of protection. I know someone asked, is it okay to carry like a concealed carry? This is not legal advice because I'm not in that realm, but me personally, I'm more concerned with my life, like preserving my life, than my livelihood. So if you get deactivated from a platform because you decided to protect yourself however you felt was right to protect yourself, to me, that's more important. I mean, there's other ways of making money, but you only get one life. So
And
that's
just know
my
your state's
opinion.
laws.
That's all I'm gonna say.
And know your state's laws.
Yes.
If you do a Facebook, if you come on one of our pages and do a Facebook post about this topic, you will get probably 300 comments within 15 minutes, and you will get a picture of every Smith & Wesson gun that ever existed. And the amount of people that are carrying out there, and that's one thing I have to say about Dashers, they are truthful. And those pictures come flashing up so fast. And I could do a post right now, and just to show you, it would happen in 20 minutes. We'd have and then of course the pepper spray, commercial grade, not just the stuff you put it by on a keychain at the 7-Eleven, but real good stuff like you buy at Cabela's.
Right.
So
Yeah.
and
or the bear spray because it sprays farther.
Or that, yes, and any other thing you could think of.
And my last tip for this segment, for this question, is whatever tool you decide to carry, make sure you practice using it, because you do not want to get into a high stress situation and not understand how your pepper spray or your taser or your gun works. Like you need to practice it, like using it. And
yeah, I should preface I was born here, so I grew up around them and was very well trained with them. So
yes,
absolutely be trained with it. Don't just think you're going to be able to whip it out as soon as someone approaches you if you're going that route and live somewhere where it's legal. But yeah, absolutely. Great advice.
And then one other tip that I was going to throw out there that's like a safety thing, but it's not necessarily like a physical threat kind of thing is make sure you have an emergency kit in your car. So make sure you've got your flashlights, like your cones, your whatevers, everything you need to change your own tire. Because I personally don't mind getting help changing a tire. Like if some dude or female or whoever pulls up and says, I'll change it for you. Again, if it's before sunset, I'm like, great. But if it's after dark, I want to know, you need to know how to do that stuff yourself. So making sure that you have all that emergency equipment in your car, especially if you live in a colder climate, you've got a warming blanket, you've got bottles of water, you've got all of these things in there to where if something were to happen, you go into a ditch, you're going to survive. So,
well, or you should at least have roadside assistance if you don't want to do it yourself. Which
I live in a place where you're not going to necessarily have cell service. So your emergency assistance is that thing in your trunk. So
yeah, I can my tire. I wouldn't.
I was going to say my roadside assistance is my husband, but again, I'm not in an area where I won't have consistent cell service. So, all right. Next question. And I bet we'll be talking about this one for a little bit. I'm sorry, Pedro. He gave us 30 minutes and we're going on 45.
45, yeah.
And I'm not even like trying to hurry up at this point. Sorry. What is the biggest pet peeve about gig work that you would like to change? Like if you had a magic wand and you could change it tomorrow, what is your biggest pet peeve that you would change?
Can you skip me and come back to me? Because I've looked at that question 7 times and there's like a laundry list. So I'm gonna let some other ladies tack off part of my list and then just come back to me.
Yeah,
I'm sure all 5 of y'all will hit most of them.
We'll go counterclockwise. So
okay,
Holly.
Cool. Start with Holly.
Oh, great. Honestly, I think if I could wave a magic wand, I would want to wave my magic wand and let all of the general public and customers be aware of what we actually go through, what we get paid, and so that they're knowledgeable. Because I think a lot of times when we get low tips and no tips, it's because they think we're getting paid from DoorDash and this and that. So, I mean, at least if everybody really knew what we went through and what the pay was and what was all involved and everything, I think most people would probably look at it much differently. And so that's my thing. I think we just need to keep educating the public.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. There's lots of viral videos on like YouTube and TikTok and Instagram that talk about like how we get paid. But I know not everybody is on those social media platforms. Not everybody watches the news. So not everybody is educated. I mean, I was talking to my neighbors the other day and they thought that delivery fee, they thought that all came to us.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of it. And I'm like, no, we get like $250.
Yeah. I mean, my own sister lives here 10 minutes from me. And I've been doing this like a year and a half. And she's like, what? You can chat with your Instacart shopper? I'm like, sis, I've been doing this for like a year and a half. And we've had these it's like, she just, so she's like the person that I have to like base my thing on, like of what customers really know and don't know, because I know, she's not somebody obviously that's going to go search it on YouTube to find out what gig workers or delivery people do. She doesn't. So that's not their priority. They just want their food.
Yeah.
So I guess we just got to be a little louder.
So I put a post on TikTok. I delivered to this Starbucks that's close to me, and I just kept going back in there over and over again just because I was getting orders. I see this bag there and it says Ashley, and I'm like, okay. So I kind of mentioned something to the Starbucks worker. Oh, is it the customer, that's still sitting there? Anyways, I go back and I go back and back and back, and the bag is still there. So I put a little post on TikTok and it was like, Ashley, your order is still here because you probably didn't tip. All right. So some people liked it, but some of the comments I got, and I think Holly's right about educating these people, these customers and these employers, restaurant workers, they said something like, I forget what she said, but one of the comments was do your job. That was one of the comments I got. Another comment was it's not mandatory to tip. Right. It's not mandatory. Sorry, to tip. That's not, of course. And just not people just thinking that they don't have to tip, and for somebody to say, do your job, I didn't go into the comment. I didn't respond to it, but
you don't respond to those types of comments.
It's just not worth it because they're not going to get it. And what I did want to almost say was, do you really think we have to take those orders? And again, I'm assuming this order was a no tip order because it's been sitting there. So, absolutely, I think what I want to see of course, is transparency. I think we all obviously say that, and it's not just the money too. Yes, of course, I want to be able to know exactly what I'm getting, the exact miles, and I know there's apps that helps with that. But what I don't like about Uber, and I don't know if this is for Rideshare, I don't know if you guys gone over this, but what I don't like about Uber is they don't tell you where you're going. I mean, you have to go through like, it's like a certain amount out of a certain amount before they start showing you where your exact location. They just show you the miles and the pay. So going back to the safety thing, I might miss an order that might look good, but be afraid to take it later in the evening if I feel like it's not safe. So we shouldn't have to guess where we're going. We shouldn't have to guess what we're going to get paid. It should absolutely be able to tell us 100% transparency. So that's a big pet peeve of mine. And then just educating people.
Yeah, I had a customer the other day that they must have put their work address down, but I dropped it off at the hospital and I leave there. And then she sends me a text and says, can you go pick my food back up and bring it to me at such and such and such?
Sure.
And I said, I'm sorry,
Nope.
you'll have to. I waited for a little bit, but she texted me like 4 or 5 times. So finally, I was just told her that I was off the clock with DoorDash and I was already on an Instacart order and that she would have to contact DoorDash, which was true. I was. So.
Yeah.
I would say, honestly, actually, my biggest thing is it's probably never going to happen, right? But I wish they would actually punish restaurants when they suck. You know, like the order is never ready. It's like 40 minutes. I'll pick up another order, come back, and still see the same. Like some of them like don't even look at you. They'll like laugh at you behind your back. Like they won't. They just. It's some of them are just so terrible, and nothing gets done about it. Uber, I downvote it, comes to me 5 minutes later, get another order from that exact same restaurant. So I wish they would punish some of the restaurants because it does trickle down, right? Like we don't deliver the food because they're taking too long, or they're just being really rude, and then the customer doesn't get their food. Right. It's a trickle effect. So obviously,
or we could blacklist them so we don't even see the orders from them.
That'd also be great.
On their app would be nice.
They would not want that. Not
Yeah.
want us to do that.
Yeah, I blacklist personally using DUH. I blacklist Wendy's because it's always slow. I blacklist Crumble because the employees at Crumble are super rude to DoorDash drivers.
Oh,
they
wow.
treat
Mine
us
isn't.
like second citizens, like second-class citizens, seriously. And they're slow, like so slow. I remember one time I went into Crumble. There was like 6 teenagers making cookie dough around this table, and I could see my order sitting there, and I'm all, hello. Nothing. Hello. I'm like,
it's terrible.
I said it a third time. I'm like, I feel like a freaking parrot over here in the corner, just like, hello. I want my cookies. Can I have my cookies? Like, I'll leave you alone. Yeah, exactly. That's how I felt. And I finally, like, honestly, I just left. I just canceled the order because I said hello like 8 times, and they just kept gossiping.
I
over
would
the
have talked
cookie
to
dough.
I would have called up the customer too. I would have
Oh,
said something to the customer. I put them on blast, put the restaurant on blast, like Faith is saying. Just, hey, by the way, I'm trying to get your order, but these workers at Crumble are ignoring me. So
Yeah,
to get your order, you know,
Yeah.
because then they see
It's
that.
not going to
and
be
then
me that's delivering it though, because
Yeah.
I'm done being a
No,
parrot.
I
I'll see you
agree.
later.
Poor thing.
Yeah.
Lisa, I love this question when you said that this was coming, because this is, as a content creator, I bring this up about every couple of months, and I just did it. I'd like to do a rapid fire of some of the ladies that commented on what's your biggest DoorDash or driving delivery pet peeve. Stores not remaking orders when people steal them. No porch light at night. No address on mailbox or their house. No porch light on again. They don't answer the phone when you call.
Yep.
3rd floor with no tip. Our 10th floor with no tip. Wait in the car. I don't like folks to come up at me in my car. Customer requests a phone call to arrange a drop off, then doesn't answer the phone.
Yeah.
No address, no porch light, no tip. Customers typing the wrong address in. And huge trailer parks with no visible addresses on any trailers. Lastly, gated communities with no code, apartments that don't make chronological sense.
Every single night I deal with that. Every single night.
Checked. All
Yeah.
of those.
Yep.
All of them.
Living in Florida, it's everybody has a gate. It's like, really, are we? I mean, and I live in a gated community too, so I shouldn't say this, but it's like, does everybody think they're the damn president of the United States? We all have to have a gate. I mean, I just happen to buy in a gated. It's not that I really care, but man, some of these gates though are like, so, I mean, you want my blood type and everything before you're going to let me in? It's like,
Right.
that's rude. Can I let them? Anyway.
Like,
get off,
or
right?
like, it's like for me, I have some gated communities where there's like a guard shack and they want your ID, like, in order for you to go in.
Oh yeah, I get that at least once a day.
I'm like, I don't love that. I'll do it because I have this food that I have to deliver, but I don't love it. So Sheila, have you?
Yeah. So okay. So it's like because you said wave a magic wand. Like, so for me, okay. DoorDash went and did something that put something at the top of my list, and that is that they are holding our GPS hostage right now. So when you in my market with the newest update, when you exit out of the app, it stops tracking your location now. And I have to reopen the app and be in the app for it to track my location. And I've heard this from multiple people in different markets. So right now, if I were to wave a magic wand, I would say, I'm allowed to watch YouTube videos while you're not sending me orders, and you should still know where I'm at. So that is the one that is like, just honest to God, like, sorry for the cuss word. It's pissing me off. Like,
I didn't know that.
I don't know why that switch happened. And
when
then
did that happen?
I saw it when I did the latest update. So it's been in the last couple of days. And so like all day today, like if I was not actively in DoorDash, like, and I go back, it says searching for GPS every single time, even if you're going back into the DoorDash app. Like if I'm going to my earnings or like, going to look at schedule or like whatever, it still does it and it won't track my stuff. So I will still get orders, but it's based off wherever my last location was. So that's my current, just why did you, like, I don't know. And then the other one is in my town. Yes, apartments that don't make chronological sense are like so common around here, but more so, there's not this, I don't know how these people get EMS, like ever, because there's no like solid way to like label homes. And so many of them have the painted numbers on the side, the driveway, and they won't answer their phone. And I'm like, one of the things I love about Uber Eats is that it has the houses. Like when you're driving the maps, it's got houses and you can see if you're in front of it. In order to tell on DoorDash, you have to like switch to that like satellite view, right? And so one of my biggest pet peeve is that all of these people, there's like I said, I mean, God forbid any of them have a heart attack, they're screwed. They're going 6 houses down because the housing numbers don't even make sense. Like you'll jump from 1210 to 1256, the next house.
Yeah.
But they're all gone. They're all washed away. Like nobody's replaced them. And so I love that meme that's like, how do you order DoorDash? And it says 1, order DoorDash. 2, turn off all lights. 3, remove your house number. 4, turn off your phone. 5, turn off all interior lights. Like, that's how it is here the second the sun goes down. So those two things, that GPS thing, oh, my blood is boiling. Yeah, my heart rate, it says my heart rate is at 98 now.
Sorry, Sheila.
So, but that new GPS thing is it's really pissing me off because I'm like, I shouldn't have to have the app all open all the time. It just steals my battery. So like if I'm driving somewhere, I just have it open in the background to, use less screen time. But anyways, those are my two.
Yeah.
So
I agree with all of the things that the panelists have said. 2 for me would be when you go to decline an order and DoorDash wants you to give like 20 reasons why you're declining the order. Like when Uber Eats, when I decline an order, I just hit an X and it goes away. Like that's it. It's not that hard to program that. At one point in time, DoorDash had that where you could just hit and not answer a million questions. Like I don't care that my acceptance rate is going down. I know it's going down. And your options for why I'm declining the order aren't sufficient to me because mostly I'm declining the order because it sucks for payment. And that's not an option on the list.
I wish that was an option. That'd be great.
No, that's where you use. I put it in there. Like I have put in under something else. I have put in, you have lost your freaking mind. I have put in no tip, no trip 2.0. I've put them all in there. And like the fact that Uber doesn't have one to say, no, I'm not going 14 miles for $4. I mean, yes, I agree with you, but it is very satisfying to be like,
Sheila likes
know.
to get petty a little bit, huh?
oh, that's why I love Petty Pedro when he's honest about it and it's not just being mean. Yeah.
Where do you have an option to put that in?
Oh, it says something else. And then I just type in whatever I want.
Oh, it doesn't let me type anything in. I can just click it. I can't type anything in.
Mine says something else, takes me to another screen, and then I type it in, and then it sends off, and it gets lost in. I'm sure it gets lost in DoorDash land. It's incredible. It's so cathartic. So, just saying.
Oh my God, I want that. Do you have that, Lisa? The rest of you have that where you can type something in?
I've not noticed it.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen it either.
So yeah, I mean, like I said, like I just don't want to take the time to do that. Honestly, like I don't want to take the time to click. I use Gary's apps, the driver utility helper, so it'll like loop past that screen, which has become like so amazing for my blood pressure. But yeah, I don't. That's one thing that I really hate. And then the ghost pauses, because when you're multi-apping, you're on a different app, and then you go back to DoorDash. And it's paused your dash and you don't even know. Like there was one lunch shift where I went out. Like if you want to go watch it, you can see me get frustrated in real time on the Driven Dads channel where we went out for lunch. I made $17 because DoorDash kept ghost pausing me.
Mm-hmm.
I was out for like 5 hours and I made $17. I was so mad.
They do that when they have enough drivers. Believe me, when there's a snowstorm here, and the peak pays $6, and I'm one of the few people out on the road, the pause never, ever happens. So it's in their program.
Wait, so what is does it, because I know, are you talking about when it'll, like, if you don't accept a lot of orders?
It pauses you behind the dash. You don't even know that it's paused you. That's what the ghost does. It pauses you. You still see your map, and mine's red, and I can still see it, and I'm in a very busy area. But it doesn't like me now, and I maybe declined one, and it's ghost paused me behind, and I'm not even aware of it.
This is new.
I've got to hit review screen, and review.
You have to hit
screen.
What was that?
Review